Hey, welcome to the Isekai Audiobook. Glad to have you here. Just a little reminder, please support the authors who create this story. Without their creativity, none of this would be possible. And yeah, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell so you never miss a new adventure.
Sasuke in The Walking Dead Salvation, TWD, Chapter 59, TWD ch 59, Homecoming. This shit took more time than necessary. Sasuke sighed at finally finishing with the job. The job was doing what normal people expected him to do. It was 4:21 p.m. now, the weather was cold, and it was raining, the kind of climate that made you wish to be in your warm bed, with a warm milkshake at hand and watching your favorite anime or TV show. Yet here he was, in an apocalypse, and busy with unsealing the necessary stuff at a big warehouse that was half a mile away from the prison. With it were 3 big trucks loaded too. One with daily equipment, warm clothes and covers, and packed food. The other 2 were loaded with construction materials. The warehouse itself was loaded with similar things that he calculated would be enough to build a good wall around the section they were using in the prison, with the addition of generators and equipment for light, etc. He sighed once again, taking a chocolate bar and eating it. On his way back, he killed 18 people, alive people. Those fuckers didn't even talk or threaten him or anything, they straight out laughed as he was driving closer and rained him in bullets. Though with his Sharingan and speed, none of it met its mark, either evaded or deflected with ease. His beautiful bike, on the other hand, wasn't as shinobious. If that was even a thing. Thus, an annoyed, tired, and frustrated Sasuke went on torturing the shit out of the 18 people, experimenting on them, took their shit, vehicles, supplies, and everything, and kept going on his way with another sealed sports bike. His chakra reached 120 threads on a beautiful rainy afternoon. Those 18 themselves giving him 9 threads. So far, basic clone, transformation jutsu, and Sharingan were the unlocked jutsu. Unfortunately, unlike the Sharingan, which siphoned chakra from his original amount as he figured, considering how it has not deactivated once since he used it till now. The other jutsus all took chakra from his current threads. One basic clone required 20 threads each, transformation jutsu required 35. And the one he was waiting for, substitution jutsu, was unknown. Sasuke took off his hood, glancing sideways at the 2 trucks and Humvees rumbling close. A door of the passenger seat to the truck opened as Daryl jumped down. "Our busy ninja," he laughed, shaking hands with him, looking at the 3 trucks behind Sasuke. Their carriers were clothed, but he glimpsed the sight of iron rods from one. "Welcome back, son," Morgan greeted him with a hug, followed by William and Jim, who stepped down from the Humvee. "Great to see you guys." "Hey there." Sasuke nodded at the 3 prisoners. Of course they were here to move things and work. No way Sasuke is just going to keep feeding them and have his people work their asses off. "Hello, bro, you got a great haul, I see." Axel smiled seeing the 3 trucks. Their tires alone made him aware of the weight they were holding. He was something of a mechanic and used to notice things normal people wouldn't. "BT, sorry, but your house was down when I checked." Axel patted the big guy beside him in comforting gesture. "Oscar, she's sleeping inside the left truck. She needs rest and food, so don't stress her more." Sasuke saw the man smile for the first time, and Oscar rushed to the truck, leaving another thank you behind him. Sasuke himself didn't expect to find Oscar's wife at the place he told him about. If she somehow survived, she will go to there, Oscar said, begging Sasuke to check the place, and he was right. A farm in the outskirts, and under it was a bunker, the place Oscar told Sasuke to take if he didn't find her anyway. Julia, Oscar's wife, was hiding in there the whole 2 months, eating what was in stock there. Sasuke thus saved her, feed her a sleeping pill so that he can keep his secrets and work with ease once he was here. Unfortunately, Oscar's mom wasn't found. Now, Oscar at least won't be stupid to move against him. As for the other 2, so far they were good. "Come on, we have a lot of work to do. Better than sitting and doing nothing." Morgan, Daryl, William, Jim, and the 2 prisoners followed after Sasuke, seeing him grab the door and swing it open. Their jaw widened seeing the inside. Stacked? The warehouse would have puked if that was even possible. From floor to ceiling, many materials were stacked inside. "Holy shitty cow," Daryl spouts reflexively to Morgan, a disbelief chuckle escaping his lips. He was ready for some real stock, but this was amazing, considering it was done by a soul person. A ninja, but that didn't change the fact that he did all this alone. This warehouse was checked by them when they were coming to the prison the first time, and it wasn't this, it was empty. Told you, a lot of work needs to be done tonight. All of it for the first time to many of them. The labor they did next was nothing like it used to be in their old world. Painful and exhausting, yes, but weirdly enough pleasurable and mentally freshening. They loaded things laughing like madmen the whole time. Those things were theirs. Those things were for the reconstruction of their shelter. Sasuke, who saw them with high morals, smiled at seeing what looked like 1% of his storage, imagining if they were going to lose it if they knew the real stock he has. They loaded the 2 trucks full with the remaining food, furniture, clothes, and other utensils that were in the warehouse first. They stuffed the ammo and guns in the Humvee. With that, all 5 trucks were full. It was 6:43 p.m., and only a third of the warehouse was empty. Sasuke thought about it for moments before deciding to go with them. He made quick work of the warehouse, putting traps in every possible entry and exit, securing it before boarding his bike, and revving it more just to annoy Daryl, who seemed to like it and drove with the caravan. Seems like it will rain all night, Sasuke thought as they closed to the prison, seeing the outer fences and the few walkers shuffling aimlessly outside of it. They turned to the sound of the engines just to receive a bullet from his silver baller. Sasuke, who dropped the 6 walkers closer to the outer gate, continued driving forward. There, Dale smiled, opening the gate for them after hearing the confirmation that they are their people through his walkie-talkie from Katniss, who was on the watchtower. The field was different than how he remembers it to be when he left 4 days ago. 2 horses and many cattle were around, each having a crafted area to keep them in. In the end, even Herschel served a cause. Sasuke disembarked in the inner yard, along with the caravan, seeing his people there waiting for them. A nice day to regroup, he smiled, receiving Siri, who came running and jumped at him, hugging his waist with a happy smile. "We missed you, Sasuke." She giggled, swinging his arm back and forth. Happy to see him. Daryl was cool, but he didn't have interesting stories, and she wasn't that familiar with him to climb on his shoulders. But she picked something from him. She will grow to become an ass-kicker just like Sasuke. "Me too, princess." "Sophie, how are you?" "I got you two something good." He talked to them and turned to others, greeting them as they started helping to unload things. "Good to see you safe." "Hungry?" Elena asked him after she got a chance to. "I am longing for something warm, yeah." Sasuke answered truthfully. 6 hours maximum of sleep and canned food for the past 4 days made him feel like shit. The hour or so it would take to cook and eat was spent to better use. Kill and loot. Thus, Sasuke was truly hoping for some soup. "Food, I hope, haha. I'm making a lasagna since I know you were coming back tonight. I'm pretty sure you will like it." Elena chuckled, messing with him. She knows that Katniss was like a wary cat when it came to someone else flirting with Sasuke. "Never tried it, but I'm already motivated." Sasuke stretched his arms up, really feeling energetic now. He was a foodie, and lasagna was something he had never tried before. The laziness that came from the thought of loading the things left in the warehouse all but disappeared. He turned to a group of 3 people gathering somewhat away, the Lancasters, and waved at them. Unaware that their view of him has changed totally in those 3 days here. From a skilled young lad to someone really worth the respect and admiration. Adam survived some bad shit in all those weeks, the last of them being the incident with those men. But what he heard, 2 big hordes, both at sudden occurrence, then a center facility exploding, lack of resources, lack of trust, lack of vision, this prison. Sasuke played a big role in solving each and every one of those problems. No one here ever said or acted like the talk about Sasuke's feats was false or they were against it, to them. Sasuke was really the embodiment of the perfect leader anyone would wish for. Strong, smart, and compassionate. He had flaws, but the fact stood that without him many here would have died in a gruesome way. Heck, he was included in that too. He talked just one time to Sasuke after he was sent with Daryl, and Sasuke had asked him just one thing. "Take a look around the shelter, and provide me a plan to secure it with strong walls." And he did that. To him, the prison was already secured with fences and all, but since Sasuke wants more, he has zero problem, as it only means that his daughters would be safer. He watched the boy lifting the two little girls who were jumping all over around him asking about their gifts, and the archer girl who came with Dale and hugged him. Good, stay away from Lily. Yep, Sasuke was perfect but still not enough for Lily. He wouldn't be her father if he didn't understand those puppy looks she shot at Sasuke or the smile that graced her face every time he was the subject of the talk. Adam would never let his precious daughters be a side meal, definitely. The mood in the camp became even happier and more relaxed after they started unloading the things they would use inside the building from the trucks. Every family and individual who was alone got a specific big box with their name or family name. Sasuke had put things that would be theirs, not much considering the apocalypse, but something special to have aside from the necessities. They held some entertainment items for both genders and all ages. Kids got toys, drawing tools, and graphic stories like comics and such. Sweets like chocolate bars and more beautiful things like colored gloves and ribbons. Adults also got their own things, DVDs, consoles. He put a set of training tools in Williams and a separate big box filled with women's things with a note telling him to categorize and present them to his girl himself. Basically, all of them got something special for them beside the basic necessities such as clothes and all. They helped move things just inside the entrance. The distribution was left for the people who will stay there while Sasuke was busy unloading the 2 trucks full of construction materials in the yard outside. Half an hour later he got back with Daryl, Jim, and the 3 prisoners to take the remaining things from the warehouse. Man, I'm beat, William said but didn't stop from wolfing his plate. If anything, all that work made him only the more hungry. I'll give you a massage later, Jess smiled, patting his shoulder as they sat with others. Receiving a nod from him. I don't even have to ask, you didn't sleep much, right? Katniss, who was eating beside Sasuke, spoke. He didn't look much different outwardly, but the slight redness in the whites of his eyes suggested that. Kinda. Did anything happen while I was away? Not really. Daryl and Morgan cleared a side of the separated building in the back. We did our morning exercises here and covered some places from the cold wind. What can be done? Jim and Dale helped planking the doors of the cells. We also made some places for the animals outside that you traded with Herschel. Smart move, ninja, Andrea answered him, smirking as she thought about what the old man felt like. She wasn't bad, but you will feel petty when you are being told to leave a good place in a fucking apocalypse. Shane started a killing spree. Daryl thanked Carol, who put one more big piece of lasagna on his plate, and told Sasuke. Glenn told me he went, opened the barn, took his gun, and started gunning the walkers. Others nearby were forced to join. So in the end, he did what is right. Andrea shrugged. William thought of what happened to them and asked Daryl. Was he, told to leave? I don't know. Glenn said that there was a verbal skirmish going on and that Shane was making a lookout position up in some windmill or something when I talked to him, so possibly not. Because he isn't Sasuke, Herschel must know that Shane wouldn't find an issue in beating him. William muttered bitterly. When he, Amy, Jess, or even Sasuke does something wrong, those adult people at the quarry will all suddenly gain strength to lash out, because in the end, he and Sasuke just wouldn't find it in them to hit someone old. And Amy and Jess were girls with no strong adult to speak for them against the whole group. But when it was Shane, who looks like he might punch you if you looked at him wrong, it seemed that even Herschel bent over. But a voice spoke, coming surprisingly from someone who doesn't talk much, Maria. She flinched seeing they all turned to her, but she got to know how wonderful those people were in those 3 days, so she spoke her mind. Why would they, the people you were with, keep many walkers inside a barn? Couldn't they kill them? She asked the logical thing to her. Roamers, or walkers, took her mom from them. Why would someone keep those monsters close? Carol briefed her on how Herschel and his people viewed walkers. And Maria just nodded, speechless and even somehow angry because so was her uncle, the roamer who had caused her to lose her mom. He bit his own sister when they all thought the injury killed him. Sasuke, seeing the mood swing, decided to speak about something else. Yeah, I see you Duan, itching for a spar, huh? Sasuke smirked at Duan, who had the look isn't it visible? I'd improved carrot all over his smirking face. The boy twirled that stick carrot expertly for what looked like the 5th time since Sasuke came back. Duan's calloused palms only suggested how much work he put in swinging that stick those few days. Yep, you told me you will finally put me to the test in combat. I will, after I'm done with putting walls to their onus. Chapter 60, TWD 60, Wet Morning and Rebuilding. Sasuke opened his eyes, seeing the faint dark gray sky visible from the plastic-covered window. The action of moving his neck made him aware of the sticky feeling that was on his nape, and the guilty party for that was the girl lying by his side, hugging his arm like it was her stuffed toy. Her soft breaths suggested that she was having a deep slumber now. And hopefully a beautiful dream, Sasuke thought. The sticky feeling, on the other hand, was her drool. He turned to the side, seeing a straggle of blonde hair covering half her face. She looks funny sprawling like this with no care. For all the energy she had yesterday, she looks so peaceful now. He remembers how she bickered with her sister yesterday about who would have the upper bunk with him, and it was decided with rock paper scissors. One that Katniss lost, and honestly, he was happy she did because Sasuke knew he needed all the sleep he could get, and that would have been absolutely the last thing to do if it was Katniss who crowded this bed with him instead of Siri. Sasuke then took his arm that she was hugging from her grip slowly not to wake her up, and jumped away to the floor with agility no human just waking up should have. He looked back, seeing Katniss sleeping blissfully too. Minus the drooling thing. Wiping off the drool and taking the jacket from the nearby chair, he dropped it around his shoulders and opened the door of the cell quietly, stepping into the dark corridor outside. Morning, old man. Dale greeted Sasuke with a smile, seeing the messed black hair tangled in a soft mess while he was reading a book by the gate of the cell block. The other gate is already reinforced with metal plates. And needing no one to watch. Good morning, thanks. Sasuke took the cup of coffee that Dale had poured for him, taking a seat beside him. Dale checked the watch, and as expected. You are up early, why don't you sleep more? It's still 5 a.m. He himself will go back to sleep after an hour. While Carol takes his shift. There's work to do, 3 machines to bring back, and I'm already rested enough. Sasuke, who washed his face, told him, poured the remaining warm coffee into a closed cup, and left, taking it with him and telling him he will be back soon. Dale can only sigh at that. He can't even be angry at him anymore after seeing how hard the boy is working for everyone here. And certainly not after what he heard from Adam, what happened and was about to happen to his daughters if not for Sasuke. That thing made him spend the whole 2 nights after that thinking things over. In the end, he came to understand why Sasuke was saying and doing all he did. People are no longer the same, and the worst of it is, you wouldn't know who is good and who isn't. Maybe that's why Sasuke focused on that point. He was trained to distinguish, as in the end, the one who got the short end of the stick in this world would now only mean he gets either death or worse. Thus, Dale just wished him luck and packed him something quick to eat from what he had. Seeing him off. It was drizzling, and fortunately Jenner and others had already made an enclosed livestock pen for the few chickens and other livestock here. Covered and warm with what they can. Unfortunately, no one here was really an expert at this, ranching, breeding animals, and all. Sasuke, Dale, and Jess, whose grandpa owned a farm, have some experience and knowledge, which worked somehow. Sasuke simply disappeared to the nearby forest and started cleaning it of any walkers, setting alert systems that would shoot a sunbomb straight to a designated spot on the building's upper corner. The sign only he can see with his enhanced sight, in case someone ever walks those places, be it walker or human, he will know. It took him half an hour with his speed to clear the 31 walkers that were around this part of the forest. He ran back to the field, activated his Sharingan, and observed the place and surroundings for any presence. Confirming none, he then walked up the courtyard again and unsealed the remaining things he will need, mainly machinery. Like the pallet jacks, compacted excavators, front-end loader/skid steers, saws, grinders, shovels, pickaxes, wheelbarrows, sledgehammers, winches, chains, and heavy-duty cables. And of course safety gear for others when they come, gloves, helmets, and eyewear. Another thing he confirmed is that his Sharingan picks some useful things from the experiments he did on the 18 assholes. A safe person shows no abnormalities. One who is injured, fatally or seriously, would be surrounded almost by a glitching aura, and one who was recently dead or bitten, like the one he forced a walker to bite him, would have that black miasma seeping all around him like searing fire. His Sharingan was nothing like he used to have, as he still can't see at a cellular level like he used to, but it was understandable considering it was only one tomo. Sasuke unrolled the planning sheet he got from Adam. The fresh breeze and sound of the drizzle calmed his thoughts as he peered at the map, focusing on the outermost part. The first step was simple, digging. For the inner wall around the inner courtyard, he needs to dig a 1 meter wide, 2-3 meters deep trench around this place that is outside their cell block. And next, the same thing outside the outer fence. Only wider and deeper. Once the trench is dug, they will bring tools to set the foundation for the wall with the steel rebar and concrete, starting with corner pillars and then connecting them with the walls. Daryl, Adam, and others will work on mixing cement using the portable mixer and all later, while meanwhile Sasuke figured that he can start digging. They had the machinery and all, but in all honesty, Sasuke just thought an earth jutsu would do just fine, not at raising a wall, but at digging the trench. The former was much harder to explain. He picked up the pickaxe and the whole compacted excavator, which will be his excuse tools. Ran toward the perimeter of the yard and made sure everything was okay. Doing hand seals, he crouched, putting his hands on the ground, emptying 120 threads from his overall 124. And with a rumble, the ground parted centimeters away from his palms. A trench of 1 meter in width, 3 meters deep, and 5 meters in length was made just like that. Jutsu for the win, he smirked, waiting around a minute for his chakra to replenish and redoing the process all the way to the other corner of the yard, circling around the building they were in and back to the start point. Finished with the digging, he ran to make the outer fence. He didn't want them to ask him and want to see how he dug it this fast. He can do the same as the jutsu physically, but that would just be a waste of precious time. If everything was already made, no one would have the juice to ask for that. By 7:13 a.m., after the befuddled Dale went back to sleep, still unable to process how the fuck Sasuke dug all that in such a short time with some tools. The foundation trench was already made. Sasuke had the whole perimeter ready for the next step, building. Daryl walked outside thinking that Sasuke may be doing his morning exercises, just to see him walking toward the building lifting the damn excavator, and even more was the fucking trench that was suddenly around the yard. And even the outer fence. You did all that alone? Damn, man, well, thanks, I guess. Go have breakfast, I will set things up for the mixing. Daryl had nothing else to say, he just chalked the morning run and went to retrieve cement sacks, calling for Jim and William to help move the sandbags and blocks, ready for another long day of labor. Sasuke exchanged a few more words and went inside, seeing people already waking up and starting their day. Morning, he waved at Elena and Katniss, who were busy making breakfast. You were training? Digging, Elena. You said you can paint. Yeah, why? Found what I asked for? MHM, we will spend at least the next 5 months here, and I'm sure no one wants to have those gray peeling walls as our interior view. We will deal with wires and electricity first before leaving the paint to you guys, it should be fun. Of course, light blue, beige, white, those are the colors I think are good. Got any? Others are fine too. Yeah, a whole set. Shouldn't you rest today? You guys can work on the wall tomorrow, and we can help. Nah, I'm good, Adam. Maria and Dale will help with seeing to the heaters inside the cells. I already refilled the generators, and they will later deal with the doors. You girls also need to help each other to count our food, medicine, and other stocks, record it, and help with measurements. I, Daryl, Jim, Jenner, William, and Duan will deal with the wall. I don't know why, but that sounds like a lot of fun, Katniss chuckled, anticipating the work. And exhaustion, just don't force yourself, we will work at an easy pace. There's still the gun exercises later at noon, combat is and will stay the focus. He took a seat beside Katniss after washing her hands. The breakfast was brief, and soon everyone went to do their jobs. Sasuke joined Morgan and others who were with Adam, talking about how and what to do. We have massive loads of concrete foundations, With some work we will have them laced with thick rebar grids and poured here for the base. That can prevent many troubles, one of them being tunneling, in addition to providing an unshakable base for the wall's heavy weight. As Sasuke suggested, since we have materials, the walls themselves will be reinforced with steel plates. We have prefabricated reinforced concrete sections that can be lifted into place with some cranes. No need, I can do that myself. What? You know what I'm talking about, Sasuke? They are heavy and need machines. Sasuke didn't answer, he left behind a corner where they unloaded the materials. Adam almost felt that was disrespectful, just to see him coming back lifting the fucking concrete section that should weigh at least more than 200 kilograms, 440 pounds, on his shoulders. Those? I'm sure my friends here told you some things about me, and yeah, I will be doing the heavy lifting. Machines produce too much noise, and I'm more efficient. Sorry for cutting your talk. What's next? Sasuke put it aside and told the dumbfounded man to keep going on. They don't have time to waste, they actually do, but that wasn't the point. What the hell, alright, so yeah, where was I? Next we will build the wall with reinforced solid concrete, which can reach 4 meters up. Like I said, the prefabricated reinforced concrete sections are lifted into place by Sasuke. He still can't believe what he just witnessed. The boy looked like he just moved a bag of rice, not winded at all. And then we will bond them seamlessly with poured concrete, adding steel bars in between, making it a single, sturdy structure. If we have time and energy, we need to make the top angled inwards, embedded with jagged rebar and multiple layers of razor wire. This design is specifically to make climbing impossible and lethal to whoever may try. Amazing, let's get to work then. Chapter 61, TWD 61, Welcome to Reality. Ha, finally we won't be holed inside there. Carol stretched outside in the yard, smiling happily despite her sore shoulders. Today was a busy one spent all on working and moving around. She had to change the covers and wash them, help with peeling the old paint off the walls, move things to the storage room, help with counting, make lunch, join gunfiring exercises and take care of her daughter. And now after a whole day of work, they were finally out, readying grills and all for a barbecue dinner. A welcome gathering for the new members and Sasuke's return. Only Billy was missing, and from what they got from Sasuke, Billy himself was in good shape, healthy, and fed. So they didn't feel that bad, he will get his too. The walls around were only half done, but that was a beautiful start. It will take only one more day of focused work to finish with circling this whole section in the 4-meter wall. The most shocked by that, however, was Adam. One day, Sasuke did work that needed a whole team and at least 2 days in just 12 hours of continuous work. Feels amazing. How long had it been since we did this? Amy leaned on Andrea's shoulder, seeing the others joining around the big table set outside. The weather was cold, it stopped raining by noon, but this night breeze was still cold. Fortunately they got warm and clean new clothes. So no one was really uncomfortable. The place smelled like wet sand and iron, but no one really cared at this point. It had been 3 long nights since they were outside the cell block. Where is he? Patrols, with Daryl, Katniss answered Jenny. They need to relax a little, it's safe here, Maria said and was surprised to hear the little boy with Jenny replying to her. Rest but never totally relax, tragedies tend to strike when no one is expecting them. He munched on his bread, tired from helping others around. That's a good way to take it, kid, your father taught you right. Jenny's lips twitched at that. Morgan taught Duan to aim at the head, survival lessons were all from Sasuke. Papa Sasuke, Siri snickered at Duan, who told him to say her supposed part to shine. While everyone in the prison was having a good time after a fruitful day, relaxing with their loved ones, the night on the farm was totally the opposite. In the end, what Duan said had struck right in Rick's group case. Tragedy came knocking when no one expected it. It all started yesterday morning with Carl, who, feeling bored, stole Glenn's revolver and decided to wander to the forest near the farmhouse and see if he can find something interesting to do. He walked until he came to the swamps. And there, a walker had its feet trapped in the swamps, unable to move. Carl started throwing pebbles at it, it became fun, and he decided on taking a closer look that didn't end well and nearly had him killed. One of the walker's stuck feet got freed, and the walker nearly fell upon Carl, who fumbled, dropping the revolver, and ran back to the farm, leaving the walker on the ground, one foot still stuck and trying to reach for the running boy. That same night, that same walker somehow freed itself and had wandered close to the farmhouse, and unfortunately, one of their group fell victim to him. A man named Paul. Carl eventually confessed to Shane about his actions that led to that, but Shane told him that it wasn't his fault, and it was kept under wraps. The next day wasn't any better, though all of them thought it was, as Herschel finally allowed Rick and some of his close people to live in their house, fearing for Lori, who was pregnant and wanting to offer a better place for them. They even started planning seriously to make the place more secure. They patrolled the area, killed walkers, and Rick assigned guard duties to some people, had Shane and T-Dog start to build lookouts on the windmill and the barn, and finally set plans to start on progressing into securing the farm more. He even went with Glenn to free Randall in a faraway place, the prisoner whose pierced leg had healed enough for him to walk. But in the end, he and Glenn couldn't find it in them to abandon Randall and brought him back. His family was safe anyway in the farmhouse, and Randall can even be assigned to do some jobs, or so thought Rick. Yet again, that thought disappeared when they were on the way back. A horde, unlike anything they had seen before, was advancing toward the farmhouse, some walkers already too close to the tents outside the house. Glenn punched the horn in an attempt to alert everyone as he sped forward, and people at the house finally noticed the horde closing in on them. But some unfortunate people emerged from their tents only to be welcomed with hungry walkers, jaws biting at whatever alive thing was in front. Screams echoed. Shane, who was checking the barn, became alerted by the horn and gunshots and ran outside just to see walkers coming for him. With no way forward, he closed the doors, trying to see a way out from upstairs. Only one thought echoed in his head: Lori and Carl. Eventually, he shouted for Jimmy, who was driving the RV, to come close so he could jump on it, lighting a fire in the barn behind him, and hearing Jimmy's painful screams as walkers somehow found their way inside the RV, which had its door unlocked. Seeing walkers distracted by Jimmy, Shane jumped down and ran toward the farmhouse. He saw Herschel, Lori holding Carl's hand, Jackie, Otis holding his wife's hand, Maggie and Beth, and 3 others all retreating. But one walker was sneaking close to Lori, who didn't notice him. He shot at one, another, and his revolver clicked, signaling its last bullet. Rick was running toward them from the other side, but neither would reach in time to deal with the walker nearing Lori. With no other option, Shane, who was still some feet away, shoved a man toward the walker, causing him to drop behind Carl, and the walker got distracted by its flesh, as did the nearby walkers, finally giving their group a chance to retreat to the cars. T-Dog's pickup screeched to a halt, and he opened the door, letting Maggie and her sister in. Otis helped his wife get in the back, while he killed a walker and followed her up. Rick took the SUV with Herschel, his wife and son, and another man and woman. While Shane went to the car, Glenn was driving with a girl, the old man, and his wife. Randall was still blindfolded and bound in the trunk, unaware of the chaos outside and his unclear fate. They didn't look back. Walkers were coming from everywhere in great numbers, leaving no room for overthinking. Everyone just hit the gas and drove away from the farm. But every single one of them had the same thing, the same regret. If only Sasuke, Daryl, and others were here, they could have worked together and prevented this. Like the previous times, walkers had ripped through half of them already, the remaining having an unknown fate. As in the end, they had abandoned the only one who was working on changing their fate, and with him gone, so came the butterfly effect. How did this happen? Why suddenly? Didn't we discuss putting lookouts? Glenn gritted his teeth, ramming through a walker with fury. That plan was supposed to be put to work tomorrow. How could we know that shit would hit the fan this fucking quick? Shane spat back, his words filled with frustration. He was still coming to terms with the fact that he had just killed a man, indirectly, but the result was still the same. A man died because of him. But Lori and Carl, they would have been the ones to go down if I didn't do it. I saved 3 lives in exchange for 1. He breathed hard. There were still walkers in the road ahead. Where are we even going to go? Glenn's palms were sweating. Thankfully, his girlfriend was there, alive with him in the car. He was there in time to save her. Her brother, on the other hand, went down unfortunately as he ran away, abandoning her just to be caught first. The highway, it's the only point close to us that we all are familiar with. Rick will surely go there to regroup. Drive to there. Shane told him, gathering himself up. This wasn't time for that. He still isn't sure about what happened to Lori and Carl and others and his unborn child in Lori's womb. He refused to believe it was Rick's, no matter how much Lori said otherwise. She was his, and that child would be too. If only he were here. Just why the fuck did it have to happen now? When everything was finally going on the right track, why? T-Dog slammed the wheel, angry. He wouldn't change anything, not alone. Did you see how many there were? Maggie, who was hugging her crying sister, lashed out. Just hearing the talk about Sasuke was making her more angry. Actually, none of this would have happened if he was here. He always was prepared, and even when he wasn't, he always dealt with them, Billy, Daryl, Katniss, and even Dale. If they were here, none of this would have happened. In the end, your father is the cause of this. His group is safe in the prison, none of them have died. Yet look at ours, Paul last night, and now Diana, Liza, Killian, they all. Tears went down his cheek remembering the screams of those people. People he was eating with just some hours ago. Now, not anymore. It was dawn when the cars pulled to the highway where Sophia once disappeared from. The hoods were bloodied, some having rotten skin clinging to parts, showing how the way out wasn't easy at all. The sun was rising, but it brought no hope or warmth this time, only despair and the mourning of loss and death. Rick got out to see who survived. And he gritted his teeth seeing the number of their people. Rick, Lori, Carl, Herschel, a man named Mike, and a lady named Gloria. T-Dog, Maggie, Beth, Patricia, Otis, and Jackie. Glenn, Shane, a girl named Vivian, and an old man named Gale and his wife. 17, from the 28, only 17 made it, 18 if you count the bound prisoner, Randall, that needed no longer to be, as they had no place to keep secret now. They exchanged hugs, some relieved that at least their loved ones had made it. Others are grieving, only this time, there is no one to point fingers at. There is no Carrot, why didn't you do something Carrot to Sasuke? Or Carrot, why are you always siding with your people Carrot to Billy and Morgan? Because this time, it was obvious this was the consequence of their own choices. True, they acted to prevent this possibility, but that action simply came too late. What to do now? Had anyone contacted Sasuke? Rick asked. CB was on the RV. I don't remember the channel, T-Dog said. The CB given by Sasuke was adjusted on the channel, and he didn't care about recalling it. Jimmy, where's Jimmy? He didn't make it, Shane answered Otis, who hugged his wife hearing that. We need to contact Sasuke, Glenn told Rick just to hear Mike's rebuttal to that suggestion. What is he going to do anyway? He has a place, secured from what I heard, we can head there. You go, we won't. Herschel shook his head, hugging Maggie and Beth, who was crying. Herschel. This isn't the time for this. You think he will just let me and my family in, after what happened between our people? Rick felt his head throb hearing that from Herschel. Are they still going over this? He took a deep breath before explaining it to them. He will, we are his people too, Daryl, Morgan, and Billy, they won't turn their back on us. I still won't go, America's land is big, we will find another place or another farm. And thus, a long debate broke out, and after what felt like an eternity, they all came to a decision. They will try to find a place, another one, theirs, just like Sasuke and others did. If a damn pretty Asian kid can do it, so can we. Mike nodded, satisfied with the decision. Rick, too, was leaning toward that reasoning of Herschel. Lori made sure of that. If all failed, they would go to the prison and ask help from Sasuke. None are aware of how much worse their decisions are becoming. And the consequences. As in the end, deep down, most here just couldn't bear the thought of losing that pleasure that came from being a leading figure to someone else, especially to a foreign young boy half their age. Even if it is all crumbling, like they said, being the head of a chicken is way better than a dragon's tail. Unaware that in the end, it is still a chicken that would be preyed upon at every possible turn. == I won't say anything about this, I myself am not even sure if that is how they would react after what happened. Searching for a new place rather than going for Sasuke. To those who watched the series, I'm rewatching it. You will see how, with more time, the thrill that came from leading others was deep-rooted in Rick and others, even Glenn at some point in the prison. Every time they went to a new community, they somehow tried hard to regain that authority. Sometimes it was the right call, sometimes not. Which isn't bad actually, but if that thrill made you unable to choose the right thing for your people, then it is. The whole undecisiveness with the governor. And if you saw Fear the Walking Dead, Madison and her group? Man. They were worse than anything I saw with Rick's group. I regretted even watching that. I was expecting Morgan, yet that came a whole 4 seasons later that were pure torture. And at that point I dropped it. They are a damn plague that destroyed every place they went to, just because every single time, they tried to dethrone the leading figures at those shelters. Sorry about ranting here lol, I just felt like it. Maybe I'm not the only one who felt like that seeing that show. Hope the chapter was good, comment and share your ideas. Thanks for the amazing support, and like I said, if chapters aren't dropped at their usual time, expect a bulk release whenever I'm back. Stay safe. Chapter 62, TWD ch 62, Butchered Romance. Now, Billy knows that he had many plans for this place, Woodbury, but he swears. Becoming attached to a woman wasn't one of them at all. It felt like she just decided to kick the door and enter the thing called his shitty boring life here and signed her name in its cracked walls. It all started with a fucking massage, not the oily kind, mind you. He was suffering from a muscle strain on his shoulder, and she told him she could help. That led to that, a dinner here, a story there, and now Billy was thinking about what she may be really feeling toward him instead of calling for Sasuke. You can't blame him, he is but a human, and he wished to have a little more of this before getting right back to the bloody serious work. Martha has grown on him, yeah, but that didn't change who he is and what he was doing. He just felt complicated and hoped she would come to trust and believe him, instead of that shitty governor. Why the long face? Martha peeked from the kitchen, seeing him leaning back on the sofa and looking up at the ceiling. Nothing, just thinking, but you know, there was no need for this. There is, otherwise you would be eating that cold junk and cleaning your piece. She smiled, putting a plate on the table, and Billy stood up, deciding to help. Will Mia be okay with this? I don't think she likes my presence here, Billy said, asking her about her daughter while setting the last plate. The girl did nothing disrespectful, but he just felt that he shouldn't be here right now. You are overthinking it. She let you in and went to her room without slapping you. That means she approved of you. I can bet on my 3 damn legs that she didn't. The girl's glare and Katniss's when she first saw him were identical. That wasn't approval in his book. Huh? You got only 2. And Billy smirked at that. Darling, you just haven't seen the 3rd yet. Oh ho, so when are you planning to introduce me to it? She winked at him. He laughed, feeling at ease, but his mind as usual, threw at him the worst possible scenario to mess with his mood. He tried not to think about it, but in the end, he couldn't stop it. I'll be frank, is this all a play from the governor? Billy just couldn't believe that she fell from the fucking sky, deciding to take care of little ol' him so suddenly. He wasn't some baby-faced ninja. Martha put the cup she was holding down with more force than necessary, and she looked at him, her smile gone. I thought you were smarter. Do you think I would be doing this in my house, where my daughter sleeps, if it was some, what? Evil conspiracy to trap your highness. And you think I would touch someone that way just because I was told? Like a damnable prostitute? Out, there's no food for you tonight. I expect an apology tomorrow and a gift. Billy stood there, unable to react. He knows she is some kind of Spartan when she becomes angry, that much was clear from what he heard around here, but this still caught him off guard. As it was the first time, her beautiful face held no smile. I know, I fucked up, language, Billy. Martha cut him with a sigh and signaled him to sit. I get it, you aren't fond of this place, you even faked your name. I don't know your reasons, but you don't like Philip, that much is clear to me. Last time I spoke well about him, that hand nearly shattered your bottle of whiskey. She paused, seeing his surprised face. Women are naturally perceptive, especially if it concerns their interests. I'm torn between feeling proud here or feeling down. You should feel hungry, eat, and go to sleep. Tomorrow we will talk. He scratched the awkwardness but looked at her for a second. Why did she point at that door when she said go to sleep part? Don't look at me like that. You are sleeping here, I can join you, only to sleep of course, so you won't fear the spy me running at night to tell the governor. I know you wouldn't get a wink of sleep if you left for your apartment. I don't really care about him, I just wanted to know which side you are on. Billy couldn't believe a random woman was able to read him like an open book. There are sides? Well, I'm in mine, keep your mess away from Mia and we are good. Otherwise, I swear, I'll dig your balls out if you and whatever you are planning endanger her. Billy could only nod at that, taking a bite from his salad. Internally, though, it was another story. And here I was boasting about my spying skills. Giving you their underwear colors. My ass. You can't even hide the fact you aren't good with that Bats hit governor from her. Fucking awesome, good thing he isn't here. Just imagining the mocking look of some ninja ticked him off. Maybe she is just the better spy, no way I'm that bad. And just like that, Billy got his dinner, his first relieved sleep hugging a woman in what was a fucking long time, and not thinking about the world ending. The next morning Billy woke up, finding his breakfast ready, did his usual routine and watch duty, had lunch, and made a promise to Martha that his actions and reasons weren't and won't be shameful nor harmful. Then after hours of boring watch duty and a bunch of headbutts with that clown Dixon, Billy went to his apartment, as in the end, Mia was a grown-up, and he didn't want her to feel awkward with him spending too much time in their house. Billy opened the door to his apartment with a sigh, dropping his jacket on the chair only to stiffen, taking out his revolver. Easy, it's me. Damn boy, you scared the shit out of me, Billy whispered, seeing Sasuke emerge from a shadowed corner like he was a part of it. How are you doing, old man? I'm good, you came faster than expected. I thought you wouldn't reach here until the evening. Billy wasn't even sure how the fuck he came all the way here to his apartment without anyone noticing. Others are sending their regards, here. Sasuke tossed him a bottle of fruit juice. Siri and Sophia made it, so don't you dare complain if it is sour or too sweet. Heh, I will try to not. They doing good? Machem, everything is fine. I don't know when the person keeping an eye on me will be around here, we shouldn't speak, right? Don't you worry, I placed a sound-absorbing seal. Sasuke pointed at a paper stuck to the exit door. Another piece of voodoo shit I see, practical. Yep, especially when doing naughty things, so, how did it go? Billy chuckled at that. Your ninja way of soundproofing is weird, but yeah, it went better than expected, hostilities confirmed. The issue is how to deal with everything now. People here are innocents, the governor and a bunch of his men were the bad factors. But this shit will test your way of life, boy. Merle, huh? Yeah, he was one of the black sheeps, he probably did some bad shit out there. But he is Daryl's brother. On one hand, I know your way of dealing with those kinds of people, annihilation. But you won't do something to make Daryl hate you, will ya? He is like a brother to us at this point, and if you exclude him from your own rule just because of that, you'll be no different than the governor, another hypocritical man. So, Uchiha Sasuke, Billy took a seat in front of him, looking him in the eye. What's your choice? There was a tense silence before Sasuke spoke in the same calm, undisturbed tone. You seem wrong about something here, Billy. I wasn't and am not a good person. Good persons are those who won't kill, steal, lie, or harm others even if they were harmed instead. I am me, I am free, I do what I want, whenever I want, for whatever I want. I wanted to protect you guys, I did. I want to build a dependent home, I am doing it. If I want Merle alive, no one can stop me from keeping him, the same if I want him otherwise. But yeah, I work by a set of rules, my rules and my way of life. I won't change them because I am afraid of what others think. Billy, I follow them because it's my way, my calling. As simple as that. The governor will be dealt with, and so will his 3 men. Merle is the brother of Daryl, an important part of our community who has contributed since the beginning, thus, Daryl Dixon will have his own advantages, the same with you, and the same with Morgan. One of those advantages is a reach for all my resources whenever you want, the other is a pardon. As long as their actions didn't harm our people directly, causing a loss, they will get a pardon either for themselves or toward their family. Even if that action was ticking off a fucking bomb in the shelter by mistake, as long as there are no casualties and we deal with it, my people who contributed as much will be pardoned. So will be their families. And that is as far as I'm willing to go. Daryl will have that for Merle, but he will also work to gain it. And Merle would only get one chance, and will be under my personal watch. I don't deal with loose ends. Does this explain it? Or I'm still the hypocrite, Billy? Goosebumps rose through Billy's body, seeing Sasuke simply sitting in front of him, leaning forward using his knees as support, fingers crossed, speaking each word with a clear voice, showing no hesitation or doubt at his own choices. And more importantly, those red eyes, Billy, for the first time since he met Sasuke, felt fear. Instinct that seemed to awaken not from Sasuke, but from the feeling those eyes were giving him. Taking a deep shuddering breath, Billy spoke, regaining his composure. Oi, boy, stop scaring the shit out of old me. Billy swept a hand over his sweaty forehead. But yeah, I was afraid you would be deciding on going by the book, like the fucking law of the old world. Then eventually, some smart fuckasses would use that against you just like they did in courts, but once again, you exceeded my expectations. By being the unexpected, no one can use that to trap you. I guess all my planning to give you that hard lesson is no more needed. What a waste of so much fucking effort. It's such a pain to have a sneaky little brother. There's nothing there to teach him. Billy leaned back, then looked back at the now confused Sasuke. Your new headlamps are cool and all, but damn, they are creepy to be stared at with such intensity. Another ninja magic? Sharingan? It was until now that it did register for Sasuke that he activated his Sharingan, a damn habit that is still on him even after all this time. Whenever his emotions flared, so would his Sharingan. Yeah, our bloodline limit. I recovered enough to use part of it. Shanin gangs? Billy asked, and Sasuke shot him a deadpan face. I'm just messing with ya, but the translation for that, as you told me, is the wheel eye or something. Why? I don't see any will pattern. And now, Sasuke used chakra to speed up his perception, which worked as if time were moving in slow motion. And Billy saw the black point in each eye rotating in opposite directions around his pupil. Ag, I got dizzy just looking at that. Tell me you aren't seeing the world around turning like a fucking disco ball. Nah, but I see the strand of hair in your scalp, not yours, long, woman's, not exactly youthful. Happy to see you were enjoying life, Butcher. Sasuke smirked, seeing him suddenly stiffen. So you are a damn microscope now. The upgrade. Billy laughed awkwardly at that, not knowing how to discuss Martha's matter with him. Come on, stop fidgeting, this is not like you at all. Spill it. What is it? So boy, yeah, well. I kind of found my own. Katniss. I mean, not a Katniss, but you got it, yeah? A wife. Partner? Machem, though, not yet a wife. Congratulations, so who is the unlucky one? She's, huh? Huh? You just said. I said nothing. I was about to congratulate you. You growing old fast, Billy. Hearing problems this soon? Billy chuckled, the tension leaving his shoulders. He didn't even know why telling the boy felt like he was filling a damn guilty confession. It was weird. He felt like a parent telling his son he was remarrying. Equals. Okay, so first thing, well, I figured I have to give our butcher his own family too, someone to hug and comfort him. So guys, I'll leave Martha's illustration to you, the one getting the most likes will be it. You guys can post the illustrations here. That's also why I didn't put a description of her in the chapter and dropped only the name. Just don't screw Billy with a goblin like Martha. Do it. If you want to, even Mia's too, just know that Martha is around Billy's age, so I don't think Mia will be a little girl, it's up to you. Decide whatever you guys like. Sorry about the age, because I already messed up and decided in the next chapter one wrote to be 28 years old. Seriously though, I can still edit it, so you do you. Now, the second important note. I know some of you will find what Sasuke said to be utter bullshit, and I can respect that. But was he me wrong? How many people are using the loopholes in the law to get out free from their crimes somehow just because? This is what your damn law/clause/rules says here, you can't bend it. And that's why Billy, who himself was a victim to that #backstory hashtag, feared for Sasuke, who always seems to put specific rules, as he knows that when their community grows, some people will eventually start to work on the loopholes of those rules. And next, Sasuke would be forced to either adhere to the rules he set or lose his credibility and assertiveness with their people. But if from the start, everyone knows that Sasuke is the type who always does the unexpected and it always results in a positive outcome, no one would be that smartass with him. In the end, it's me who's the hypocrite here, as I just saw potential in Merle and can't find another way to have both parties satisfied. Killing Merle will mean Daryl going his way and never going back to that group. And as everybody knows, this fanfic without Daryl and Billy just won't feel the same. Though, I won't give Merle an easy way out at all. Chapter 63, TWD 63, let's keep it simple. The next morning. Why are you doing this? Who are you people? Release them, you fucking asshole, we took you in. Ungrateful, you don't deserve what we gave you, you animal. Billy stood there, keeping a blank face, in all honesty. He didn't give two fucks what they were shouting, but he was concerned seeing Martha aside with her daughter gripping her hands. Clap. A sudden loud sound shattered the chorus, and people stared in surprise at the young man. That clap was louder than a car crash. Before you regret your words, and I mean by this the guilt after you know the truth, give us a chance to explain ourselves, all right? Sasuke spoke to the people gathering in front of them. The governor, Martinez, and two other men were bound under his feet, kneeling and gagged, looking in fear. Only they know what happened and how traumatizing the events that led to this were. Sasuke didn't waste time, nor did he choose to play the puppeteer. Those were merely 40 people, normal people, and only the bitter truth will solve this in one strike. Thank you, my friend here. His real name is Billy Butcher. Like I said, we have our reasons for all of this, and if you give me the chance now, I'll take some time to explain everything. Go on. Say why you are doing this to our governor. We never harmed you, a young man shouted at him. Many here attacked at first when they saw him dragging their people here to the road but were all deflected literally, in a harmless way by that single man with the sword. Alright, first, my name is Uchiha Sasuke. We have no enmity with you, but approximately 2 weeks ago, when I and my people were traveling in search of a shelter, something happened that led to me being separated from them. 5 men attacked me, and yes, they are from here. Now you would say you would never do that, maybe, but this man, he isn't what you think he is. And I know mere words won't be believable, this. He showed them a small bottle filled with pills. This is known as the honesty pill, something developed in our base. Whoever consumes it won't be able to lie when asked. But I need a volunteer from you, someone I don't know anything about, nor does he or she. I can promise it's not harmful, and I won't ask any sensitive questions. The volunteer need to try and lie to all my questions. Just something to show you people the effect of the pills. They hesitated, and Billy widened his eyes, seeing a lady holding her hand up, stepping forward, and looking him in the eye. Mia? I need to know that you won't harm my mother. I'll be your volunteer if you promise you will give me one of the pills, and you, Billy, will consume it and answer just one, of my questions. It had been a long time since Mia saw her mother smiling that way to a man, enjoying herself, even before the outbreak, so she wanted to be sure Billy isn't messing with her mother's emotions and he really is genuinely thinking of them as family. Or his soon-to-be family. Sasuke looked over to Billy, already knowing who this girl and her mother are, while Billy looked over to Martha, who nodded her head. All right, I swear I won't ask anything you wouldn't like, but every question I ask, try your best to lie, she nodded, taking the pill. Sasuke waited a few moments, and Martha moved forward to inspect her daughter, who appeared normal, minus her eyes that seemed unfocused, and Sasuke reassured her that it will take only 10 minutes for her to go back to normal. What is your name? Mia Blackwell even when all people heard Sasuke telling her to lie, and Mia seemed to agree, they watched as the girl herself answered with the truth, looking to be in a weird trance. What is your age? 28. What is your favorite place here? The library, she answered again. How many times did you have a nature call today? Billy rubbed his forehead hearing that. Come on, boy, is that the best you can do? 2. Don't look at me like that. I don't know what may be evident enough that we aren't together in this, and at the same time something that isn't sensitive. Since you seem speechless, go on, you ask her. Sasuke stepped back, he didn't want to be asking those things either. Who is the most lovable person here? Mia pointed at a little girl held by her mother nearby. Sasuke, seeing that Billy wasn't doing any better, turned to Martha. Ma'am, would it be okay to ask your daughter something you may be the only one who knows? Nothing sensitive. You can ask her about the color of her eyes. Many people got confused by that. Sasuke focused on Mia's eyes, and it clicked to him. Mia, what is your eyes' true color? Blue. They look hazel. I'm wearing contact lenses. She retracted them, showing her irises' true color, blue, like her mother. And no one here knew about it, so that at least somehow confirmed the effect of the pill. All right, that's enough, see? It doesn't harm but would make others answer truthfully. Sasuke ungagged the governor and shoved a pill into his mouth, forcing him to eat it. 10 seconds later the governor entered the same state Mia was in. How many people have you killed after the breakout? 14. Detail each case and why you did it. 2 men who were holing up in a police station and refused to let us in. We took over that station and brought the few guns back. 5 who were in the pharmacy. They seemed dangerous to bring back at that time, and we were in need of medicines only. 3. Simon and his brothers. At that a woman had her eyes widening, and several others near here too. She couldn't believe it. The governor said that her brothers went down while trying to protect them from a horde, sacrificing themselves to make a way out for them. She even slept with him that night after he comforted her. You. She charged, but Billy stopped her, telling her she will have her revenge after all things are over. Keep going, why? I heard they were discussing taking some guns sneakily and stashing them away. I won't tolerate such intentions, and they weren't of much use anyway. They consumed many times what they worked for. Can't make hard decisions and would have eventually compromised my plans. Go on, the other 4. A rich family I found in a small villa near here. They had an armored car and supplies. I didn't like the way the father and mother ordered me to help them, so I put everyone there down, and we had their supplies. Why were you decisive in killing people out there but working hard for those here? You kept those here safe? Why? Even Sasuke was curious about that. Because many here were with me since the beginning, and I discovered after all this that human resources would be necessary, so I started recruiting those I can control and use. The admiration was one thing I liked receiving from them. I found that I can do way more than just surviving. Every great man, and Sasuke gagged him again, uninterested in his motivational speech. And that's it. Like I said before, what I'm about to do, no one of you can change it, but I wanted you to witness what kind of person you were following. If his men didn't attack me, I wouldn't have known about him, and you can imagine what he will have done as time went by. Is there anyone here who wants to say something? Who are you? May I interpret that as you asking to know more about me and my situation? The man nodded at Sasuke. Till now, all they got was his name. He talked about having a group previously, something many were surprised to hear, as they thought the outside wouldn't be safe for many people to survive. At least that's what they got from the governor. Like I said, I am Sasuke Uchiha. This here is my friend Billy Butcher. We met some weeks ago, found some people, and helped each other. After some unfortunate occasions, we found a place. My group is just like you. We have women, kids, and old people. We made a safe place and are working to have a better future. I hope that answers your question. What do you want from us? Nothing. I'm here just to deliver my statement and promise over his actions toward me and my people. Sasuke pointed at the governor and continued. The real question is, what do you intend to do from here now? I am aware that by my actions, I'm harming your interest, as those guys here, no matter how shitty they were your defense line. Thus, I can offer you two choices. Like I said, I have a group, but in mine, people are disciplined, and they work together, all of them, so if you want, I can help you join us. Food and safety are guaranteed, I can promise you that. The other option is I let you be, give you more guns and weapons to protect yourselves better, and even food, but what happens later and how you live is up to you. We want to stay, this is our home. We will come with you, but you will help us come back if we don't like it there. And we want to be in touch with those who stay. Many voiced their thoughts. And he expected this. Some people, old people, wanted to stay, others saw the opportunity in what Sasuke said. Many of them have the courage and wanted to help but were kept in here by the governor. Now this guy told them they can work, fight, and protect their families themselves, without relying on others. They decided to give it a go. They were few but the best he can have from a place like this. Of course, I'll give you CB to have communication with everyone here. I will leave in the morning, at 7 a.m. Those of you who want to come with me, be here with your luggage. Don't worry about the transportation vehicle, I'll take care of that. What do you intend to do with them? The woman from before pointed at the terrified governor and his 3 men. Your brothers were killed by him? Or more likely those 3. You can have your revenge, but I need him for something, Billy. Go talk to her. Don't worry, I'll take care of things here. Oh, and people. Sasuke called for them. My friend deserves an apology. You didn't forget what you called him, did you? He fought hard to keep his Sharingan under control, not forgetting the one who called Billy an animal. After all, he was an Uchiha, and they took every insult seriously, especially those thrown at their own people. Billy chuckled hearing that. Even I dropped the matter, but that's Sasuke for you. He nodded at the old man who came to offer his apology and shook his hand. Then followed Martha to her house, intending to have her and Mia leave with them in the morning. Sasuke, on the other hand, was lost in thoughts. He could have simply showed them a tape about their place, how safe it is, and the interior and all, but his shinobi mindset made him decide on not doing it. As in the end, that was info, valuable info, and unneeded for them to know now. He looked down at Merle, or the basic clone posing as Merle, and felt a headache coming. He better wear that thing, or I will make it a part of his face. Sasuke thought of the deal he had with Merle. He will keep the mask he had given him, wearing it on his face all the time with the uniform, and he will use the voice modifier to talk. Otherwise, he will sew those on his fucking skin. This, after all, is the only possible way to move forward with having Merle alive and around. Chapter 64, TWD 64, Ghost and a Friendly Women Talk. Sit. Yeah, kid, can't you think more about the uniform thing? I'm not fond of those guys. A man in a special forces uniform, wearing a skull mask and a hood covering his head under it, spoke, shifting uncomfortably. His voice sounded too deep to be of a human. Sasuke looked at him without saying anything for a whole minute, making the masked man sweat even in this cold weather. I am sorry for talking without your permission, Merle spoke with a traumatic trace in his voice. Especially when seeing those freakish red eyes peering at him. What Merle missed is that those red eyes that terrified him weren't just a visual effect on this alien boy who tossed him from one corner to another this morning like a fucking rag doll. But they were also working on making him more tame too, with subtle genjutsu. Merle Dixon. Yes. 10 people just saw me killing you and the other 4 just now, so I don't need any more bullshit, otherwise I'll make it real. I mean, are you a fucking dumbass to tell 3 people here that you killed her brothers? You were expecting a clap or something? So from here, you'll have to follow the deal that kept you alive. Our deal states that, from this point on, you will have this outfit and the mask, worn all the time when you aren't in your base. Your code name is Ghost. You will meet Daryl. And only those I choose are permitted to know your real identity. Disclose it to anyone else, and I will rip your tongue and shove it where light doesn't shine. You will work hard to redeem your actions. With time, when Woodberries and our people come to accept you as Ghost and view you as their guardian, you can have your own name back. It won't happen. Sasuke knows from Billy's investigations that for a man like Merle, once the people come to like and respect his ghost persona, it will be too late for Merle to care about having his name and public face back. Do you agree to my last order I stated in our deal? I do. From this point on, I will be ghost, and I'll have to follow you as if I am your shadow. Whenever you go, I go. Except bathroom and bedroom, Merle thought. Good. Sasuke wasn't interested in Merle's abilities, they were mediocre, and his clones would be 100 times better. But he needs him to be in sight from this point to make sure he won't do something stupid. Who knows, maybe Merle of the future would turn out to be a surprise for all of them. Leaving the guy in the basement, Sasuke left to his own temporary place. Sighing from dealing with all those problems. He swore if there was another capable person with capabilities like his, he would leave all those troublesome issues of leading others to him and just enjoy his damn life. Without having to calculate everything, keep others in check, think of their mental states and all, receive insults, and hold the expectations, he would be just in some corner lying back. Alas, that won't happen, the crow said. If you want that kind of life, you need to fight for it. Sasuke, who was eating a delicious soup delivered by Billy, courtesy of Martha, switched his vision with the falcon. A dilapidated farmhouse came to his view, the one the falcon was watching from a tree some distance away. It was situated in the middle of a clearing, but there was nothing special about it. A few figures were moving inside, looking for food. Was it shame? He didn't know. Rick told him that a horde surprised them, and they were forced to leave, losing people in the process, and that they found a place. But didn't ask for food, protection, or anything. He just said that Herschel knows a place and they will try it. Or pride. This isn't like Rick. He is the type to help others and ask for help too. He won't care about pride if his wife needs food. He sighed and let them be. This, after all, had nothing to do with him. Unfortunate, yes, but he has tons of other things to do. One of them is having the people who will go with him organized. Finishing with the outer wall, cutting the trees and leveling the ground around the prison, make traps and another big trench separating the prison and the outer place so no truck can simply drive forward and slam into the wall. Make more defense systems, loot more places, supervise the training, unlock his jutsus. Debating with Rick and others now would just make him lose it. He wasn't the type to have a big capacity of patience when it comes to those things after all. In the end, they are the protagonist group, they will survive and come back to him. Why was he so sure? Sasuke looted this part. Was there a suitable place for them? He had already emptied it, and the surviving people he found around were just few and hostile. If Sasuke hadn't dealt with them, Rick might find himself in the unfortunate shit called. He didn't want to think about what may happen if those beasts caught them. Go back to the prison, he ordered the falcon. The snake will keep watch on Rick's group from this point on. After all, he didn't find it in him to abandon them. She will drop some weapons and canned food in a visible place near them too. Just in case. Sasuke, who finished washing the plates, dropped on his bed when he felt someone walking toward his apartment. Seconds later, a knock sounded. Now what? He stood and walked to the front door, opening it. Hey, Sasuke, right? My name is Rowan Abernathy. First time meeting you. Welcome to Woodbury. A beautiful woman with black hair and blue eyes, appearing to be in her mid-30s, was standing there, smiling as she introduced herself, holding a covered tray. This meal was cooked with simple ingredients. I figured you were alone and didn't have something warm to eat in this cold weather. I did, but he didn't say that and simply accepted it from her, thanking her for the gesture. I will follow you tomorrow, but is it okay if we discuss some things? Many here wanted to know things too, and I was kinda chosen to discuss their worries with you. Sure, where? Any you are comfortable with, your place can do if that's fine with you, she smiled, seeing him inviting her in. The place inside was empty, just basic furniture and his jacket put on the coat hanger near the entrance. His sword, on the other hand, was put near his bed. You are good with it? Aren't guns more practical? She asked curiously, pointing at the unsheathed blade. She wasn't there when he fought others this morning but heard that he subdued at least 10 of them with just bare hands. I suppose so. I'm more comfortable with blades. Here, I only have water here. He offered her a cup of water. Thanks. So, Lady Abernathy. Just Rowan is fine, I will call you Sasuke too. Sure, it's late, and I wouldn't like to trouble you any more than this, you can simply drop your worries all at once. I don't mind. Sasuke thought that she was trying to ease the discussion bit by bit before starting the business, while Rowan discovered that this one's EQ wasn't the best, either that, or he is pretending and playing hard. Yeah, sure, so, is your place more secure than this? Location-wise, protocols and armory, yeah, we have people skilled in taking out walkers, we have enough ammunition, clothes, and food, and my people all work together, each contributing something. Impressive. I hope it is as he said, she secretly thought of 2 points, the my part and the way he spoke about their resources. She didn't know whether he was boasting or just telling her the truth. What are your people's arrangements for us? Will we be, some type of subordinates? And can I talk to the women from your part? Another one with potential, Sasuke thought, hearing what she was really here for. He said they have women. What if that was a lie, and what awaits them is something more cruel than just dying? How about this? You can even video call them. Sasuke went to his backpack and retrieved a PC and camera from his storage seal. But there's no internet? I know, that's why we will need to work on a rather irregular method that would take another half hour to an hour though. Is that okay with you? He asked her as he started setting things around, while mentally ordering his summon. Yeah, but how is it going to work? First, do an introduction, your name, and what is going on, and ask what you want. The other side will then receive the video and will answer your questions in one go. We will receive that video and play it here. She nodded her head but was still unable to figure out how they will do the send and receive process without the internet. Hey, how are you doing, guys? So in brief, we dealt with Woodbury's situation. Some people want to join us and they sent a representative to speak to me, but some of her questions need you guys to answer, here. He turned the camera to the girl, who finished lifting the edge of her dress up to cover more of her chest. Hello, my name is Rowan, and like Sasuke said, a few of our people have questions that we hope you can answer. I was told there were ladies and kids in your group, can I see that if possible? Secondly, I want to ask about the basic living conditions there, like what you are given, what you are told to do, and the overall situation, and also what we are expected to do once we are there. If it's not overstepping, it would be awesome to have each of you hold her pinky finger at least once during the video. Sasuke nodded and ended the recording. Taking the SD card, he tore a paper and wrote to Katniss on it, rolling both in a cloth. Won't it take hours to deliver it back and forth? And it's already night and dangerous, I don't mind though, I can just find a place to nap around. It won't. She watched as Sasuke opened the window and let out a whistle. It was almost hard to hear, like a low whisper, and she didn't understand the need for that. She watched him stepping back and raising his arm by his side. Seconds later a whooshing sound was accompanied by something fast dropping on his arm. Rowan watched in amazement as Sasuke caressed the eagle's head, giving it something to eat. What? He got an eagle? How did it hear that faint whistle? Deliver it to Katniss. Sasuke wrapped the cloth on its leg and helped it take off again with a powerful swing. Was that? My falcon, you can treat this as your place, it won't take too long before we get the reply. He pointed at the bed, telling her it was okay if she wanted to rest on it, took his sword, went to a chair, leaned back, put it on his lap, and closed his eyes. That's it? That's it? == 37 minutes later, that was spent with Rowan wondering if she was dealing with an unusual quiet man or whether he was just uninterested in non-Asian girls. No way, because I'm a few years older? She looked down at her chest. Nope, no way someone would ignore this just for some numbers. Heck, she can't remember how many times she was flirted with on those 4 days she was here. One red-necked guy nearly bled her ears with his unusual lines. She wasn't desperate herself, but only she knows how much she needs a cuddle and comfort those days, just not from any random guy. The familiar whoosh sounded again, stopping her train of thoughts, and she watched the falcon drop again, perching itself on the window's frame. Sasuke stood, took the cloth tied to its leg off, and set it free again after some caresses. She herself wondered if she could pat it too. She still didn't believe that he was taming that falcon and how intelligent it was to understand his orders. Sasuke took the SD card, inserted it into the PC, and played the new video on it. I will be answering your questions, and I know that Sword Idiot is enticing enough for you to wear a low neck in this freezing cold, so you better go back to your place and warm yourself with a cover and mattresses. That includes you, Sasuke. Ahem, so, my name is Katniss Everdeen. We have 9 females here, with varying ages. They will be shown after seconds. My pinky finger is unfortunately cramped, so I'll be raising you another one. Rowan watched stupefied as the beautiful girl sent her, the camera, a harmless smile and was about to raise her middle finger when another woman, more mature and just as beautiful, was shown putting Katniss's hand down and smiled at the camera. Ahaha, hello there, Rowan. Don't mind Katniss, she loves to joke with new people. My name is Elena. Nice to meet you. Sasuke is the type to stay silent, and he won't speak his needs, so could you please find something warm for him to eat after this? Appreciate that. She moved back, taking Katniss with her, and finally led another woman with short white hair, named Carol, to take the place, who finally started answering all her questions about the conditions and all, introducing her daughter and others too. All the while, Sasuke was just sitting close, cleaning his tools. Not concerned with the tempest brewing there. Hello, beautiful sister, my name is Siri. Uncle Daryl told me that sharing is caring, so I'll let you borrow Sasuke for tonight, it's super fun playing with him. Just don't tell Katniss, she hates sharing. Sasuke sweat dropped at that. R.I.P. Daryl. Sasuke can already imagine the scene of his corpse lying on the ground with many arrows piercing his body. Author here. Well, that came to me as a sudden thought. I don't know how to word it, it just came to mind, and I was like, yeah, fuck it, let's make a GOAT character out of Merle too. Imagine a badass Merle in the future with ghosts, COD, characteristics. More silent, more disciplined, and a more dangerous Merle. If Daryl is the best right-handed man in the series, then Merle can be the best bodyguard/executioner figure. I just hope it works. P.S. I saw many who found the decision to keep Merle's identity hidden unneeded. You are all taking it from the point of view of the MC. Has no one here thought about others? Just because they are extras? And it's a fanfic? I mean sure, but to make it real, I have to make a real MC, not a tyrant who just kill and tell others he is the right one and they had to either follow him because he is strong and has chakra or die. 'Cause that's what many are asking me to do. One calling MC stupid, the other calling the author brain dead, thanks. Merle killed people, and one of the victims will be living in the prison. Should Sasuke have Merle around showing his face and laughing like nothing after all that garbage talk he did? Just because he is Daryl's brother? Next time when the MC decision seems uncalled for, put yourself on the other side so you'll get it. He is a leader, not some boy killing and saving people selectively just because he saw them in some fucking show. Thank you. Chapter 65, TWD ch65, Alien? Woodbury, 7:12 a.m. I know about truth serum, but I thought it was just theoretical knowledge at this point. Before the breakout, there were some lie-detecting machines, not really accurate, but those pills, they are phenomenal. Imagine what the government would have paid to have them back then. Wait, are they from the government? No, I remember you said someone from your group helped develop them. Can I test them? I mean, not on myself obviously, but I would love to inspect a few. Would I get to meet the one who made them? Sorry, I tend to get excited with scientific things. Sasuke finally had a moment of silence. He couldn't believe this guy had the energy to spout all of that first thing in the morning. He looked at the walker trotting toward the front gate and swept his hand aside, throwing a sunbon, taking him down. Logically, no human can have enough force to throw needles with such force, and needles aren't exactly heavy, they should be affected by the G-force, distance, and the wind. How are you doing it? Milton, right? Yes, Milton Mamet, to be exact. Nichem, I'm happy to get to know another man of science. The thing is, in short, physical laws work differently on me than they do for you guys. I'll keep the rest to your imagination. Are you sure about not coming along? Milton had to rack his brain just to process what he heard, which he categorized as bullshit. The guy possibly has some sort of advanced technology that helps throw projectiles with such force, and he didn't want to share it. No, I'm more comfortable here. I may come as a guest, though, if that is permissible. Sure, just stay safe. Are you the kind who likes the tearing? A what? Sasuke blinked at that. The bus should be enough for all of those you are taking with you, including you and your masked bodyguard, but you are making this vehicle ready too for yourself, separately. Milton pointed at a hammer nearby and flinched as the man in a weird outfit who was beside it looked his way. I see, tearing as insubordinates, and a leader who don't like to be mushed alongside them? Milton was surprised the guy got what he meant even when he worded it with all the awkwardness he could do to the menacing masked guy nearby. Yeah, I don't mean anything disrespectful by that, it's more to know if you are the secluded type of men, like me. Not really, I just have a different destination. Happy talking to you, Milton. Keep safe, and let's have another discussion when time permits it. Sasuke patted him on the shoulder and stepped away, seeing Billy emerging from a nearby building. Billy. A minute, will you? Sure, Billy pocketed the cigarette he was about to light and walked to his side. Those are them? Sasuke asked, and Billy looked over to the screen Sasuke showed him and saw a gathering of few people who looked tense and in bad shape. They were familiar faces. Yeah. They are still alive. Good, I will. No, I'll go bring them. Martha and Mia need you to be close. The issue is, Guillermo and others know nothing about me, so, say cheese. He aimed the camera at his face. Billy, not minding, dropped his line. Well, hello there, mate. I see you are still holding on. If this reached you, and it will, just trust me and follow the sword guy here. He will bring you guys to safety. It took some time to reach you fellas, as we were too in some deep shit situations. See ya here. Sasuke took a quick scene of the place and people around before concluding the recording. Look, you really need to stop jumping all over and doing everything yourself. Daryl can help, you know? Nah, I got him. Sasuke pointed at the man standing awkwardly beside him, dressed in a Special Forces uniform, with a skull mask covering his face. And feeling the itch to speak, alas, he can't risk his tongue going to some dark place. All right, take care, and be back soon. I don't want Katniss to bash my head for letting you wander off again. It's all right, I'll be back with them by the evening if nothing comes up. You saw the layout of the prison, right? I did, you made a beautiful work of it. Yeah, others should be working on the outer wall by now. Have those people help once they are all settled. To this point, I cleared all the place, but wandering around is still restricted. Take care of them. Your blood is the key to all restricted places, if something happened there that make you need the access. Vorka will watch over you guys. When it drops too much down, it's a signal of an expected horde in front. Those are the other codes. Sasuke passed him the sheet signaling codes of the Falcon communication. Does this one too swallow? It doesn't, stop being a bestiality freak. Best what? Forget it, just get the fuck out of here and keep yourself safe, Ghosty, not much, he can be chewed for a laugh. Billy smirked at the shifting masked Merle, then patted Sasuke's back and saw him off. Sasuke boarded the hammer with Ghost and drove away, leaving Billy to once again lead and deal with the following troublesome matter of explaining things. Things that took exactly 5 seconds to surface. Why is he leaving? This wasn't what we had discussed? Can I know what is going on? Oh, you were. Rowan. Yeah, so, if you are asking for Sasuke, he will rejoin us in a matter of a day. If it's about the situation, he went to bring some friends to safety. If you don't want to come knowing this, it's okay. I can tell him to stop here on his way back and bring you with him. I'll go check on others, thanks for telling me. She nodded, deciding to go with her people. Sure, and hey, believe me, you won't regret following us. Equals. Can I speak now? How about I take this thing off? I can't believe it scares them more than my face, first time experiencing this. You talk too much for a guy who is supposed to be dead. Is that so? Martinez, Tim, and others? Are they dead? Nah, they got their uses. You will join them in those interesting uses if you keep blabbering and being a headache. Merle didn't even need to imagine those uses. The governor used to have a bunch of walkers in a pit to terrorize others. Sasuke, this alien samurai guy, he was 10 times more creepier. Am I the only one who knew what kind of devil is under this pretty skin? You will have to wear it back when we are close. We will probably meet walkers too, and I know you are the kind to think he can take chances and stab me when I'm not looking and be free again. Believe me, I'm not. Merle seriously wondered if someone framed him here. Sure, he would do that, but when it includes a normal person, like that asshole of a sheriff maybe. Not someone who took a fucking single step to cross a whole corridor and a kick to toss him to the other end, breaking at least a few ribs. And certainly not to someone who made him gulp something to heal those ribs too, just to redo it 2 more times, all the while saying, "Carrot, every time you think of acting against me and my people, remember this pain." Carrot, freaking red eyes blaring like fucking lamps, and followed by another beating. Yep, Merle won't think about that. Can I ask what happens to Daryl and that sheriff? I told you about the separation? Yeah, and I know my brother followed your group instead, the right choice if I say so. Sasuke stretched his hand to the back seat toward the backpack and retrieved a scroll. This is the journal, read it. It details what happened some time after your incident. You wrote diaries? Sorry. Sasuke would have puked if he saw the pout on Merle's face right now, who took the scroll feeling wronged here and gave it a quick look. We got a scientist in our group. He figured we need to record what is happening, and each 3 days, we sit around sharing things, stories, and such. He will later record them, like what happened and the people involved in that event. It has many purposes. One of them is for our future generations, maybe. Now shut up and get off, let's deal with them. Merle put the mask back, turned the safety of his M4A1 off, and followed Sasuke out. He tensed looking at the 20+ walkers shuffling in front and turned to see a way out. He won't backstab this freak, but if Sasuke died to those walkers? That's another story. Well, that thought didn't last much more than 4 seconds. 4 seconds it took Sasuke to kill every walker of those 24. With fucking little stars. Oh, you're here? Too slow, Ghost. Daryl is way better at keeping up. Guess his older brother is just a weakling. Merle's teeth felt like shattering from how much he was grinding them, both in frustration and fear. This wasn't some shooting game. He just saw more than 20 fucking slow and dumb humans getting killed in the time it took him to take a fucking look around. He wanted to lash out badly, but his instincts screamed for him not to be stupid now. This wasn't a human he was dealing with. Sasuke, meanwhile, was busy retracting his shurikens. The thought of ordering Merle to do it for him crossed his mind, but he wasn't an asshole. There was a line, and a man's pride was something he knew he shouldn't stomp. It won't matter if that man is just a random ass going to be killed by his hands eventually, but there's a big chance that Merle is going to be one of them in the future. Thus, the restrictions are necessary. Getting the weird thoughts out of his head, he turned to look at the area. They were now close to the place Billy had marked and the Falcon recorded, but the number of walkers wasn't really what was expected from Atlanta. He was around here just a few days prior after all, and it wasn't this empty. Guess it's this silent because they were the ones who attacked the farm. Walkers probably left the city for more food. Which means groups will be entering it now, like us, the geared ones. To restock and conquer it. Merle spoke from the side, and that's what Sasuke and Billy figured. He was a jackass, all right, but a useful one. He has a futuristic vision when it includes surviving, got good instincts and have deep knowledge about human nature. Especially the ruthless ones. Yeah, we will get the Vatos people out and return to the prison. More work is waiting for us. Sasuke told him, and they advanced together. Merle finally got a chance to act, taking down walkers, and witnessed a boy probably half his age killing 5 times his number with ease, using a damn sword. Are you, alien? And Merle decided to be frank, the shit he saw wasn't human. Jumping straight to a roof that was 5 meters, 16.4 feet, off the ground? There's no way this pretty boy is a human. Yeah, I used to live up there on the moon, cozy, you know. There was cheese, a lot of it growing in some places. We got no water, but there was a river underground, of milk. Merle looked over at Sasuke, who spoke in a serious tone looking back at him. He messing with me or something? I'm still not used to my piss going down though, you know, instead of it floating around like it used to be up there. Why? Want me to send you there to have a look? I can even let you stay there permanently, free of fees. You can copulate with the giant earthworms up there and repopulate the fucking moon. Fantastic? I see, a regular human then, just slightly stronger? Merle got the cue. Thank you. Now, let's go back to work. Chapter 66, TWD ch 66, Dispute. While Sasuke finally reached his destination, Billy got to the prison with the new additions safely. Rick and his group, too, reached their next stop, a warehouse. Empty, of course, but they huddled in it for the night. Still, one thing made them all conflicted. The trip here was by no means easy. They fought, struggled, took many wrong turns, and felt cold, hungry, and desperate. Every place around was lacking in something, either too small for them, too open to the outside, too close to the walkers, or simply unsuitable. Houses held some useful things, but they came too close to losing someone while scavenging. Which made Rick shoot his python, and it forced them to run away, leaving many things behind due to the sudden emergence of a small horde. But now, they got something. 2 hours ago, in the midst of all that despair, they found food and 3 guns and ammo. Dropped simply in the middle of the road they were walking through. We can't keep going like this, Rick spoke, looking tired and clearly suffering from the lack of sleep. Like what, Rick? Shane sighed, glancing at Rick, knowing exactly what Rick meant, but he still asked. This, struggling to move an inch forward just to be pushed a damn mile back, we need a solution. And that solution is? I don't know, we had already been in 2 farms you knew of, Herschel. Both are destroyed or have nothing to help us there. The bodies in the police station, they were killed in one clean slash. It's clear who had emptied it. Shane leaned back against a wall, tired from doing most of the job. They got an old man and women with them and a guy who is all words but no essence. Sasuke, he must have walked this way, maybe the prison is closer? It's not this way, 5 or so miles to the east from here, the old man Gale spoke answering Glenn. Deep down, he was wishing they could just drop this carrot dependence carrot matter and go there. He was too tired of moving, but he knows this isn't like back in the quarry. Here, he is a burden, and he can't risk speaking his mind and getting abandoned. It would have been okay if he was alone, but not now, when his wife was beside him, alive. It's been just 2 days, we still can look around, and maybe we will find something. We got guns now and some food, enough to last 5 days if we consume it cautiously. This must be a sign. Mike and Herschel spoke, not really sure themselves at this point. Or maybe it's poisoned or something? Maggie rolled her eyes at Lori's input. Why would somebody put poisoned food with guns? It would have been more efficient to carrot us all without giving us those guns. Heck, maybe someone dropped them by mistake, but both Shane and Rick agreed with Lori. The situation was just too bizarre, and now, they were forced to test that theory. It was a small chance, slim in fact, almost 10%, but a chance nonetheless. If not poisoned, then anesthetic. The issue is, Rick can't risk consuming it. He has a wife and boy and an unborn child. Even if that chance of it being poisoned is 1%, he can't risk it, Otis. Herschel and Gale felt the same. Unconsciously, Lori and Mike glanced toward Glenn, a subtle gesture that only Vivian, his girlfriend, seemed to notice. You can try it yourselves, stop looking at him. She moved slightly in front of the confused Glenn, who finally caught on. Another debate was about to start when the sound of the cover being torn from the can sounded. They turned, seeing T-Dog, who tossed it away and simply started eating the canned beans. Where was that cautiousness when we needed it? Now you are thinking about food being poisoned? T-Dog muttered and just enjoyed the food. If it was a deadly meal, so be it. At least he will go with a full stomach, and he has a belief that it wasn't. That's what we are doing. Mistakes made us learn how some things needed to be thought of multiple times. Gloria, another woman who survived, spoke to him. Oh, you don't tell me, what a magnificent way to develop. What's the next step? Stopping to have walkers in a barn, stops kids from wandering around with guns? And arm the adult females instead? Basically, every suggestion from Billy and Sasuke that you guys disapproved of? Enough, we won't be having that talk all over again. Rick glared at T-Dog. No one here is in the mood to discuss whose fault it was. Glenn, too, moved forward, taking 2 cans and started eating, nodding at his girlfriend. Before speaking to Rick. Actually, we need to look around. We found no place. For how long do you think we can keep going around like this? That gesture from Lori made him start rethinking some things that he figured he was an idiot all along for ignoring. Why did I follow people who thought of me as the best bait all this time? Why does it matter if I wasn't some best buddy with Sasuke when he and his people had never treated me like that? As long as we can, they fought, so we can. Mike spoke to Glenn, hesitating whether to start eating or waiting more to see the result. You still don't get it, do you? Why do you think that I and T are saying all of this? They don't need to fight, and when they do, they don't fear for casualties, because Sasuke isn't the kid you all think he is. He can kill to what reaches 100 and have all his people safe. You know what that means? That means those people won't be paralyzed by fear, live in paranoia, and fight each other. They move on, plan the next step, and do what matters. Glenn chuckled from sheer frustration looking at them. Look what we were doing those days. Break into a house, make a ton of noise because all of us get in together with kids and no plan to retreat, attract walkers, and escape. And every place we stumbled upon is useless. No one here has any sort of a plan other than the stupid hope. I want to do something meaningful rather than debating about stupid canned food. Have any of us thought about what we should do next? No, probably just wandering again like a bunch of lost sheep. You talk a lot for someone who was sitting in a corner when your hero went his way. And I can aim just as well. Glenn, who didn't want any more of that scornful look from the asshole, aimed his Beretta straight at Shane's temple, surprising them all together. Why so silent? Go on, speak again. What are the chances that I'll zap your brain before your hands perform their disarming movie scene? You're no ninja. All right, lower it down, let's not do this. Shane, who didn't expect such a thing from Glenn nonetheless, stiffened, trying to calm him. Glenn. Rick, too, stood abruptly, raising his empty hand, trying to talk Glenn out of it. You can stay and build your damn empire. We are leaving first thing this morning. Is it okay, Vivian? He moved to a corner, shielding his girlfriend and keeping his gun ready. Until the morning, he will treat those people as potential danger. He was grateful his girlfriend trusted him enough, and she backed away with him, even though her heart was beating like drums from anxiety and fear now. Equals. Protect him from now on, Sasuke ordered the snake, witnessing the whole thing. One thing started disturbing his mind. Why was Glenn treated like this even though he always jumped to danger first? The protagonist can go to hell, he thought. Dropping the matter altogether, it's time to stop treating those people like the heroes he saw on the fucking TV. If someone good sought his protection, he would get it. Now all Sasuke needs is to take the Vatos people with him and have Glenn, who was some distance away, reach their base safely with his girlfriend. Those are they? The deep voice beside him made Sasuke focus ahead, seeing 4 men aiming their guns at him, tensed but with eyes telling that they won't hesitate to pull the trigger. Easy, I see you're Guillermo, right? Sasuke held his empty hands up, palms forward, showing that he is here for discussion. Who are you? The man with the buzz cut spoke, still aiming his shotgun at Sasuke's head. A friend, if you lowered that gun of course and let me finish my talk, or, I can beat the shit out of you all, and we will have that talk either way. Billy sent me by the way, he came some time ago with a sheriff and dropped you some guns. Butcher? Guillermo and Felipe, a big white man, shared a look of realization hearing Sasuke. Yeah, British accent, tall, black hair and a beard, annoying smirk, a tomahawk, Sasuke detailed Billy shortly, the one they met at that time. And Guillermo lowered his gun but signaled for others to keep theirs aimed, not fully trusting, but in fact, only a few were loaded. Most of the ammo was already used by this point. How is he doing? I guess he is alive from what you said. A faint smile marked his tired face. Sasuke just glanced at them undisturbed, while Ghost Carrot kept his assault rifle aimed at the other four, making every one of them flinch instinctively with every faint move from him. And kicking, he was busy with something, and I got you a record from him. Here, check it briefly if possible. The full video can wait when we are on the way back. Pack your things first. I want to be home before midnight if possible. Sasuke passed the tablet to Guillermo, who checked it himself, starting the video, surprised that someone is still using electric devices at this point. Soon after Guillermo was sure he was the right guy, he invited Sasuke inside. It was Sasuke's first time in this place. He noticed the signs of bullet holes around. Clearly, things weren't good for those people here. The place was silent inside, even though it was kinda big, which made him ask what happened to the people that were here, the sick people that Billy told him he saw when he first came here. We were attacked. Some armed people out there tried to raid us. I don't know how they figured out our location. There were more of them than us, all armed. During the shootout, 2 of us went down, Rami and an old man. Someone moved their bodies to the back. We were busy with the attackers and didn't notice. Somehow, the 2 of them turned and attacked the elderly in the back. We were too late when everything settled. Only 5 of us and 2 old people who were in separate rooms survived. Guillermo's eyes moistened as he remembered the scene of his people, and him putting them down later after they turned to walkers. The same people who laughed with him that same morning, thanked him, and encouraged him like they always did. Sorry for your losses, my condolences. Guillermo nodded his head, muttering a quiet thank you, and started helping with the packing. I was late, unfortunately, Sasuke sighed, meeting the 2 old people who were lying in bed, asleep. And Guillermo looked at him, confused why he said that. We met a scientist when we were trying to find a place, things happened, and we got to know that we are all infected already. Death is one of the triggers to turn, unless the brain was damaged. Guillermo took in a deep breath, his face scrunching in despair at hearing the confirmation of his theory. But we made a cure for that so that even if someone died by natural ways and the like, they won't turn. I can promise you that it worked. I've seen the result with my own eyes, and you all will be injected with it when we are back. I'm sorry it came late for your people. Don't be, Guillermo shook his head. In this world, having that is already a blessing. We met some people, good bad people, so I'm sure you did too. We all were struggling to keep them safe here. I understand how heavy it is to have people depend on you and put their hopes on you. It binds you and makes you unable to be in all places, and I know that it's not your fault. We are grateful you even came for us, man. Thank you, really. Guillermo patted Sasuke's shoulder. The losses weighed on him, but he wasn't the kind to get beat that quick. He still had responsibilities. Responsibilities he vowed to uphold until his last breath. I was but a damn nobody. Why did I even get to live while the good ones were gone? He sighed and woke the 2 old people up to help them move into the ambulance that Sasuke said he parked nearby. Chapter 67, TWD CH-67, Wannabe Ninja? Sasuke drove the Humvee, having Guillermo sitting on the passenger seat beside him, while Jorge and Miguel took the back seat. Ghost Carrot, as the Vatos group came to know, sat beside Felipe, who was driving the ambulance that was following behind the Humvee, while Carlito was tending to the 2 elderly in the back seat inside. Guillermo finally had his share of sleep after he reviewed the recording Billy sent him. He knows they were heading to a prison instead of the town shown in the recording, and he believed it to be better than an open town if what Sasuke said about its security was right. Sasuke signaled with the rear lamps to Felipe that he would brake, and the 2 vehicles came to a halt. What's going on? Just a bunch of them blocking the way ahead. Don't worry, Sasuke told Guillermo and got out, taking his sword with him. It was already midnight, past the schedule he planned to be at home, but Glen incident called for a different schedule. The headlights were shining over the 8 or so walkers standing in the midst of the road ahead. They turned and started shuffling toward the light. Guillermo took his shotgun, ready to assist, just to witness the spectacle of the man beheading all 8 of them in seconds and kicking their bodies out of the way like he was kicking logs. What in the... That stick was a sword? Guillermo turned to Sasuke, who started the car and drove. Wasn't it obvious? Not really, man, you didn't seem strong? Skilled to kill walkers? Sorry, I didn't mean it to be. Don't worry, I'm just messing with you. I get that a lot. Were you a champion in some swordplay events or something? Nah, just a regular ninja. Guillermo nodded his head before looking over to Sasuke. Did he just say ninja? Sasuke explained, feeling the stare. The ones who move in black sleepwear, wearing masks, broody, killing like they are taking a stroll. Yep, I am that ninja. Guillermo looked at him in confusion. Clean biker suit, gloves, white unblemished skin, soft hair, no beard, no scars, harmless smile, lean build, and a toy in the shape of a sword that looked like it couldn't do anything more than cut the already rotten meat of walkers. Well, I guess a little delusion is not bad to keep him fired up. Yeah, I'm gonna back to sleep. He closed his eyes, thanking Sasuke for taking the burden of the danger. At least the guy seemed to be a strong one, enough to back up his delusional claims. It's fun to mess with them. Sasuke smirked and focused back on the route. He took the one that Glenn would more likely walk through tomorrow if he followed through with his decision, clearing as much as he can of it from dangers, both to help him and to reach the amount he wants of chakra. He currently has 178 threads of chakra. And his shadow clone jutsu was ready to be used. The second he is alone, he will do it. So he went to bring some people. He did. After he went to bring you, and some people. MHM. And you let him. I did. Alone. With Ghost. Yeah, Ghost, a random guy in tactical gear and a Halloween mask. True. And he won't be back tonight like you told me. Maybe. *C*** whatever, congratulations, Billy. Martha seemed to be a nice person. Thank you, little one. So? Am I free to go, or am I still being charged for more crimes? He smirked, looking at Katniss, who stood ahead, hands on hips, trying to keep her stern face. Siri beside her mirroring her actions. I suck at this, I'll be sure to be more convincing when he is back home. Well, good luck with that. He chuckled and slipped away, leaving Katniss to turn to the little Everdeen, who was in the same pose as her. Feeling thrilled for no reason. Chips? Pepper flavor. All right. And it's my turn to choose. What about Frozen? I like Elsa. Just because Sasuke said you look like her and calls you princess, but sure, let's go. Will Sasuke and I be here tonight? He can sleep in the middle like usual and watch it with us. No, your lovely carrot brother Carrot will sleep in the upper cells when he comes back, for a week. With Rowan? Or maybe Amy? Siri smiled slyly at that. Just to receive a pinch to the cheek from her sister. Ouch. I'm your sister here, you should be my ally. But Uncle Daryl said Sasuke will get all the Pokemons. Daryl is long dead, his jokes died with him. 5:23 a.m. The Humvee ambulance towing behind pulled to a stop outside the gate of the outer fence. Billy stood there waiting for them and smiled in relief at seeing Sasuke emerging with others. Welcome back. Morning. Billy, Morgan. They exchanged greetings and moved inside with others. Once in the yard, Sasuke turned to introduce others to Morgan, William, and Jeffrey, Woodbury Man, who were on watch duty. Those were some friends we knew some weeks ago, and we got to regroup yesterday. This is Guillermo, the man who was leading them. Then we have Felipe, Jorge, Miguel, and Carlito. Sasuke pointed to the 5 men who exchanged greetings, with Guillermo talking to Billy, who was the only familiar person to him here. We got 2 elderly, Louise and Marcelo, in the ambulance. Let's get them in, Jeffrey. Can I trouble you with calling over to Jenner and Raya? Sure. Jeffrey, who got to know how things work here and who Sasuke truly is and his status, nodded and went inside while Sasuke and others helped move the old people inside. I see they made good progress with the walls, Sasuke remarked, recalling the wall that was taking shape in the outer fence. Indeed, considering we lacked someone who used to speedrun the process of building, Morgan joked with Sasuke. Guillermo and his group moved with them, glancing around. The place was different from what they'd imagined of a prison. There was light, the smell of paint was still fresh, it was warm inside here. The few people they met all seemed nice and friendly, and they were geared. The walls, one that seemed to be that of a fortress, was already taking shape outside there, while the other one, smaller but built around the yard, gave a real feeling of security, especially with the watchtowers around, which surely have someone in there right now keeping watch. You found a great place. It wasn't any close to this, but everyone worked to make it better, and we are still working to get it to be even more secure and comfortable. Here we are. They reached Block D, which was empty, as the other two are already full with the addition of the 11 from Woodbury. They moved the two elderly in a cell block and placed them in beds. Thank you for everything, may God bless you. The old man reached for Sasuke's and Guillermo's hands with his frail ones, squeezing them in a thankful gesture. Rest, you are safe here, Sasuke said as footsteps sounded closer. He turned to see Jenner and an old lady walking toward them. Sorry for the disturbance at this hour. Welcome back. I got the serums, 8, right? Jenner smiled seeing the Wonder Boy back home. Yeah, thanks, Lady Raya. Can you take a look at the two of them? Sure, son, can I have some space? Of course, they moved outside as Sasuke told others to sit on the stairs while Jenner injected them with the cure. Is it really as Sasuke said? We won't fear the people turning to them after this? Just in the natural deaths, bites from walkers are still fatal. That's great, thank you for this, for the effort, document. You saved and will save many lives thanks to that cure. I did my job, it won't have happened without the one who made it possible. You need to rest after this. Yeah, thanks. Jenner stood and tilted his head, looking at a figure wearing tactical gear and a skull mask, covered from head to toe, who hadn't spoken a word since he saw him. This is Ghost, he will be with us from now on, Sasuke explained, receiving a nod from Jenner, who finished his job with the two elderly inside and went back to sleep after talking more with others and telling them what they should and should not do after the injection. It was still 5 a.m. after all, and he slept late, busy with his researches that showed signs of success. So, I'm sure you are all exhausted, have a rest, we will talk in the morning and you will get to meet the people here. Raya walked out and told Sasuke that they just need to be taken care of until their time kicks, as that is just how old age is. And walked back to have her sleep. Thank you again, all of you. Guillermo shook hands with them, his men too thanking all of them, and moved in with others to the cells, which were no different than a normal room, just a bit cramped. Sasuke walked with Billy and Morgan out of the cell block, made Ghost move to an office that was cleaned and all, and locked him inside. He left his matter to be dealt with tomorrow. So Morgan, you're worried about Rick? Was it that obvious? Pretty well, he is lucky to have a friend like you, Morgan, but, your questions, which I believe are, why didn't I go to them? Or us? Or what are they doing? In brief, they discussed it and came to the decision of going their way to find another shelter. I made my summon drop them some supplies and guns that should keep them steady for some days. I'm not going to search for them, I still have many things to do here, sorry. Morgan processed what the boy said inside. In the end, Rick did that to himself. It would be unreasonable to tell Sasuke to go and bring them, knowing how they viewed him, he himself won't leave his family and go to find them. Don't be, I merely found it to be a shame. People should be unifying to push back against this madness. They chose otherwise, so be it. Go have some rest, see you later. They parted, Billy and Morgan returning to their watch duty, joining 5 others who were spread at checkpoints. Reaching cell block C, Sasuke found Jim reading a book beside the gate. Morning, Jim. Sasuke, great to see you. Jim smiled passing him a cup of warm tea. Sasuke thanked him taking a sip. Are they still having someone guard here? Daryl saw it to be a contingency. Machem, thanks for the hard work then, see you later. He emptied it in one gulp and waved at Jim who was reading a book about some engine gear pieces and how they work. Later. Sasuke walked, took the key, and opened the door to the cell of the Everdeens, and his by extension. He stepped forward, seeing a barrel aimed his way. Light sleeper as always, I'm back. Sasuke smiled at Katniss, who turned the safety on and stood hurriedly embracing him. I missed you. Same here. He glanced at Siri, who was sprawled on the other bed with no care or awareness. Chuckling at the sight. You must be tired, lay down to sleep for now. Katniss helped remove his jacket and sword. He nodded, took off his shoes, and washed his limbs briefly before joining her in bed. Nothing beats this, Sasuke sighed in comfort as he hugged her closer. You mean nothing beats hugging Katniss, right? The carrot me carrot part is necessary. Sasuke blinked at that, not catching up. All right, I will leave the moody talk for later, welcome home. She smiled seeing him burying his face on her cushions and tightening his hug. A minute later and the ninja was in dreamland, having not had a wink in the past couple days. Chapter 68, TWD ch 68, Blue Balls and a White Lie. You know the feeling of waking up, first thing in the morning, recalling the beautiful dream, and wincing at the slimy feeling in your crotch? Looking down to see the mess you hate to the bone, welp, that's you. Sasuke looked down, taking a deep breath at the slippery feeling dancing on his shaft. He lifted the cover just to see the face of the beautiful girl, who had her head tilted, one cheek visibly bloated due to the thing inside her mouth, looking at him with a seductive expression. Good pawning. He flinched at the unexpected sensation she made him feel by talking while having his manhood going deeper. Come on cat, Siri is here. Sasuke covered her head again, glancing awkwardly sideways, seeing the little sister snoring on the other bed, his dick going lucid just to be awakened fully by the suction and slippy tongue going up and down the shaft, lips planting kisses everywhere. It's okay, she slurp won't be waking up anytime, gurgle soon, give me my morning meal, he heard her faint bumble in between her gags. Katniss gulped the thick meat, trying to reach its base, just to choke, feeling it getting harder. At the same time, Siri opened her eyes, turning to see Sasuke, his arm covering his head, the other under the cover keeping Katniss's head in place. Just, fucking great, he winced seeing her awake. Sasuke. Katniss on the other hand, who was struggling to breathe, flinched hearing her sister, and after a moment of hesitation, she tapped Sasuke's hand and pulled her head away, cleaning her mouth and jaw briefly before getting out from under the cover. Hey there, slept well? Sasuke hugged Siri awkwardly, glaring at Katniss, who sat on his waist trying to hide the thing that was making a tent out of the cover. Michem, I missed you, Sasuke. Me too, little one. You are staying this time, right? Yeah, that's the plan. Cool. Morning, Kat. She turned to Katniss, who was sitting atop Sasuke's waist. Hey, go wash up, we will be there soon. Siri nodded her head with a bright smile and skipped away, heading to the bathroom on the upper floor. Sorry? It's all right. Sasuke dropped back on the bed. The anxiety did its work at having both his hardness and horniness go away. I don't fear fucking meat-eating monsters, yet here I am, heart beating from the fear of Siri catching me doing that to her sister. Hey, I didn't mess up, right? Haha, no way, I just never tried this, I didn't know what to do. Damn, I feel like shit now thinking of her smile while all I had in mind were the sensations and wanting to keep it going. I feel terrible. Sasuke hid his face. Hee, you are cute sometimes. Katniss jumped at him for a hug after she finished cleaning the mess she made on his crotch. Cute? That's not what I wanted to hear, but all right. You really like Siri, huh? She is lucky to have a brother figure like you. Sasuke nodded his head, chuckling. She was the first one to ever call me brother. I mean, you know, a sister, I never got that, it just feels different from a brother. I just hope I'm living up to the title. And now I'm just wishing to go down again and give you the best thank you. You are good? Perfectly fine, we should go, there's so much work waiting for us. Well, let's start our day then. She stood, stretched her muscles, watched him change, and then followed Sasuke out to freshen themselves and start their day. Minutes later they walked to the dining area on the yard outside. Some people were awake and having breakfast, mostly new faces who turned to glance at Katniss and Sasuke, whose new status was no secret to all of them. I've got things to check, see you later, alright? Sasuke turned to the Everdeens, who were waved at by Mia and a few others, not really keen on having breakfast with that many women, his hidden introversion kicking in. What? No. Sasuke. Won't you have breakfast with us? Siri growled, clutching his wrist. Sorry, have fun. I will eat in the kitchen later, I need to see the Vatos people. Oh, and Katniss, pack me a separate portion for Ghost. Alright, I'll tell Elena to keep your portion, I'll bring you Ghost's portion in a minute. Katniss went back to the big table and started filling food on plates while Sasuke did a brief scout around, sharing the view with Vorka and checking the surroundings. The snake vision, on the other hand, showed him the scene of Glenn and his girlfriend advancing steadily and safely toward their destination, and surprisingly, Old Man Gale and his wife in tow, following after them. He returned, seeing Katniss coming back, and took the tray she was holding. Thanks, sorry to disturb your mealtime, let's have dinner together. Silly, don't be, go do your thing. She kissed him and went to her table, joining others who shot varying looks toward her while Sasuke waved at Siri, who was pouting at him for not joining them. Entering the building, he walked to the office that Merle, aka Ghost, now was using, and tapped the code for Merle to know who he was before unlocking the door. There, the gruffy face of the elder Dixon came to view, already clothed and washed. Sitting in a chair and reading a Bible book. Your breakfast. Sasuke passed him the tray. Thank you. Can I leave now? Only if you walk by the field, don't talk to anyone, and wear your mask. You know the rules. Don't come up if you see Daryl. I still didn't tell him the full story. I'll brief him in when I see him next. All right, Merle agreed to that with surprising calmness and took a bite from the bacon and eggs, enjoying the taste. Look, I know I did wrong things, many wrong decisions, but I didn't get a choice. With the governor? It's either you being a monster like him or being dealt with by him like trash. I'm not saying I deserve better or forgiveness, I'm grateful you find it in yourself to let me be with my brother. I just wanted you to know that. Thanks again, I'll take a look around and have some fresh air, call me when the prep talk with little Darlene is done. Sasuke looked over at the man, Merle's eyes telling that those were his real thoughts, he probably spent the night rethinking things over. So he left it at that. He walked over to him and put his hand on the man's neck. Merle stiffened but nodded when Sasuke told him it was necessary. After a slight sting, he moved his hand. I hope you mean it and keep that in mind. You are alive solely because of Daryl, so don't do stupid things to hurt him. All people here love him, he has a heart of gold, so think things over before deciding on something. This tattoo is something for Daryl to see. Enjoy your breakfast. Sasuke told him a few more things about the tattoo's reasons and consequences, then left. Vorka will keep an eye on Merle, that falcon can dig his eyes out before Merle can do any stupid shit. Sasuke walked outside and crossed the road with someone walking the same way as him, who turned and smiled at him. Welcome back, boy. Adam, how are you doing? Sasuke shook his hand. Much better, all thanks to you people. That's good to hear. How is the progression of the wall? 10% or so done, with your special touch, we can have it in 2 weeks. Adam smirked and waved to his daughters, who called to him for breakfast. But yeah, I got things to take care of, so pardon me for today, whistle William. Sasuke nodded at him, turned, and whistled for the man who was walking by the wall holding logs. Yo! Sasuke, you here, man? William put the logs down and jogged to see who was back. Hey, how is life treating you? The best, considering the apocalypse. He flashed him a wide smile. He got a girl who loves him and has still stood by his side even since before this apocalypse started. He is now someone who is respected for what he really is, can fight monsters, can use guns, and has a ton of awesome friends. He can't ask for more. Happy to hear that. You are on the gate side, right? I am. Do you need something? Yeah, Glenn, remember him? I do, we were kinda acquaintances back then. Well, if William can call greeting each other in the morning that. Yeah, so, he is coming to this place, currently around a mile away, so tell those on the lookout to expect him. If he isn't here by the next half an hour, go pick him up. Once he and the other 3 are here, you deal with their addition. Vivian, Gale and his wife are with him too. Show them their lodgings and all, I need to talk with Daryl. He caught the silhouette of Ghost from the corner of his vision, who was taking a stroll by the wall and getting questioning looks from people. Sure, awesome then, go on, but hey, what about others? Won't they come too? William wondered if Shane and others would join too. He honestly just wants to be smug at the fact that they flopped out there right after kicking them out. They seemed to be heading to some other shelter. Sasuke shrugged and went his way. From what the snake showed him briefly last time before following Glenn and Vivian to protect them from the shadows, Mike had caught a sign to a new shelter, and the group decided to check it. Sasuke took a look around, greeting both his friends and the new faces, then turned, heading to Block D, where the Vatos people were living now. Halfway there he met Daryl, who bumped his fist and welcomed him back. I heard you made quite the scene back at that town. Sasuke shrugged. The usual, you know. Have you met the Vatos people yet? Only the fat one. Saw him before this when he came to have their portion and told me they are more comfortable eating inside there. Well, the first time in an unfamiliar place, being near your friends is more comfortable. They will open up to others soon. So, I heard you killed Merle, but Billy said you didn't and swore on that. Can you tell me what's going on? I'm surprised you didn't throw a punch first. Sasuke chuckled seeing Daryl's blank look. He was honestly impressed with Daryl keeping calm even when knowing the bad half of what happened. I know you at this point, even if Merle shoots you, you will still give me the chance to see him. Well, Daily, that's kinda an overwhelming expectation you have for me there. I'm not half as patient as what you think. I believe otherwise, anyway. Where is he? First, let's talk somewhere else. Sasuke pointed at the old cafeteria and moved inside, looking back at Daryl, who tried to hide his apprehension. Sasuke knows that Daryl won't just buy it that his brother decided to be his henchman just like that, and he really can't tell anyone that his Sharingan can do mind manipulation things. Thus, Sasuke had already thought of something to make it seem that the guy had no other option, and he actually has none. Sharingan made sure of that. Look, Daryl, you are akin to a brother to me at this point, but I need to be honest here with you. Merle is dangerous, but he is your brother, and I totally understand that. I had brothers too. Daryl was surprised at that but nodded, understanding that Sasuke's brothers were probably no more. So I'm telling you this, as you know him better than anyone, your brother did harm people, innocent people, but due to him being your carrot brother, I saw to it that he would be dealt with in another way, lighter, and under watch. But that resulted in him being forced to live with a different identity and face. In fact, you'd already seen him. He was walking by the wall just now. What? Ghost, that's Merle. Daryl's eyes widened in disbelief. The guy he thought was another weirdo was actually Merle? And he was following Sasuke? Keeping his loud mouth shut? You will see it for yourself. How? How what? How did you do it? That bastard won't wear that unless you sew it to his skin. Same with his mouth to be that silent, did you? Daryl wondered if Sasuke was lying. That skull-ass was nothing like Merle. Heck, he looked his way for a whole minute, making Daryl wonder if that guy was looking for a fight. And it was Merle all over? Nah, he agreed to my terms. Exactly, how? Sasuke didn't answer. He did some hand seals and placed his palm on the wall, and Daryl saw a mark, written in black ink when Sasuke removed his palm. What the? How did you do that? Daryl was sure the wall was clean, yet now there was something written on it. The exact spot that Sasuke put his palm on after doing his own gang signs. We have nanobots, which can't be seen by naked eyes running in our bloodstream and deployed from our skin's pores when necessary. For multiple purposes, emitting suction and repulsion forces to help us stick to surfaces in communication is one of those uses. This is a coded writing here. Daryl didn't know about the sticking thing, but the writing here was real. What does it say? Fuck your mama. Sasuke said with all the seriousness he could muster, and soon both lost it laughing at that unexpected line. Anyway, man, you remember the explosion tags? They had the same thing. The black ink and signs here made Daryl recall the papers that exploded. He shuddered, piecing things together. Yeah, the writing on them explodes due to that too. You don't mean? Come on man, I'm not that crazy, but I did something to scare him. Sasuke raised his hand to calm Daryl, who nearly lost control. I made Merle see the seriousness of the situation and all. So he will rethink things before doing something wrong. I marked him with something non-lethal, I swear, just gibberish, a free tattoo to the neck if you like to call it that, but I made him see the papers explode and made him believe his neck would too if he was attempting something. He saw that I could control the explosion tags whenever and wherever I was. So let me process it. You are trying to tell me that you put a leash on my brother now. A fake one. Either that, or you will have to guard him all the time, and Daryl, people here all love you. If your brother did something to change that, would it be okay? Lola, who passed you water just before this, remember her? Merle was involved in murdering her brothers. We got no room for something like that, you know how I work. Either steal your heart and trust me, or believe in yourself and face the results. I can go, erase the mark in front of you, and let him be. And sorry to say this, but you'll bear the consequences if he did something afterward. I'll always be there for you. I always have had since we met, so? There was a long moment of silence before Daryl sighed, rubbing his forehead. At least Merle got to live. Fuck it, man, as long as it is not a fucking written TNT, I'll trust you once again. That's all I ask for. Now, let's go see what the Vatos people are up to. You can meet Merle after this, just make sure you call him by his code name, otherwise a whole lot of headaches await us if your tongue slips. Sasuke told him and he remembered something. Oh, and Lola isn't being nice, she probably wants revenge, so since Merle caused this, it's your thing to deal with. Show me what you got, dick sons. ====. S/N. Since you people don't like simulating the ideas and thinking of what I'm planning to do, I'll spoil it here so no one gets the chance to insult me before figuring things out. It's stupid having Lola in the camp knowing all the mess, right? Well, here's the thing. She isn't the bad one, Merle is. Imagine seeing the brother of the man who killed yours near you living well and in glory. Hurts, right? And Sasuke from the start was building his shelter with the idea of giving everyone a chance, the good ones. He gave Daryl his, so Lola is getting hers. She wanted revenge? He put her in the same fucking cage as the Dixons. And yeah, this is him being a total asshole to Daryl. Sasuke is a revenger. He joined a creep like Orochi just to get a chance to have revenge, so he understood well how it feels seeing the murderer of your loved ones around. In the end, my MC is selfish in a weird way. And, it's a plot for a different kind of antagonist. Would have been a great plot twist, but yeah, spoiling it now is better than dealing with weird comments. I still don't have a solid plan for Lola, but she'll be a different kind of monster. Time to stop treating everyone from the original protagonists cast as angels and work on the other side too. They did hurt innocents in the original show. Hope you like it, and get ready for the next chapter. A beautiful reveal, I believe, is awaiting you. Chapter word counts exceeds 3,000. I just couldn't cut it so not to mess with the flow of the whole carrot ghost carrot thing. Chapter 69, TWD 69, The Darkness Beneath. After meeting the Vatos people again and discussing their stay with them, the rules they need to follow, and benefits they get, Sasuke called for the X3 prisoners, Oscar, Axel, and Big Tiny, and told them to show them around before leaving. Daryl already left to meet Merle and have a reunion with his brother. And now Sasuke finally got time to fill his stomach. Sasuke. Elena beamed seeing him entering the kitchen, and she surprised him with a hug, tiptoeing to peck his cheek. She clarified, seeing his questioning look. Not fair that Siri gets to be the little sister while I don't get to be the older one. Sasuke laughed at that strange thought and her fake pout. Are you still on that? She had been strangely persistent ever since he told her he never had a sister, or how it feels having one. I am, being the elder sister to our ninja sounds like a good deal, don't you think? And I get reprimanded? That's what I heard elder sisters do to their brothers. Nope. Well, only if you ignored me maybe, otherwise, you got to enjoy the best cooking in the camp. Many here agreed that my cuisine ranks second to none even when I'm not trying, she smirked pridefully. Looking up at him, who was a head taller. So, imagine if I went all out? Only for you. Tempting, isn't it? She raised her eyebrows repeatedly, and the smell was already doing the rest of the work, convincing him. Well, a week of trials, Sasuke nodded, receiving a light slap to the arm. Stop treating it like a game event, little brother. She winked, finally moving away and setting his plates for him. This was cooked by me and Carol, enjoy. And just on cue, Carol came with Sophia, who rushed to jump at Sasuke, thanking him for the new storybooks she got. Siri went to eat with Katniss and others in the front yard. Want to join her there? Sophia nodded at him, excited at the mention of outdoor breakfast. She stood, smiling at her mother who told her to go and join the Everdeens and then left, waving at them. Ha! Carol, Elena, I missed this, you guys can make a piece of bread taste amazing. Sasuke smiled happily, devouring the last bites from his food. Those two seem to have some kind of spell that makes even simple plates taste better. Seems like Elena didn't trick him after all. Well, we are happy everyone is enjoying our cooking. Carol smiled seeing him enjoy the food. He and Daryl were both men of few words and the serious type, yet every time they ate the food made by them, she felt good seeing the joy on their faces. So, anything I need to know? Sasuke, who finished first, cleaned his plates and asked the two of them, who were in fact quite perceptive, and the two who worked as his insiders. Katniss was known as his girlfriend, which means new faces possibly are wary of her, so those two mostly went around to see if anything on the women's side called for his attention, whether it be good or bad. They always gave him inputs about things concerning women in their shelter. Tara and her people are good, the Blackwells are really nice people too. Martha is a gynecologist. MHM, she can help a lot with her experience. Carol nodded to what Elena said, sharing what she found herself. There's a woman named Lola who is inquiring about Daryl, focused on how his relation to Merle was and what he is like. She added, not really liking that. I got that, you two probably heard and know about the situation. I got it under control, it's her thing. So let her be, she won't be a danger to anyone. I got her under watch. Carol nodded her head. And Elena gave him the final piece of info. And Rowan is good at providing assistance, she was an accountant. Dependable and quite intelligent when it comes to systematization. Schedules, lists, and basically transferring every useful thing and categorizing it as a text on papers. Their expertise sure helps, I'm just relieved everyone agreed to contribute. What about the rest of Woodbury? Did they change their minds? Not really. Rowan spoke to them yesterday. By evening, they still don't want to join us even after what Rowan said, you know, having a bigger space for themselves now and fewer mouths to feed probably made them take that decision. Milton asked if he can meet Jenner, though. I see. Well, let's let fate decide on the rest. I'll talk to Milton later. You still do your exercises and combat training? Yep, Elena smiled, flexing her biceps. Me, Carol, Jess, Amy, Andrea, and Katniss. Every day, and even Jenny started joining us lately. Good job, take it easy, and like we planned, we should focus on melee and shooting. Will do. Leaving this soon? She deflated seeing him ready to leave. Yeah, I need to check on others. I see, later then. Take care. Carol and Elena waved him goodbye. Sasuke, who just got out, saw someone standing in his way, doing a blocking gesture. Well, Harrisons, good to see you. Tell me you aren't the patrolman here. Wish so, we could be lazing around if we were. Welcome back, Ninja, it's been a long time since we saw you. 3 days, Sasuke smiled at Andrea and patted Amy, who gave him a quick hug. Felt like 10, Amy shrugged. So, I don't think I'm blocked here because you wanted to gift me something for the coming Christmas. Andrea smirked, winking at her sister. Don't you worry, I'll get Amy wrapped tight and good when time comes for that. And receiving an elbow jab from the embarrassed Amy. I can wrap myself just good. Andrea's mouth was agape, not expecting this boldness from her sister. She laughed, seeing Sasuke just as surprised. We want in on your next big adventure. Andrea shrugged, telling him their real reason, she was the type to seek the thrills, while it was safe of course. And who is best at keeping others safe while giving the opportunity to fight? I won't really call it an adventure, but all right, if something calls for an outing, you are in, he shrugged. Their shelter wasn't housing that big of a group, but they have 8 women who are training seriously to become combatants. That's a win for him. Thank you then, I'm going to have my breakfast. Got watch duty after this. Andrea passed by his side, patting his arm, and Amy talked more to him before following her shortly after. Sasuke went out, waved at Duan, who was doing his morning exercises, and at the 2 little girls who were helping with the chores. He walked down to the field, seeing their source of food finally starting to take shape. Dale, I see you guys did a beautiful job out of the land here. Sasuke smiled at the old man, seeing the field here being finally prepared for the step of cultivating crops. Well, see who's back. How are you doing, son? I'm good. Any progress with the saplings? Well, we readied the soil and followed the steps from what the books and videos we have and what they taught us. It's wintertime, so for now, cold hardy crops. We discussed and found that we can plant garlic, winter rye. What's that? Winter rye? Sasuke asked curiously, not knowing the thing. It's a hardy annual cereal grass widely cultivated in northern Europe, where its grain is the chief ingredient of black bread. It can even be used for forage and soil improvement. Books really teach you wonderful things. Great then, what else can we cultivate in winter? I'm by no means an expert at this, but we spent a good time reviewing the videos, so we decided on kale, spinach, and cover crops, like clover. Those 2 can enrich the soil for spring. Cole. Dale pointed to a man who was busy with something some distance away. Who came from Woodbury also suggested we explore the indoor gardening. You know, microgreens, root cellar storage for winter sustenance. If we can, I suggest we go for aquaponics too, fish farming. We distributed the work between the 9 people who are working on this, like composting, seed saving, food preservation, and all. Awesome, Sasuke grinned, hearing they got the plan forward to this. The report would be ready to be delivered in a day's work. A lot of work is awaiting you, boy. Report? What reports? Sasuke tilted his head, confused. We have many people now. We have different groups working on different subjects, like departments, if I have to call it that. You as a leader, of course it's your job to review all things. This was discussed and planned by 5 people, agreed upon by all. Good luck. Sasuke stood there with a blank look on his face. So, I got more work waiting for me? Written reports nonetheless? It comes with being too reliable, don't press yourself. We all figured that we need to work following one head, and who can be better for that job other than you? Dale smiled, patting Sasuke's shoulder in encouragement, thinking that the boy may feel the pressure from this sudden news. While Sasuke was cursing inwardly. There's no way I'm suffering like that idiot Naruto. This is just another type of Hokage paperwork, isn't it? Ain't leaders supposed to be laid back and enjoy themselves? He smiled stiffly and left, knowing full well where to vent his tantrums and frustration. Sasuke went to the warden's office, which was a room accessed by him and a few other trusted people only. Closing the door, he took a look around with his Sharingan. Finding nothing unusual, he crouched, putting a palm on an unassuming spot on the floor, and pushed down, chakra coursing through his veins. A push with enough force to dent a reinforced thick steel wall in 3 seconds, the designated timeline to succeed on activating the trigger. The ground in front of him parted, revealing stairs going down to a dark path. Sasuke walked down, closed the gap behind him by pushing at another spot, and then kept on going down the stairs. After 100 stairs, he found himself in a big underground place, the space of a football court, the torches on the walls lighting it up. Only he knows how much of a pain it took to make and reinforce this place. Coming here whenever he got free time since they secured the prison, using the pitiful amount of chakra and waiting for its regeneration again and again and again. He sighed in comfort at seeing the place finally put to use. If someone was down here, then their life sure isn't to be a good one at all, and so far, for people were enjoying their stay here. Sasuke walked over to a wall and again palm pushed, triggering the mechanism that made a sequence of activities that revealed a big room ahead of him. It has nothing to it other than the light and the cushions covering its insides from every place. There, four men, looking tired and sad, turned to look at him. Separated from each other and having basic furnitures near them to do their natural calls, those two, made from soft materials. Liked the hospitality? Do you think you are being any different by this? You expect people to call you a hero or what? One of them spat, tied like a mental, his tone a little unusual due to the soft slippery thing covering their teeth, another small thing to prevent suicide by tongue biting. Nah, Governor. Or not, I should start calling you Philip and his three idiots. Sasuke looked around and retrieved a chair from a separate room. Hero? I don't give a fuck what they call me, as long as it isn't an insult. Though, for people out there? You guys are as dead as it can be. They saw me putting a bullet through your heads after all. You are no human, are you? What are you? Are you the one who started this all? Philip Blake, previously known as the governor who all thought was dead due to a little genjutsu, spoke. Seething at the idea. Recalling all the madness this sword freak did, he taunted him while deflecting bullets with a knife. His eyes glow and have a color no human should, he can make things disappear, and his speed makes him seem like he vanished, and the slaps. No slap could be strong enough to make Martinez fly from place to place yet not have his head busted. Walkers were a mystery, and they took his daughter from him. What if this alien is the one who made them, or what if he is the one who succeeded in tanking the bite and got those things from? Nah, rein in your horses, Sherlock. I'm just another nobody who found himself lost in this messed up world, just a fucking special nobody. Sasuke sat in front of the four men, seeing one wetting his pants just by meeting his gaze. The man couldn't stop his body from trembling. This devil forced him to dream about killing his wife, the exact same way he killed the wife of another guy a month ago, countless times, until he became afraid of closing his eyes not to experience it again. I'm not giving you a new one, and you guys should start asking the million-dollar question. Why have you kept us alive? Philip asked him, fear naturally taking root in his heart. Bingo. Sasuke snapped his fingers, chuckling. You see, I really didn't think of having you and those three live. I mean, you aimed for my life. It wasn't us. Martinez screamed, eyes blurry and red from both fear and the sheer hopelessness he was feeling. Shush, I can hear just fine. Don't force me to alter your voice to that of a slutty woman, and you expect me to believe that? Not the attack part, true, it wasn't you, but if you were there, would you have let me go? Sasuke glanced at him, seeing the tears building in his eyes. No, you know that, right? Alas, you could have never stopped me from leaving anyway, it was just a rhetorical question. He ignored him and turned to the disheveled Philip who was glaring at him. Well, back to the answer, I paid Milton's laboratory a visit, and it was then I remembered. I got a scientist by my side too, both his and my experiments will need alive subjects, humans. And the type who I won't feel bad doing that to them, your type of scum. The four of them had their eyes widening from what they heard, even though they expected it when he let them live. They just didn't want it to be true. I mean, we made a solution for the airborne infection, so he is working on finding a cure for the bite issue now, and I need someone to be the human lab rat, or multiple, and that's you. The vacant look of the one who had his pants wet attracted Sasuke's attention. Oh ho, I have my share of experience in that, torture. I was both the instigator and the one on the receiving end, so I know how to stop subjects from killing themselves. Don't worry, if the cure succeeds on the first try, you'll get to live. Life returned to the eyes of the man hearing that last part, so in the end he just needed to endure. And of course be the subject of other experiments. One of them is called the obedience seal, something I am trying to figure out. After that, there's the mystic palm, and how far I can push it. There are animals for that, but you guys will be important for the advanced stage. Sasuke shattered all the hope they got about leaving this damn place somehow. They didn't know what those things he talked about were, but they didn't sound good. Especially that seal thing. I know that look, fear, and eyes screaming how I'm no different than you. A monster. Sasuke turned to Tim, who was looking at him like he was seeing an abomination worse than walkers. That's what you chose to believe. I can respect that. I am no good person, there was just nothing around to make me show the real me. But here's the thing, you lot killed families, women, and men, and even younger. Sasuke kicked Philip in the face just by remembering that the man killed a whole family for something stupid. You assholes tortured others to find info about their shelters and raid them, and brought hopelessness to innocent people. His Sharingan flared red, making them all tense at seeing this hellish sight again. A literal devil in the skin of a human. That's where we are different. While I'm bad, it's only to those deserving it in my book. I won't be as lowly as stealing things from others who are weak. And kill them. I work on keeping balance. Philip finally regained his breath, recovering from the pain on his jaw. Just to see those freakish eyes turn to black once more and Sasuke leaning back. All that noble talk, in the end, you are just another me. I kept my people safe, those ungrateful lot. Merle was just as bad as me, where is he now? Enjoying life with his little brother? And regaining his courage with it. Sasuke chuckled seeing him trying hard to keep his composure. It was impressive, honestly. If only he wasn't a total madman, Sasuke could have had a good and capable man by his side. He is working to repay the pardon I showed him. He got the luck factor by his side, having a brother like Daryl. You will work too, on other sides. Since you have no alike factor, it will be years, so if any of you here have the slimmest idea and hope that you can escape and get revenge, or suicide and rest, drop it, it won't happen. I won't let it happen. Here's your food, you can choose not to eat, and I will simply have a tube shoved down your stomach and drop your fucking soup straight there. Same result, a tasteless experience. Your choice. Sasuke stood, passed them the tasteless soup and walked away, taking the chair with him, but not before dropping his line one final time as he looked back at them again. All in all, assholes, welcome to limbo. Equals 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 equals. A/N. Well, now you see what happens to the governor. Duh, of course I didn't drop a major villain from the show just like that. I got his plan figured out, I just didn't want to spoil it back then. Anyway, hope you like it. Here's the thing, something came up, and from here on I get no usual free time to write. Nah, I'm not dropping it. I've had so much effort put into this fanfic, I even stopped writing my original novels and other fanfics to focus on this one since I published it. So yeah, if nothing serious comes up, I'm not dropping it, but from here, it's irregular updates. I have no more pre-written chapters, so expect the new chapters to be dropped whenever I'm free to do so. Once I get a bulk, daily update returns. Hope you are doing well. Share your ideas and comment, and see you next chapter. Chapter 70, TWD ch70, Alter Ego. Let's rest, I'm pant-tired. I turned to Vivian, she was panting by the side of the road, supporting her weight on her knees and unable to walk more. Gale and his wife were some distance behind, not much different than her. I moved back to support her and help her walk more. It's close, we are close, just a little more, you can do it. Yet the girl hit her limit, she didn't eat well in 3 days, and walking became harder. Fucking assholes, they could have at least given us more food and water. I can't move, Glenn, it's okay, we didn't find many walkers, fortunately. Let's rest. Yeah, someone has killed them. I can say that whoever did it used something sharp and in one slash. Possibly Sasuke, that's his style. So we are on the right track. I turned to the other two, who weren't in a better state, and then at the surroundings. The place looks safe around here, maybe we can rest a little. Alright, we don't have any more water, let's rest and move on as soon as possible. We need to be there before sundown. Don't worry, we are close, just a few hundred yards, 1 meter equals 1.09 yards, dot. Gale looks relieved hearing what I said, and he spoke with a tired smile, reassuring us. Okay. They found a place with clear surroundings and sat, while I stood by the side, keeping an eye on the place. Honestly, this was a risky endeavor. And I know it, especially since I'm the only one here who can really fight, and even I am not in my best condition. But why? Why does it feel much more liberating? I like this, we get to decide our next move, the logical next move. No one here is yelling, no one here is throwing blame, no one is suggesting the stupidest thing we have ever heard, and no one is looking weird at me. Like I don't belong or like I'm just a lost man they found and took pity on and are keeping with them to use as a meat shield. Here, it was calm, and I could think with clarity. Maybe it's just because we didn't find many walkers, we are relaxed. Most likely. We are close. I just hope that the shelter is still up and, as Daryl said, a better shelter than anything we were in. But, what if Sasuke refuses to let us in? I don't think he will. Daryl and William told me they accepted new people, but those were new people, not like us, who turned their backs at him. This is the only thing weighing on me right now, the possibility of being kicked out. What are you thinking? I looked down at Vivian, and gosh, even when she is messed up and smeared, she still looks pretty. I'm a lucky bastard. Nothing, just thinking things. Hungry? I got a piece of chocolate. I took it from my inner pocket and passed her the wrapped bar. It was melted but will give her a push. Thanks, there. She is such an angel. She took half and gave me the other one. She didn't even eat hers but gave it to Gail's wife, who looked to be in need of energy more than any of us. I really hope this is the right call. We are risking everything on it. I want Vivi to live comfortably and in safety, with no more running around and fearing for her life. I don't want her to see those nightmares when sleeping at night. I forced her to take the other half back and went back to watch the surroundings. It was still calm. Yet, not much after the silence was broken by the sound of engines, I rushed back trying to help Gale and his wife to move away so we could hide in the bushes, but unfortunately, the cars were in front of us before we could do anything. I hastily pulled Vivian behind me and gripped the Beretta. It had only 3 more rounds, but there were 2 cars. Could it be another survivor? Or Sasuke? Glenn, are we going to be okay? What to do? Don't worry, just stay close, I go. Third POV. Long time no see, Glenn. Glenn blinked, his vigilance receding as he saw a familiar face belonging to the grinning man who got down from the hammer, followed by other men who Glenn wasn't familiar with. William? In flesh, William laughed and walked to his side, giving him a hug, wincing at seeing the state the man was in. Glenn looked like he rolled through the ground all the way to here from the damn farm. Hey, book girl, old man and Mrs. Myers, I see you are all fine. William smiled at the other 3, not really recalling their first names. You are the boy from the quarry. Gale sighed in relief, recognizing him, and patted his wife's hand to reassure her. I am. Those are Axel, Oscar, and Guillermo. Sasuke sent us to bring you guys. William pointed to the 3 armed men behind him, who nodded in greeting. And Guillermo moved to help the elderly couple get in the second car with him. He knew? Glenn asked once he and Vivian sat on the rear seats. Receiving a nod from William, he knew. The dead walkers, the food, and the guns. It was him? That particular one thing had disturbed his mind since back then. Who would drop food and guns for them? They didn't find anyone on the road, and Sasuke's group was the only human presence around that was known to them. I'm not sure about the guns you are talking about, but he was the one who eliminated the walkers in this road. Guillermo was with him when he did it. He told me. Anyway, good call for coming here, it's safe, we got more people, and we are all in better shape. William told Glenn, passing him water and canned fruit to eat. He smiled seeing the 2 sharing them. Thanks. Are you Sasuke's friends? Oscar, who was driving the car, asked, looking at Glenn from the rearview mirror. He was briefed by William on the road and still couldn't believe some people thought it was better to stay clear from a man like that and try to survive on their own. Heck. Sasuke wasn't even the bad kind who would make you want to risk it all rather than being near him. It just felt too fucking weird for him to understand no matter how much he racked his brain trying to make logic out of it. Why yeah, kind of, we met in the quarry. Glenn hesitated, he wondered if he would be denied the stay if he said no. It wasn't really a lie though. At least their relationship wasn't as bitter as the one Shane had with Sasuke. Lucky you, I didn't get to see the outside world that much, but what I'd witnessed was enough to make me not want to be there alone. A good and trusted friend is rare to come by. You are safe now, we will be there in a few minutes. Glenn nodded, thanking him. His girlfriend looked no more tense, she wasn't forcing a fake smile anymore. She simply leaned on his shoulder and closed her eyes to rest. 7 minutes later the two cars pulled closer to the outer area of the prison, and Glenn leaned forward to get a better view. The first thing to come to his sight was the people. Around 5 or so of them were standing, each one clothed in black and equipped with rifles that were aimed at their vehicles. And many more in the distance behind the fence. One of them moved forward, said something, and the others held their weapons by their side. He knows him, it was Billy. "We are here, let's go," William told him, and Glenn woke Vivian, who was feeling both anxious and excited at seeing the prison. Many of the good people, women, went with Sasuke, especially those her age. If only her brother didn't insist on staying on the farm, she would have been with her friends and he would be still alive, alas. Glenn and the other 3 were soon standing in front of the entrance. The gate of the outer fence. "Welcome, glad you made it safe. I know it's not the best thing to hear now, but it will be good if you follow the protocol from this point. My name is Billy Butcher. Let's go." Glenn and others stiffened seeing the man treating them like outsiders. "Don't worry, it's just how things are here. When on duty, there's no room for chit-chat. Let's go, it's just a normal screening procedure from here to see if anyone is bitten or injured." William patted Glenn's shoulder and nodded, seeing them follow behind. The prison was this good? Vivian couldn't stop her curiosity. Behind the 4 armed men who were still in their posts, there were many people who were transferring some materials and seemed to be building something outside the fence, a wall that was still on the foundation step. Not even close, it was overrun, bloodied, stinky, demolished, but we saw a way forward, thanks to Sasuke, and we worked on it. This is the result. We are still in the process of making it better. William explained and saw Glenn rushing to the side making few armed men wary, but Billy signaled for them to put down their weapons. As he saw that Glenn was going toward Dale, who was close discussing something with other people. "You are here, boy, and you too, welcome back." Dale smiled and hugged them, happy to see some of the familiar faces, while Billy and William stood aside, giving them some room. "Great to see you, Dale and Jim." Glenn smiled happily seeing their people, their state, and the condition of the place. It was better than anything he had expected. There were people here, it was lively and secure. "Let's go, you can bathe and eat after the screening," Billy told them, and soon they reached the inner wall. There was another watchtower behind it. The gate was opened by yet another familiar face, Andrea, who greeted them with a smile. "Welcome home, hey, Vivi, Isabel." She walked and hugged the 2 women, seeing their pitiful state. "Andrea, I missed you guys." Vivian hugged her and beamed even more seeing Amy and Jess, who came to greet them. "Hello, my name is Rowan. I'll be the one to supervise the ladies. William will check on the other 2 gentlemen. This way, please. Don't be anxious, it's just a physical check." She smiled reassuringly and led the 2 women to a room, Glenn and Gale following William to another one after a brief hesitation. They were checked and then once again back to the office after they were found to be good, and then they went to the bathhouse to clean themselves. Excited at the mention of the coming dinner, Glenn even singed while taking his bath, feeling all the burden leaving his shoulders. This is what he was searching for. A sanctuary. While all this was happening, Sasuke, who would have needed only one look to confirm their physical status, had finally finished with his business in limbo, stashing some materials in a separate room, and eventually found his free time to deal with his shinobi life matter. 186, that's the number of chakra coursing through his system now. He has already unlocked 2 jutsus this far. The first being the shadow clone, which turned into a big mystery. The second being Shunshin, the high-speed movement jutsu. It required the whole 180 threads to make him able to perform it, crossing a 20-meter distance in a blink. Sasuke did the hand seals required for the shadow clones and halted briefly, processing the new information, reaching the last seal before slamming his palms, finishing the set. Beside him, an identical clone of him stood, looking back at him. So there are 2 types, a shadow clone and a shadow ego. He spent a few minutes testing the clone. It was okay. 30% of his physical strength, and it was built with half of his chakra, 90 thread. He can only make one at a time for now, even though his chakra regenerated to 186. And unfortunately, it wouldn't give him back chakra once it dispersed like it used to, but his spent chakra regenerated all right, and he still recovered the memories and experience from the clone. He took a deep breath, feeling that his chakra was once again full, and redid the hand seals, changing the last one to perform the upgraded jutsu. Sasuke felt how a whole 50 threads from his painfully accumulated chakra vanished just like that. It didn't regenerate, and he was once again back to 136 chakra threads. And Shunshin Jutsu getting locked once again. I don't even know what I'm signing for here. Sasuke just steeled his mental strength not to be disappointed and watched the Fuinjutsu writings that formed in the ground in the shape of a complicated circle. In front of him, a figure started materializing from its center almost in a magical way. Well, it was magical. From its feet up, the body was being constructed, accompanied by some blue light. It felt like whoever this person is now was simply revealing itself from an invisibility jutsu starting from its feet and up to its head. In seconds, what stood in front of Sasuke was a figure of 160 cm, 5'42" feet, height, with a slender-shaped body, feminine, wearing simple black clothes efficient for fighting and moving yet also elegant on their own, with a white ANBU mask covering her face and her hair tied into a high ponytail, black and reaching all the way down to her waist. Brown eyes peering at him from behind the mask with reverence? You have to be kidding me. He blinked further, receiving one last piece of information about what just happened. So, my upgraded clone jutsu has the ego of shinobi from my world? What the freaking? He saw her tilting her ANBU mask up, revealing a stunning face, and going down on one knee, the sign of servitude and respect normally shown only to your own Kage. Sasuke-sama, your orders? Sasuke looked down at the masked ninja. Someone he knows from his childhood memories. For now, let's talk about you, Haku. 50 chakra thread, 500 kill. But it's worth it. He sighed in relief seeing her nod her head, at least he got something way more satisfying than what he paid for. Chapter 71, TWD ch 71, Haku. Haku, you can sit, Sasuke sighed, looking at her still standing beside the chair he retrieved for her. The second shinobi to grace this world hesitated. She felt it would be disrespectful for her to report while sitting but nodded eventually, sitting in front of him, hands on lap. So, first, tell me how come you are here. I don't know anything about this. I mean, the process. I agreed to a deal, she answered, recalling the mysterious presence that discussed this deal with her. From whom and what is the deal? I don't know the initiator, but it was that my soul imprint, or what he called ego, will be transferred from the White Lands to help and serve you. I was given your identity first and then received memories about this place, some of yours. I saw what you did, what you built, and what you are trying to do, thus, I accepted it. The deal was to serve you. She concludes it in that simple sentence. I see, and you agreed? This is just another side of the same coin of what was happening to you back then in the land of waves. It is not. Here, you aren't terrorizing people even with how weak they are, you are being their hope. I wouldn't have accepted the deal otherwise. I don't want to be back to spilling blood mindlessly. That's right, but what benefit did you get from this? Being alive again. It was simple, she simply didn't want to be there waiting for a random villain to reanimate her again or something worse. The shinobi world has many freaks who mess with the dead people. MHM, you know about my situation? The important parts, I do. I believe Sasuke-sama has received bits of memories from my life. Sasuke nodded, understanding the important parts and what they include if she saw about his life what he saw about hers. So you are real? I believe so. Can you hear me? Sasuke tugged at the weird link formed between them and tested it. // clearly, Sasuke-sama / and heard her soft voice replying to his inquiry even though both hadn't used their mouths to speak. Well, that's something good. Indeed, Haku smiled faintly, liking the feeling of the link between them. Is your chakra being blocked? Like me? I can't seem to be able to access part of it. If I had to say, I'm currently at my peak genin stage, and my bloodline limit, Kekkei Genkai, 2, it's being partially blocked by something. She raised her hand, and Sasuke saw the mist emitted from her pores, freezing mist, and then a thin ice sheet-like substance formed on her skin, making it harder, and from what his Sharingan read, also sharper at the fingertips. It worked like an innate weapon. I can't release it in great mass like I used to do, I'm sorry. Don't be, Haku, that's already impressive. Now, let's spar. Haku dropped down, evading the kick that was centimeters from striking her head. She rotated, trying to sweep his legs with a low spiral kick. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan and jumped lightly, evading the low leg sweep. He wanted to test the gap between them in his basic form, without Sharingan. Haku made a distance from him, standing a few feet away. How far am I allowed to go, Sasuke-sama? All out, you have your weapons? I do. She swept her hands by her side, and Sasuke saw multiple senbons appearing between her fingers. Good, let's have fun. Haku blinked, caught off guard seeing him smiling as he unsheathed his sword. She knows that this is most likely not the real Sasuke. He has the same name and has the same lineaments as most Uchihas, but he isn't the Sasuke she knew appearance-wise, and also his personality. He isn't much different when it comes to presence and skill, but their personalities are clearly contrasted. Sasuke blurred, appearing before her, and did a simple front slash, trying to measure her current strength and his. He followed with a wide horizontal slash, seeing how she evaded the first one easily, this time faster. The blade found its target, cutting through Haku's midsection. Just for the body to explode in a cloud of smoke, and from within countless senbons were hurled towards Sasuke at high speed. I miss this. Sasuke smirked, his battle lust being unleashed uncontrollably. Finally, he was fighting someone who was like him. Haku appeared once more from the other side, holding a kunai in one hand, looking at Sasuke, who was pierced through by many senbons, blood seeping from his injuries. Not a second later, she rotated, blocking a kick that was aimed at her ribs, and winced at the weight accompanied by it. Her eyes briefly followed the sword that was thrown up in the air. Sasuke, still in kicking position, used his second leg to jump and rotated, throwing another spinning kick aimed at her face. She leaned back, evading it, and raised a hand to block the damn third kick as the Uchiha used the rotation to once more do a final heel kick and tensed, feeling a hand gripping her ankle. Sasuke had succeeded in distracting her by his triple kicks and used his upside-down position as leverage to grab her ankle. His sword scabbard that was tied on his hip blocked the kunai about to pierce his stomach accurately, and he kicked back, finally achieving a hit. Haku's vision blurred from the pain that struck her chin. That complicated attack all happened in 2 seconds, making her unable to keep up with his irregular taijutsu style. She hastily retreated, hurling senbons at Sasuke, who stood, caught his sword again, and deflected each of them easily. You are strong, Sasuke-sama, even with all the limitations. Thank you, you are still holding back though. Let's have a go at it later, a real one next when we have time. Haku blinked, caught off guard by the sudden change in the scenery. That blink made her realize that she is still sitting in her chair, with Sasuke sitting on the opposite side, looking at her with a slight smile. She understood what happened, seeing his red eyes that faded shortly after returning to their beautiful dark obsidian color. Genjutsu. Yeah, for checking where we stood briefly, that's good enough. I really want to go for it with you, but that can wait until we are free. I still have some things to do and have a few more questions. I understand, you are really strong, my lord. I hadn't even recognized it was a genjutsu. Experience made many things near perfect. Sasuke shook his head and left it at that. Even for someone who had awakened the Rinnegan, perfecting Sharingan's abilities was just as important. And genjutsu being one of them, especially since the real Sasuke had complicated feelings toward Itachi, who was second to none when it comes to that. And it's okay to just call me by my name when we are alone. I understand, Sasuke-sama. She saw his raised eyebrow and caught the hint. Sasuke, Dano? Just Sasuke is okay, so, do you have a real body? Haku didn't voice her answer. She took a senbon and used it to prick at her finger. Sasuke saw a drop of blood showing on her finger's tip. I believe so, I can feel my chakra, my blood, and my heartbeat. I'm just a few years older than when we met in the Land of Waves. Sasuke wondered how a measly 50 chakra threads can summon a human, a shinobi nonetheless. He still didn't get how that works. But at this point, he already had a hypothesis about how his chakra gain works. It sounds ridiculous, utterly weird, but he had witnessed even more bizarre incidents in his shinobi life, and that was the only plausible theory about the reasons for his chakra limiters and the carrot rewards carrot. Dimensional laws. What if this is this dimension's law or the world's law? He wasn't supposed to be wielding chakra, none other, but due to this pandemic, the world is allowing him to gain it. The more he cleanses it from walkers, the more chakra and his jutsu he unlocks, which are the rewards. Yet if that was the case, why had no other received similar rewards when killing walkers? Maybe because he was the irregularity in the first place, and that was the way to gain the permission and have back his power? He rubbed his forehead, dismissing the thought altogether, and turned to her, who was looking at him with some concern seeing his actions. "Chem, let's do some more physical tests later. Don't worry, it will be a private matter known by the two of us only, just to see if our blood and system work differently. Is there anything you want to say to me?" "I want to know your orders for me, Sasuke-sama. What is my duty here?" "My counselor, bodyguard, right-hand shinobi, ANBU, you pick what you are comfortable with. But yeah, you will help me run this place and keep it safe, for now, do recon. Do I get to pick another choice? Besides being your umbu?" "Of course, which is?" "Your friend," she smiled, seeing Sasuke's pupils widen for a moment. "Gladly," Sasuke chuckled, shaking his head. He was caught with the flow that he has forgotten that Haku, in the end, is real, not a shadow clone he used to deal with like they were puppets. Haku covered her mouth, giggling at his reaction. He was really nothing like the Uchiha she knew or heard about. Even the Sasuke she knew briefly would have never smiled like that for such a simple thing. It seems he is different here when it comes to his emotions. "Oh yeah, can you understand this?" Sasuke finally remembered how this whole meeting with Haku was spent with him speaking in Japanese. So he switched to English, trying to see if she could understand it. "The link, I understand what you said thanks to it, but I don't think I would if somebody else spoke to me in it." He nodded his head. "How long would it take you to get it to the basics?" How complicated it is compared to coded shinobi communication and Fuinjutsu." Sasuke took a few moments to think about it. "I can say it's not as complicated, structure-wise, but it requires some focus and a good memory. I'll get it down to the basics in a matter of 5 days, if that is okay with you." She nodded, confident in her learning ability. "Sure, don't pressure yourself, you're lodging, for now it can be here or some secret point. I want your presence to be secret for a while. Is that okay with you?" "I have no issue, Sasuke." "Great, let's go," she nodded, following him to another section. Sasuke chose a wide area and dropped all the supplies she might need. May I ask how you did that, Sasuke? Storing those many things without a scroll?" It was the first time for her to witness it, waving a hand and making things appear. "A separate dimension, I got a special seal that I myself don't understand, it gave me a big space. Here, anything else you need?" He turned to her, seeing how she started moving things to some places, like the bed, sofa, food table, clothes, and other supplies, positioning them to her liking. "It's good. All right, that's some info about this place and how to get out of here, you should be able to do it yourself. You can leave any time, just be stealthy about it." Sasuke put her through a quick genjutsu to show her some things after asking her permission and then left. Leaving Haku behind, who started going through the journal and trying to understand the full situation that the inherited memories didn't show her, like his relations, enemies, future goals, etc. And also starting with the basics of the new language, alphabets. =========================================================================================================================First thing, converting the fighting scene in my head to written form has always been hard, so yeah. I wrote it hastily. It can be shit. Second, Haku is way more powerful, not as a fully grown Sasuke with his experience, which is the MC but still in the same tier as most elites. But the thing I want to clear is, I'm not nerfing her or him. None was really serious in this fight, Sasuke just wanted to see if he was dealing with a real shinobi, the Haku he knew. And Haku was reluctant, she was good-hearted by nature and didn't use her ice release for offense, fearing for causing him some damage, as she herself too, didn't know how skilled he was. The memories she received were from his life here, and his enemies had all been utterly weak. Remember that she had mercy on the real Sasuke in the original timeline, faking his death. So that's why she limited herself, just like Sasuke, who refrained from going all out with his Sharingan. Chapter 72, TWD 72, The Consequences of Loose Ends. Sup, Butcher, were you enjoying life? Sasuke dropped the same line Billy said to him when he was starting things out with Katniss. The man seemed to have disappeared since someone named Martha came into the picture after all. Thanks to you, I was signing a damn surrounding treaty. They say carrot like father, like son carrot, but I didn't know there was a carrot fiercer than her mother, carrot. So you were being roasted? Comes with the family package. What were you up to anyway? Glenn came back with others, and they are making dinner ready. I was meeting my first clan member who made it back. Sasuke stretched, telling him what was keeping him busy. No fucking way? Yes, fucking way, he chuckled, seeing the realization look on Billy's face. So we got another ninja. Where is he now? She's doing her things now. I'm not even surprised. Huh? About what? Sasuke looked back at him, confused. About the fact that it is a carrot that crossed the damn sea, fire, and death to come here for you. Hey, just so you know. I'm not planning to have you as a son-in-law. Billy looked him deadpan in the eye. Mia was just like her mother, beautiful, and Sasuke was the damn best guy around here, sure, but no way in hell was he about to give his damn stepdaughter to this bastard who, big chance, will bleed his ears with some or 18 mock lines. No shit, I'm not about to have you and Martha after my ass, thank you very much. I'm happy with my current issues. He recalled something related to those issues and turned to him. How does it feel to be adopted though? What are you talking about? I heard Daryl saying you changed your last name to Blackwell. Sasuke smirked, giving Daryl a taste of his own medicine. Oh, did he now? I heard you made a bet with him about the Umbu thing. I guess an interesting dinner is awaiting us. The two were soon in the inner dining area since it was raining outside. The place was big enough to accommodate everyone, as it was previously one of the training gyms. People were moving about, taking their portions and joining their families and friends. Many greeted the two of them with smiles. Daryl, who was eating with Carol and Sophia on another table, waved at them lazily and went back to his meal. While Billy smirked at Daryl and pivoted to the table Martha was using with her daughter after saying something to Sasuke, the ninja joined the big table with the Everdeen's, who were eating with the others from their group. Hey. Sasuke, I didn't find you earlier. I searched everywhere. Siri pouted at him. I was busy with something, is there anything you need? Not really, I and Sophia did something, and we just wanted you to know. Alright, let's see about it after dinner. Sasuke was about to sit beside her when he felt a group of people walking toward him. He turned, seeing Glenn and the other three walking beside William, who gestured towards Sasuke and went back to his watch duty. Sasuke nodded at William and asked them, seeing their conflicted expressions. Welcome, had dinner yet? No. We thought about coming and, thanking you first, for what you did, we appreciate it. Glenn shifted uncomfortably, forgetting the original line he practiced. It happens, looking at the guy whose face told nothing about his real emotions, and who was acknowledged as the damn leader here. Glenn swore there was something different about the presence of this guy. No way, the air just decided to feel heavy every damn time he stood in front of him. Thank you for all the goodness you showed toward me and my wife even after what I did and said to you. I'll always be grateful, and again, I apologize for what I did. Gale, not one to overthink things like the presents, stepped forward and raised his hands to shake Sasuke's, formally apologizing. Sasuke felt the stares of people around, mostly of those from Woodbury who didn't know what was happening and the reason. I accept it. What matters is that you are alive now and your wife and friends are here with you. Come, join us for dinner. I'm sure we both have things to discuss. Sasuke smiled and invited the four of them to their table. They joined the Everdeens, Elena, Dale, and the Harrisons. Glenn and others started eating with them, enjoying the warm meal and soup. There was even fresh meat in there, which made their mood better. Had anything come to your attention in the period you spent here? Sasuke asked Glenn, receiving questioning looks from others around. It's really good and feels safe? He means any irregularities you may have noticed or something that seemed negative to you in our shelter, even small things. Katniss cleared, shooting Sasuke a look. He really needs to stop this habit of asking curtly while eating and thinking everyone is a Siri who understands his talk. Sasuke shrugged. The garlic and tomatoes butter beans that Elena made for him were too delicious for him to say that damn long and detailed sentence. Oh, can I ask why you are asking him that? Vivian inquired, unaware of Glenn's tightened fist, who was still thinking he needed to be on eggshells around Sasuke not to offend him. Strangers tend to notice things we may have ignored. Siri raised her hand and answered, feeling smug at the little smirk she saw on Sasuke's face. Just like the Art of War book Sasuke had read for her, Sophia and Duan. The man called Odysseus, an outsider to Troy City, had noticed something the locals didn't. Their pride and belief in omens could be used against them. He used a gift in the shape of a big horse, and used it to breach through their defenses by hiding an army inside of it. Vivian blinked, not understanding what this little girl was talking about. Not really. If something comes to mind, it's the food. Won't this consumption deplete your stock faster? Glenn asked, noting how all people were given a generous portion. We keep count of our stock and deal with consumption accordingly. It's not an issue currently, Rowan explained to Glenn, keeping it at that. She didn't want random people to know their real impressive stock when it includes food, armory, and clothes. What happened to Rick and others? Andrea asked what many here were curious about. Jess shrugged. They chose to go their way, we didn't like that way, so we thought about coming here. She recalled the departure and how some ass there even told them regret will come late when they are already at death's door. I see, that ISN. Boss, they all flinched hearing the deep voice of the man who closed in on them silently, standing behind Sasuke, who was still eating. The man's alerted voice, mask, and outfit make his presence notably in stark contrast with others here. What's the matter, Ghost? Intruders are spotted 400 yards distant, south of Tower B. I'd already drawn back any unarmed individuals on the field. Good, numbers? Sasuke wiped his lips with a tissue and indicated for the others to continue eating their food. Secretly delighted that Merle was now speaking in the manner he had taught him, rather than his thuggish approach. 13 confirmed, but there's a chance additional are hidden. Directives? Sasuke didn't answer. He switched vision with the Falcon and did a quick screening. He tugged at another link before turning to Ghost. He tapped the device on his ear and instructed the guards on the watchtowers to be careful of snipers. They are 14, and 5 more are on their way to East Tower. Join Daryl and Billy to deal with them. Confirmation on their status will be available shortly. What about the other 14, sir? Haku, no one understood what he said, but everyone quailed even harder as they saw something drop behind Sasuke. Another masked human appeared, a girl with long black hair and a white mask covering her face. She kneeled on one knee and talked in a language they didn't understand, but know it was his native language, Japanese. Her voice was soft and firm. Orders, Sasuke-sama. Eliminate the 14 if proved to be a threat. Otherwise, keep your presence hidden. And investigate them further. Send a clone to back up Ghost and his group, he detailed further through their link. As you wish. She stood and then vanished as swift as she appeared, leaving the others with a ton of unanswered questions. Ghost, too, left to call for Billy and his brother after a brief hesitation. The two were already gearing up as another man who was on watch duty reported back to them following the protocol. I'll explain later, excuse me for now. Sasuke stood and patted the head of the worried Siri, who saw his serious look, reassuring her and nodding at others, telling them to continue with their dinner. Morgan, Dale, Code Blue. Understood. Morgan grabbed his weapons, checking them, and nodded at Sasuke, knowing he needed to stop anyone from leaving this place, and forwarded the order for Axel and Oscar, who were under his lead, to do a brief check in the cell blocks for anyone missing. While Dale left to count on people and make sure they are gathered in one of the safe points. Jim and Cole followed after him. Sasuke, who took a step out from the dining area, closed the doors behind him. He nodded at William, who stood with another man on guard. We have suspected presence near, keep others from leaving until the situation is cleared. Got it, William nodded. Then with another step Sasuke disappeared with pure speed, running in the direction he knew another 21 people were gathered in. Not long after, he was standing atop a branch, looking down on a clear, level area that was slightly hidden in the trees. Listening to the people below talking in hushed voices. Why all the troubles? Let's swarm them up, no way they are as geared as we are. A muscled man spoke in his gruff tone to the others nearby. Keep that muscle head of yours focused on what matters. Ronnie knows what he is doing, they are armed too, you remember? And they have some skilled men in there. A fucking pretty boy and an old man. That prick was weak as fuck, of course he will exaggerate it. Just keep silent, you don't want me to tell Ronnie you are thinking of ignoring his orders. A fucking bitch who used her ass to satisfy is talking back to me like that now, the man thought internally, fuming just at the thought. This was a mere bed-warming tool, yet he really can't curse or talk back, she was one of the few ladies who were Roni's only. And that asshole had 5 brothers watching his back all the time and possibly playing with those women too. Any idea of taking control or stabbing them in the back seemed to be useless against those 6 sneaky brothers who were always cautious. Marvin, get your ass here. He turned and walked aside, calling for another scrawny man. Yes. Has Ronnie contacted you about the situation? Not yet, maybe they are still doing recon. Why did we start with this place anyway? Won't the town be easier to take over at first, then move to deal with the prison? Another man asked in a hushed voice. I know, right? And they say he is smart, the muscled man sneered. If those weren't tough times that forced him to keep his fangs hidden, he would have never submitted in this pathetic way. Your small brain just can't handle his way of thinking. What do you think will happen if we attack the town and someone from there succeeds in alerting those people here? Ronnie had to start with the stronger force out of the two, conquer it, and move on to take over the weak town there. Go read some books. They kept bickering, not knowing that 5 of them were already down and only a basic clone using henge, transformation jutsu, was standing in their place. Sasuke, who gathered all the pieces, revealed himself, burying his sword straight through the heart of the scrawny man and sweeping it aside with force, cutting through his flesh and beheading the man she was debating with. Status confirmed, hostile. I'll make a move, just in time for Ghost's voice to come through the piece. / hostility confirmed, elimination initiated / followed by Haku's voice through their link. Keep one alive, Sasuke deflected the machete with his bare hand and slashed, cutting down another body. He turned to the remaining 13, who were stunned and hesitating from the sudden turn of events, and launched shurikens, each targeting a head, dropping them one by one. I don't entertain uninvited guests, but I'll welcome you in my basement, big brain. Sasuke palmed the terrified woman he kept alive, putting her to a forceful and painful sleep. Report. Clear here, hostage secured, and moving back to the base, Ghost reported, and Sasuke heard Daryl and Billy bickering in the background. What hostage? They were keeping a woman tied up, she's passed out currently. Orders. All right, make sure she isn't a liability, do a physical check first. We'll let her loose only after confirming her status. / I am done here, Sasuke-sama, I'm on my way to the prison, / Sasuke swept his blade aside, cleaning it from blood, and sheathed it. He took another look at the place, carried the passed-out woman on his shoulder, and ran back to the base, alerting the one on watch duty not to shoot. Soon he met with the other 3, who were bringing a tied woman and man, and they turned to Haku, who was lifting a giant of a man one-handed by her side. Well shit, that small stature sure packs some serious muscles. Daryl whispered to Billy, who chuckled remembering something. I've seen pretty females having poles bigger than mine in Thailand, nothing is surprising me after that. Daryl raised a brow at Billy, and both were unaware that Haku heard them and asked Sasuke if she could put each of them on a negative sexuality for a week. They were soon back in front of the building, and Sasuke saw many people gathered, geared and ready to defend their home. Glenn and others stood nearby too. It was a hostile group who knew about our situation somehow from someone who was in Woodbury, a team of 40, one of whom was about to raid us. We dealt with them, so go back to your usual duties. Those on watch duty, hold your position and be extra vigilant. Sasuke turned back to the people. Team leaders and combatants, head to the warden office. We will have our first official meeting to discuss this matter. Be there in 15 minutes. Chapter 73, TWD ch 73, The Woman in Red. She's my kin. I didn't say anything, Katniss shrugged. Exactly, I'll explain and talk about this later. Currently we have a situation. Yeah, Siri is currently with Elena and Carol. Is there a possibility of a fight or another attack? We will know soon enough. Haku, take her to Limbo, Sasuke told Haku and saw as she took the tied hostage and left separately. What did you say to her? She asked, not understanding Japanese. She will be put in another place for now. Something is off about that one. First, let's get to know about our friends here, and that explanation made the Dixons, Katniss, and Billy wary of that pretty injured woman. They were soon in an empty cell block, and Sasuke dropped the 3 surviving people from the raiders. He tapped at each of their necks, sending a jolt of chakra to wake them up. Who are yo, she didn't finish her words as Katniss shoved the woman's sock inside her mouth. Shut it, I will go help with things in the meeting room. She nodded at them and left. She knew what was about to happen, and it wasn't really her thing. Are all women by your side this crazy? Daryl turned to Sasuke. The old Katniss he met some weeks ago would had never done that, maybe. Are all women by your, oh, you have none. Billy smirked at Daryl, who turned to him, confused as to why Billy seemed to be targeting him here. At least I kept my name, and shrugged with a sly smile, leaving Billy stunned at that. Your brother didn't. Billy poked at his brother complex, making Sasuke chuckle as he decided to speak business, otherwise those two wouldn't stop. Don't mind my friends here. Sasuke turned to the man that Haku had brought back. Ronnie, as in, the leader of those people. So, fellas. I'll ask only once. For your info, you 3 are the only ones alive from the whole group. And I can always decrease that number. He turned to Haku, who appeared close to him again silently, startling them. For fuck's sake, lady, stop doing that. Billy winced at Ghost's hiccup. It was not pleasant to hear a grown man gasp in surprise. Especially one with a deep, distorted voice. So, my questions are, who the fuck are you people, where are the rest of your members, and who was the individual you obtained our information from and what became of him? Finally, what made you tie that woman up? He made them able to talk again by removing the damp socks. Yet none spoke a word. The woman turned to the bulky man with pleading eyes. Hoping he can save her from those people. Oh my, tough ones, may I, Sasuke-sama? Even Sasuke was taken aback by Haku's playful tone as she talked. They are all yours. She nodded and stepped forward to take his place. She didn't talk, just peered at them with cold eyes from behind her mask. Alas, her small stature was even more underwhelming than the pretty face, who didn't look like a dangerous person at all. Thus, 2 of the 3 still looked at her with a dismissive attitude. Other than Ronnie, of course, who had a different thought going through his head altogether. He was frightened by this monster in the form of a girl. There was no resistance. His brothers and men were all dead in a matter of seconds, and he was knocked unconscious by a tap on the nape. He still didn't understand how such a kid could kill all of them, and that what terrified him to the bone. Those thoughts halted as he heard the shrill scream from the woman who was one of his lovers. He saw how she started struggling on her ropes and thrashed around, snot, drool, and tears staining her face as she cried in pain. Haku had taken out a substance and applied a single drop to the woman's thigh flesh, then waited, seeing her lose all the tough act and scream as if she was being eaten on by a swarm of ants. Daryl and Billy exchanged a look, gulping. Shit became scary real fast, and this Haku was creepy as fuck. I'm not messing with her in the future. And I seconded that. Their eye communication ceased when they saw Haku applying a different substance to the darkened spot on the woman's thigh and stepped away, seeing the screaming mess finally silent. The woman opened her eyes, breathing hard as if she were pulled from underwater. All done, my lord, she should speak now. Haku stepped back. Well, that's something. His genjutsu can do that, but yet again, He didn't want his men to know he can mess with the brain through his eyes. So, who? Lana, my name is Lana. I swear, I was forced to be his woman and kept acting like that after I saw his brother killing one of us, saying she became boring. Please, we are a group from Gordon County. A horde took a quarter of us and destroyed our shelter, so we fled and came here. We met some young men, and they interrogated him. That's how we know about Woodbury. He also spoke of you people, saying you have many more resources and how you are using a prison nearby. Ronnie didn't have much ammo, so he decided to deal with the bigger force first, win, take theirs, and deal with the town later. That's all I know. Please, don't let her do it again, please. And she became mute, literally due to the sunburn that pierced her nape. No matter how much she tried, she couldn't utter a voice. Ronnie beside her had his eyes wide open in anger and surprise. He knew she wasn't a weak one, but to spill everything like a dam? That only proves those freaks here were a fucking nightmare. We shouldn't have done that, we should have never come near here, fuck. The hostage was found on his group? Sasuke pointed at the second man that Ghost's group captured. Yes, sir, and Ghost straightened unconsciously, not keen on receiving any damn treatment from this crazy girl. Alright, answer my last question, will you? Why was the woman bound and hurt, and who was she? No need to be traumatized like your friend, for your info. Haku here is being merciful, I wouldn't be as much to put a single drop in your thigh. Act like you are built different, and I'll pour the whole bottle in your ear. The bearded man hesitated, partly believing he was different than that bitch, partly dreading the thought of this weird thing going through his ear. In the end, the second part won, and he spilled everything, which wasn't much. In short, he really doesn't know her. They found her due to a noise made by a walker, and she was sitting, with those injuries already there in her body. Considering her beautiful face, they captured her. Alright, Ghost, fetch anything else you can get from them, be in the meeting conference when you are done. Daryl and Butcher, do you want to go with me to talk to the hostage? Nah, we are good, see you in the conference room. The two slipped away as soon as possible. Sasuke? They didn't know he was the normal one when it included those crazy ninjas. They wronged him. Ghost shrugged and turned to interrogate Ronnie. Sighing in relief as he saw Haku following Sasuke to wherever they had kept that woman. Equals. Why were you angry? He knew she wouldn't normally react violently, based on his memories of her impressive mentality. I don't like it how they were talking about you when I found them. I see, thanks for that. He patted her head unconsciously. He then moved to the bed where the woman was lying. Cleaned and patched, appearing to be asleep. I know you are awake, stop playing dead. Sasuke looked down at the Asian woman who was seemingly passed out and spoke. She was dressed in a red shirt, black pants, and boots, her hands gloved. They found only a small knife on her belt earlier. He wasn't sure who she was, but his instincts had gone on high alert since he set his eyes on her, not out of fear. She wasn't that strong to warrant that reaction from him, but she wasn't what she seemed to be. For starters, all of her wounds were nearly a joke. They appeared grim, the kind that would make many pity her to the point of doing everything they could to ensure she was taken care of. But for someone like him, it may as well be a message saying, I'm sus as hell. Each and every one of those injuries was placed in a way that would not seriously damage the body, limit movement, or hinder any trained individual. However, it will appear painful to the regular eye. The second thing was her muscle density and build. She was lean, yeah, but which Kunoichi he knew wasn't lean and had muscles that betrayed the true force beneath her beautiful skin, well, except for old Anku. Sakura, Ino, and Haku by his side were prime examples of this. Third, she was tensed the whole time, muscles coiled and ready to react to any sign of threat. Yet appearing totally defenseless to anyone ignorant. And lastly, his Sharingan picked up the traces of gunpowder. The amount suggested that she fired an impressive amount of bullets recently. Those details would have gone unnoticed or not even detected by others, but experience and supernatural abilities truly set you apart. The woman opened her eyes and looked straight at his eyes. Sorry about that. I woke and found myself in a strange place, so I decided to listen more about my situation. I mean no harm. So she's still playing the role, all right. Sure, I get that, the logical move. May I ask who you are, though? And why were you tied up by those people? What happened to them? She asked, despite knowing full well what happened. Answering me with a question isn't what I need to hear. I get things to do, so will you answer my question first? Who are you, and why were you tied there? I go by the name Ada. Pleasure to meet you, handsome. I wasn't one of them, and I did nothing bad to you people, so can you please untie me? It's really uncomfortable. The black-haired Asian lady with short bob faked a wince and inwardly dreaded feeling the air thicken in the silence that followed. Who would have thought that her target would be finally found 3 months later? By a damn coincidence. I'll let you loose tomorrow morning with some supplies. Food will be delivered to you soon. There's no exit from here, so sit tight and be good. Sasuke went out, locked the limbo gate behind him, and left to another exit, taking a detour to reach the warden's office. He swore he knew her from somewhere, that look and name, he was sure he had seen it somewhere, yet, he couldn't quite grasp her identity, but his instincts were never wrong. She needs to be away from his shelter first, and then he can deal with this matter by monitoring her. Bar him and Haku, that woman was the second to be ranked as highly capable in this place. Her physical prowess alone was better than Daryl's and Ghost's, who were ranked at the top tier around here. Chapter 74, TWD 74, Child Support? What's that? Sorry for keeping you in wait. Everyone seems to be here already, so let's get started. Sasuke entered the conference room and saw Billy gesturing for him to take a seat by tilting his head toward the empty chair at the head of the long table. For starters, this is Haku. Some of you who know my story will know what Umbu means. She is that, and the first to reach me. Sasuke glanced at Daryl briefly while saying that. The girl with the mask bowed slightly and spoke with an accent in what little English she knew. Name Haku, please take care of me. She's still learning English, so take it easy on her. They nodded, greeting her back. So, about what happened tonight, Oscar? He sat down and turned to Oscar, who was sitting by the end of the table. We retrieved the weapons and all other essentials from the assailants. The bodies were transferred to the burial point. Good, Morgan? Everything is in place, no casualties or injuries. Nechem, what we know so far is Sasuke came to a halt when he saw Ghost enter the room. Ghost approached to his side, handed Sasuke a note, and stood behind his chair next to Haku. Daryl blinked. This Merle and his changes were still difficult to adjust to. He swears, if it wasn't for him turning into such a jerk whenever they were alone and Merle wasn't wearing his mask, he would have suspected Sasuke for swapping him. While others all glanced at the two masked individuals behind Sasuke, each exuded a menacing presence to those who saw them in action. Especially the masked girl. I see. Sasuke set the paper aside, sorting over the new information and determining that Ghost's penmanship was shitty. Even if someone else stuck the damn pen up their asses and wrote, it would be more appealing than these damn scribbles. Well, I'll brief you on what happened, why, and how. First off, Jeremy from Woodbury, who left the town for unknown reasons, was abducted and interrogated by the group who tried to raid us. He provided them with our location, armory, and numbers, or what he believed to be true information. Rowan searched in her memory for a Jeremy and found none. She had spent only 4 days there anyway. So if this shows us something, it is that some people nowadays won't hesitate to move against other humans if it means they get to benefit from it. He glanced at Dale, who nodded at him. The old man finally started understanding the horrors of humanity ever since he heard what happened to Adam. I won't sugarcoat it, their fate was total annihilation. That's how things work for me. Rowan, about Woodbury, Haku had already dealt with the few who were keeping an eye on that place. It was actually her clone, but that was a secret none would ever know. So contact them once more, it's their last chance to decide whether to come or not. She nodded but asked what many here were thinking of hearing how he stated it. All right, may I ask what will happen if they refuse? Nothing, he shrugged. It wasn't his concern what random people do, especially those who didn't join his side after he stretched a hand out for goodwill. He had his own pride. But they will be put under surveillance. I don't want any more loose ends, and they are being exactly that. Since I was the one who created that loose end, I will deal with all consequences following it. Some of you already know my plan of moving from this place after winter and changing location to a better one with bigger lands and clear surroundings, so until then, they will be under surveillance, just so we know who came into contact with them and stop this incident from repeating itself. And after it, when we move, if they are still standing, they will be on their own. Next. He turned to the ones who fought the raiders. For names I'll call Billy, Daryl, Morgan, Oscar, and Rami. You can request any type of weapon or vehicle, and it will be ready for you solely the next morning. It's your reward for being the ones who stepped out to fight, risking your own life. Of course, it can be something of similar value. If I have it, you will get it. Haku and Ghost work under different systems, thus, their rewards will be so. Keep up the good work. Rami and Oscar didn't drop any bodies, but since they were on the watchtower as the backup, risking their lives, they got the treatment. Knowing the danger of being sniped and still holding your position was no small thing, and the Falcon had seen it all, including their actions. Even though tense, both didn't hide and kept watching the surroundings vigilantly. This doesn't mean others who are working under different departments outside combat are ignored. Your rewards will be delivered for each result, you can count on that. I will see to it myself by the end of the week. Does anyone here want to add something or discuss a subject concerning the camp? I received some reports, and I'll review them tonight, so don't include those. He saw Katniss raising her hand. Katniss. I would like to ask for additional hands in the kitchen. Elena and Carol are facing some workload. Sasuke turned to Andrea. He was pretty sure he already talked to her about this and told her to take care of the matter and pick some people who can help in the kitchen. And Andrea, seeing his gaze, clarified, I talked to Mia, and she said she'll be there with Karen. Mia was on chores duty, Katniss answered her, understanding that someone didn't do their job right. Karen wasn't seen in the cafeteria. Rowan added, no one likes it when they all do their job seriously while others just sign off whenever they want. Deal with the situation as you see fit, Sasuke spoke to Katniss, putting this matter to an end. He will provide security and even food and clothes, sure, but that doesn't mean they can mooch off his people and kick back without any contribution. Since it's a women's thing, he let Katniss deal with it. She can take care of any trouble on that side with no issue. Barring the new Asian woman and Haku, she was the strongest female and currently the best when it comes to both long range and CQC. Anything else? And it was Dale who asked for permission to talk this time. Dale. We are all adults here, so I hope you will take it at that and discuss it for what it really is. They nodded, seeing Dale looking at them with a look saying he isn't going to say what to say for a laugh. Our camp has many youngsters, and I do understand the way it is, the needs and all. You can be frank here, Dale. Is it about the spike in sexual activities? Dale showed a surprised look that Sasuke, who was away from this place for days, had noticed it. Indeed, I mean no harm by this, it's natural considering the electricity fell down and the lack of old entertainments and the total security of the place, and I'm not targeting people from Woodbury. He looked at Rowan to make sure she won't take his next words as something offensive. Don't worry, if it's something concerning us, we better know it. Honestly, she represented Woodbury only one time, but many thought she was deeply tied with them. Yeah, so since I and Jim were also keeping track of some of our stock, things which include daily expenses and condoms, thus, we get a clear sight on numbers and all. But in the past few days, I caught some youngsters from the recently added group in the act at least 3 times. He sipped some water and added. Like I said, it's natural, and they weren't harming others, but I'm concerned that such actions will harm them instead. First thing, we are still in the gray area, so females getting pregnant now would be awkward for all of us, even more if it happened to many at the same time. We still have to think about labor, childbirth, and the doctors we lack. A single pregnant woman will need several others taking care of her. What if we had triple that? Sickness and other things concerning children needed to be taken into account too, overall. I see such an action as reckless now. We have those condoms in reach for reasons, after all. He concluded, asking Rowan if she told people from Woodbury where they kept daily necessities, and she nodded. Toilet paper, toothbrushes, condoms, and such were within easy reach for all due to reasons after all. Thanks for that, Dale. Sasuke rubbed his forehead, slightly angry at those idiots who were thinking only with their lower parts. Many women getting pregnant now isn't what he wanted, their community is still small. They still need helping hands in many things. Pregnant women are more likely to sit down, which means fewer helping hands are available. Heck, they themselves will require assistance, which will only reduce the number of hands available to handle other critical tasks. That too, excluding the baby's dad factor. If they were the responsible type, they will be extremely inattentive while performing their duties and will lack focus, and the work efficiency will go downhill. If they were deadbeats? He didn't want to deal with the headache caused by the females because those fathers were just playing around. Additionally, throughout the latter 5 to 7 months of the pregnancy period, all of the aforementioned situations will require more resources and attention. He wouldn't restrict love or such acts, it's simply not the time for that bareback nonsense. He was restraining himself despite being given the go-ahead numerous times. That doesn't even include the moral issue of bringing kids to such a fucked up world while they are still at the stage of fixing things slowly. He was sure as hell he didn't want to have a kid, not now, and unfortunately, others weren't ninjas capable of using chakra to kill sperm and shouting cream pies simultaneously with no issue. What on earth am I even thinking about now? Billy, he sighed, calling for the man he thought was the best for the job. I got it, don't you worry, I'll get those rabbits under control. Yeah, they can repopulate after we are really in the right condition. Anything else? No, we good, yeah, all nodded, feeling that a single meeting had really made the situation at the camp more clear to many of them here. All right, thanks for your hard work. Go have some rest. Those of you on watch duty, leave it until 8 a.m., I got it from here. They wanted to object but refrained, seeing as he shook his head, reaffirming it was okay to do so. His own clone can keep an eye on things meanwhile. They should rest and unwind after the sudden incident that happened earlier. All right, take care of yourself. We'll take our leave now. Jenner stood and was followed by others out. His reports were all highly important and not suitable for such a public meeting, but he was still requested to join so he could get a clear picture of the things around. Sasuke stood and left, Katniss and Haku following behind him while Ghost left to his quarter, clocking out. Haku, can I trouble you with screening the mile-long region surrounding the prison? Make sure nothing is amiss, and bring Vurka and Koyoki with you. Search for any spying activities carried out by the individual in red. And look for any weapons stashed nearby, my clone will be out with you. Leave it to me, I'll get it done before sunrise. Don't pressure yourself, I just have a feeling that things aren't going to be calm after this. Chapter 75, TWD 75, Brotherhood SM-A. The next morning came fast, it was 6 a.m., and Sasuke was out going through his morning workouts, but unlike the group he usually works with, who were doing theirs on the other side of the prison. This one was only with 2 people in the forest outside the prison, Daryl and Ghost. He tossed the boulder he was holding aside, deactivated the weight-adding seal, and turned to the Dixon brothers who were holding up pretty well. How many times had you gone on supply runs so far with your group? He asked Daryl, who was usually leading Axel and Big Tiny. 3, we didn't find much, and you specifically told me not to wander far off. Because things are turning out to be troublesome. Is it related to that woman in red? Ghost inquired. The raiding group came suddenly, but it was honestly not much of a trouble. That only left the Asian woman that Sasuke seemed to be keeping her matter as confidential. Yeah, but nothing is clear for now, so I'll leave it to the right time. Currently I have things to discuss with you two in specific. Daryl and Ghost nodded, wondering what the matter was to have him call for them separately here and put them to drills. I checked your progress, and we are grown men here, so I'll be frank, in a nice way, you are lacking, and if I have to be brutally honest, you are too lacking. Daryl squints his eyes, not really liking that. But he let the man finish his talk. He knew Sasuke was not the sort to humiliate anyone, especially a buddy. Strength-wise, combat tactics, stamina, agility, and most importantly, diversity and flexibility with different tools and weapons. And that surprisingly made Ghost nod his head in agreement, he felt like all his progress was laughable compared to what a little masked girl can do. I by no means am downplaying your adaptability, that's your strong point, but you still rely too much on what you are comfortable with, here. Sasuke jumped lightly and swept a kick, breaking a somehow thick branch apart. Catching it, he tossed it to Daryl, who caught it with a questioning look. What are the chances of you hitting that tree with a bow and arrow, or a crossbow and a bolt? Or simply a gun? Sasuke pointed at a tree 30 meters, 8 yards, away. No chance of failure, and Daryl replied instantly, confident in his aim. Yeah, try it with that branch. Daryl blinked. He saw Sasuke leaning against the tree there silently and shrugged. Daryl then stood in a throwing stance, took aim, threw the branch, and failed miserably. Before Sasuke could say anything, Daryl clarified. It's a damn branch, the weight and shape are messed all over the place. I can't throw it with such force to do damage anyway even if I were accurate. What's your take on this, Ghost? I agree with him, we aren't you. Maybe if we were similar, we could have enough force to achieve such feats. For now, even if our aim got accurate with random objects, there will be no real result. Sasuke nodded, satisfied with hearing what he wanted, the truth. I see. I knew a boy, he was lacking what makes us shinobi. But he got resolves no other kid his age can ever hope to have, even adults in that matter, even though he had always failed miserably in everything we found easy to do, such as. And he jumped. Merle and Daryl watched with wide eyes, seeing him standing upside down, feet seeming to be stuck to the damn tree branch above their heads. But like I said, he got impressive resolves and a will of steel. Sasuke dropped down, telling Daryl that this is the effect of suction and pushing that streams from his limbs' pores. The point I'm trying to make is, yeah, he was different from you in some ways, but not by much. Even when everything seemed to be stubbornly working against him, he still pushed and pushed and pushed, trying to master a body-strengthening art, and in the end, he did. The first time we met, we were just kids. I wasn't weak back then, hell, I could have beaten you 10 times over. And no, I'm not exaggerating. He made it clear what he was telling them was necessary and not just him filling their heads with random shit. There was this competition for kids our age, he was a year older. I'll admit, I underestimated him because of how he looked. We fought, and he caught me off guard by his incredible fighting skill and took a damn beautiful clean hit. At that time, I recognized that bushy brows as a rightful opponent. He chuckled, recalling the scene of the taijutsu freak in the ugly green suit, stupid bowl cut, and thick eyebrows whose teeth shine whenever he smirks, kicking his ass in the Chunin exam. So, to put it simply, that tree you couldn't even scratch? He could punch a hole clean through it with a pebble he tossed on a whim, and if he really tried, a single tap from his fingers would split it apart. Those trees are just too fragile for what we were used to training with anyway. He spoke, seeing their incredulous looks. And yeah, that is with his pure physical strength. So, you are saying that you can have us train like him? Be like him? Ghost asked him, hoping he would get a yes as an answer. Maybe, I won't promise such strength because he and his teacher are the only ones who succeeded, because they were the only ones who persisted, following the teachings of Might Dway, the guy who made the impossible and created such body art. If you manage to reach even 5% of that strength, I'll make sure you get your hand back myself. The eyes of Merle that were visible from the mask widened, his pupils shrinking from the sheer surprise of hearing he can have a real hand instead of the puppet one acting as a decoy, now strapped to his wrist. Don't doubt my words, Sasuke spoke first, knowing Daryl was about to say his usual denial lines even though he had seen all the impossible feats he achieved. Losing limbs wasn't something strange in the life of us shinobi, so naturally we were advanced in that particular field too, regrowing limbs or replacing them with new and good ones. It takes much time and resources, so I won't do it for nothing. I already did much by sparing your life, show me your value, and I'll keep my promise, cool? Daryl tightened his fist, feeling his blood boiling. What Sasuke said sounded unreal, but the man had never lied to him before, not only getting close to Sasuke and that creepy masked girl but even healing his brother's handicap. But you get to have this for now. Sasuke went to the side and picked something that the brothers were curious about since they saw Sasuke bringing it with him when he called for them. He threw the item covered in a simple blue cloth to Merle. Untying the bundle, Merle found a prosthetic arm inside, metallic, with a steel-like arm guard integrated along its length. This will do for now. It can handle simple movements like gripping, pulling, and finger control, based on how tightly you tense your forearm and shoulder muscles. Definitely better than that puppet hand you're using. Sasuke pointed at the fake gloved hand strapped to Merle's wrist, the one he helped him get and put on when he gave him the mask. As Ghost moving around with one hand chopped was no different than telling others he is Merle. But that's not the point, follow the motion on the paper. Sasuke helped Merle remove the scrappy plastic hand from his lump and replaced it with the new prosthetic arm. Thin cords ran from the arm's joints up along his shoulder, linking muscle movement with the mechanical structure. Merle smirked beneath his mask, flexing the fingers experimentally and getting a feel of the new thing. It felt comfortable and much better visually than before. With a glove, it will look no different than a normal hand. Especially since this one can move and react more naturally. Taking a deep breath, Merle followed the motions drawn on the paper. With his arms at his sides, he shifted his shoulder just so, until a faint click brushed against his skin before dropping his arm down sharply. A sound of steel meeting steel sounded, and a long blade was drawn from his wrist. Surprising Daryl, who swore he saw this thing somewhere. Those are called hidden blades, the notes detail their uses and all. In short, good weapons for silent kill. You'll need to train with it until deploying and retracting becomes second nature. Especially since your piece works differently. I didn't give you twin set considering your situation, as the activation of the blades differs, and it will be hard for you to master them since your arm conditions aren't symmetrical, so for now, you do with that. Merle took a deep shuddering breath. No one knows how bad it feels to lose a hand and how good it feels to get something close to it back again. Unaware that Sasuke knew exactly that feeling, and that's why he stayed awake all night to make those pieces, as he knew it was time for him to start making those people ready for whatever his instincts were alerting him to. Merle let Daryl inspect the new thing on his arm and turned to Sasuke. Thank you, really thank you. Even his deep, altered voice couldn't hide the gratitude he felt. Don't thank me with words, Sasuke replied looking at him. Prove it. Be useful, show me you can repay this with your actions. Stop being a dumbass adult and start working on being a real man. Start becoming someone worth following. Be the fucking good example, the kind of man others can look up to. I'm not saying and doing all this for entertainment, I need a division. Sasuke finally revealed why he wanted to have this session separately with them. I'm building this division. A group who will work on different calls from the mundane watch duties and walker elimination. I want a squad special in taking out all kinds of threats, both internal and external, both mundane and freaky, and I want it to start with you too. He looked them in the eye, Sharingan instinctively flared, making even the leaves on the trees feel like they were halted in place. If you accept, know that I won't take a refusal, orders need to be followed. I will explain my reasons, of course, but that's how it goes, disobedience will be met with punishment, and punishments for that will be heavy, but results will give rewards no other can have. He noticed the tension and deactivated his Sharingan. If you don't want that, forget all that we talked about and go back to your life, you can keep the prosthetic arm as a gift. Merle and Daryl stood silent for a while, each contemplating what they heard and their choices. If that big talk was said by any other man, they would have flipped him a long time ago, taking him as a damn weirdo trying to play the general. But both know who Sasuke is and what he and his people can do, thus, it felt much different to hear that you can join such a hidden division. It felt real and like a serious mission. They exchanged a look, understanding what each of them was thinking. All right, you got it. What's the squad name? And the goal? The Brotherhood, Sasuke replied. Objective, do what cowards can't, strike first, and cut down the darkness before it reaches our kids and family. Equals. I know, it feels like I turned it into some Chunibu show. The thing is, Sasuke's instincts were flared here, and he recognized how it felt like back in the time when something out of the ordinary was about to resurface, thus, he took such a step. And seriously, the show was filled with Chunibus, Merle is a big one, just hiding it lol. Oh, and for the name of the division? I took it from Assassin's Creed since I have no more brain juice for this. You can suggest anything else you might prefer instead of that one, and I'll edit the chapter. I dropped the 2 chapters that were both written just now, because things are going at a slow pace, and I know having this chapter tomorrow after you already get the one from the meeting conference would be boring. So they can have some issue. Anyway, I want to focus on all sides before diving for the mess that is named Ada and the things coming with her. That's why it is going slow burn for now. Hope you are doing well and have a nice day. Chapter 76, TWD 76, The Thing Stuck in Her Throat. I didn't take you for the type who keeps an innocent woman locked in his basement, Ada spoke, turning from the muddy wall she was staring at, looking at the guy who entered. Let's go. Can I at least ask why I'm being treated like this? You know I had nothing to do with the people who attacked you. South, east, north, or west, Sasuke asked as he walked, leading the way. Pick a direction around central Atlanta you'd prefer. Ada shrugged. Anywhere that's not underground would be nice. She knows that any more words will be mere blabber now, her chance will come when they are alone in the vehicle they will travel on. She followed him into the tunnel, counting her steps, keeping mental notes of every turn, and trying to memorize everything. But at some point, she realized that her sense of direction was gone. Every count, every breath pattern she'd been tracking had vanished. She blinked once, and the air had changed, they were no longer amidst the damp stony underground, but in the cold open space. She blinked once more as her eyes got used to the light. The tunnel, the walls, and the prison were all gone. Now, they were suddenly standing on an empty 2-lane road, and a black SUV was parked nearby. He's dangerous, just like they said. She took a deep breath, glancing at the man who was walking toward the parked car. Ada was sure they were still walking in that tunnel, and it was all real, yet now, a mere seconds later she was standing in the middle of the road of unknown town. Easy, we still got this. She smiled faintly, regaining her composure, and followed after him. You really like dramatic exits. You talk too much. Yet, Sasuke was focused on something else, tracking its reactions. He opened the passenger door for her get in, and sat behind the wheel. Ada sighed, part of her hating the asshole who kept going off script, yet she kept that sweet smile and obeyed his orders, sitting with her hands casually resting on her lap while her thoughts stirred, going through everything that happened and linking the new information she picked up. So you know about me, and Ada froze, hearing the first words from the man that weren't an order. Why are you asking? She said, carefully looking at the passing trees, playing the ignorant. Let me guess, you've been investigating me for some days now, digging through every post I may have left a trace on, and well, no one would sit next to a guy who casually took them through a fantasy space jumps. That tells me this isn't your first time seeing something unnatural. He glanced her way briefly. By the way, I didn't take you for the type to prefer cute tactical shorts. The last part made Ada think for some seconds before catching up on what he meant, turning to him with raised eyebrow. Yeah, I found the duffel bag holding your supplies and clothes. And that explanation from him only made her more tense, especially being this near to him. Ada tilted her head, feigning amusement. I told you, I meant no harm. She even leaned in, her gloved hand tracing from his jaw to his collarbone down to his chest. She shot him a teasing smile, seeing how he glanced her way. Why not believe me, and retreated to her seat, crossing her hands. Impressive fingers dexterity you got there, but you might want to take a second look at what you took. Once again, her muscles spasmed for a moment hearing his words, and she sighed in defeat. Gazing down at her fingers by her side that twitched involuntarily, seeing the strand of hair she just picked nowhere to be seen, even though she was pretty sure that she retrieved it successfully. So what was it that you were after? My DNA? For cloning? Or simply cell studies? You don't strike me as the studious type though, or is it just your weird idea of a keepsake? You're not doing anything to me even after catching me, why? Ada said softly, testing him. Did I grow on you already? Sasuke ignored that and clarified, knowing she was most likely not the mastermind. You and whoever backs you up aren't getting any results even if you took that. But congratulations, you've got my attention now. And what happens to the women who catch your attention? She asked with a faint smirk, unaware that the shinobi had already gotten his last piece of the puzzle. I'm talking about the wrong kind of attention. I'm still curious though, what happens to women who get the bad kind? Ada, right? By any chance, are you aware that you've been leaking something? Her heart skipped a beat as she thought of something. Leaking? No. Impossible. It's 4 days later. She twitched, resisting the instinct to stretch her hand down to verify. She closed her thighs, trying to sense what she thought he was talking about, and turned to him with a frown. Well, mister, that's one rude way to tease a lady. And Sasuke rolled his eyes, catching on to where she jumped at. I don't tease ladies. That makes the air feel like it's vibrating. Excuse me? She froze, seeing him pointing at her own throat. You might want to check that. Whatever you're hiding there, it's being activated. Ada touched her neck lightly. Beneath her skin, the faintest warmth pulsed once, twice. Then a tiny sound began. Sasuke tapped his fingers on the wheel in rhythm with the beeping that even Ada found it difficult to track, and he slowed down the car. Looking at her, trying to act composed. Well, you didn't have that before. Is that device you are keeping in there supposed to beep? Ada quickly thought of a response. It's a failsafe. Tracker beacon, she said, keeping her tone calm even though she started taking measures, cursing inwardly as she swore to kill the asshole who made it, in case something happens to me. Is that so? Sasuke tilted his head slightly, keeping his Sharingan under control. Yet his anger wasn't, especially about what he just sensed. Then why does it start leaking chakra? She didn't caught on to the meaning of the last word, which made her frown. Especially about what he said, the device wasn't meant to emit anything perceptible. It was a triple function unit only. Locator, amplifier, trigger. Nothing more. Ada had known she was the bait, that was the plan, but the proximity trigger was never supposed to activate this early. She tightened her fist, knowing she got discovered already. You can see it? I can feel it. Sasuke looked at the forest on the sides of the highway, chakra enhancing his senses, and he braked, halting the car. What are you doing? It got too silent, and something is coming. The few birds in the area suddenly went silent. He grabbed his Kusanagi and glanced at her. Move away and you die, we still have something to discuss. And right on cue. There was a low rumble sounding by the forest from the side of the road, so faint it was almost covered by the engine's sound. And the beeping from her throat quickened, then came to a sudden stop. Ada put 2 fingers and shoved them down her throat, retrieving a small piece and tossed it on the dashboard. Seconds later she recalled a scene, one of her peeking through into a carrier that was transported. That's not possible. Her eyes showed clarity as she finally understood what was happening. She hastily turned to unfasten the seatbelt. Sasuke, who just got out from the car, heard a furious roar that shattered the stillness in the area. It was loud and close. He turned to its direction, curious if this is what his instincts had been awakened for. Seconds later he saw a few trees ahead torn apart. Then, a pale and hulking silhouette emerged from the forest, its chest split with pulsing red seams. Some parts of its flesh seemed to be unnaturally fused with weird objects. Its head tilted toward them, then it focused on Sasuke with unmasked hunger to the point it started hyperventilating. Alright, this is a new kind of bullshit. Sasuke sighed, seeing the behemoth of sewed flesh striding toward him, each step sounding like a damn thunderclap. He brought his scabbard forward, guarding his body from the huge fist that slammed into it, sending him skidding back on the asphalt. Impressive, it's been a while since someone pushed me back. He cracked his neck, coming to a halt, and unsheathed his blade, walking calmly toward the incoming behemoth, who swept another fist once he was in front of him. Sasuke ducked easily under it, slashed at the shoulder, then kicked at its ribs, sending it reeling back. Ada, who was hesitant whether she should slip away, couldn't believe her eyes, seeing the way the monster was kicked away, and winced at the severed arm that dropped on the windshield, black blood oozing from its cut part. The thing's scream sounded like a beast's howl as it thrashed around. Sasuke, who saw the blood hindering her vision, ran toward the behemoth, who was getting up to its feet, his eyes morphing into the Sharingan. He poured the whole 140 threads of chakra into his blade, fingers making a one-handed seal. A faint crackle sounded accompanied by few blue sparks, and he jumped evading the rush tackle, spun in midair, and slashed 7 times before his feet met the ground again. Sasuke huffed, wiping the dark splatter on his cheek, hearing the thwop sounds behind him. He swept his blade aside to clean it from the reeking blood and sheathed it, then deactivated his Sharingan and turned, looking down at the mutilated abomination. He raised his head, glancing at the stupefied woman standing beside the SUV, whose knee shook from meeting his gaze. "I thought I told you to stay still." What are you? This isn't what she was told she will be dealing with, not the ugly monster, nor the fucking monster. Your friend? Sasuke pointed at the behemoth as he walked past it. The giant walker got his limbs and neck severed, his waist cut into 2, and the severed parts cauterized due to the weakened version of the Chidori blade he used. Ada took a deep breath, getting a hold of her emotions back, and tried to smile. "Too ugly to be that," she said. "I don't mind if it's you, though. Interested? I can be very helpful." And Ada closed her mouth, seeing him halting 1 step away from her, looking up at him and secretly thinking about the best angle to knead his balls if necessary. Any last words? Chapter 77, TWD ch 77, Bully Uchiha. Any last words? Ada had faced against men who could make a baby weep and soldiers fold with a stare, and she never hesitated or backed down. Yet, this time, looking at this guy who was by far one of the most attractive men she had ever met, standing a few inches away and staring down at her, gave her chills from the sheer pressure she was feeling. Especially since the damn background of his damnable harmless face was the scene of the butchered monster that she believed to be the endgame when she had a sneak peek at the carrier last week. It wasn't me, she decided to be honest. One of the things she noticed is that this man wasn't really hostile. He didn't seem to like her advances, yeah, but he didn't harm her directly either, and seemed to be satisfied every time she spoke the truth instead of her going in circles. Her hand instinctively touched her neck. "I didn't know that thing was coming. If I wanted to hurt you or your PEOP, kook," she choked, feeling his fingers tightening around her neck and her feet leaving the ground. Her first instinct was to fight back, to reach for his blade, or to twist out of his grip and strike where it had hurt most, his balls, but she forced her body to stay still. It was not yet the right time to reveal her mastery in combat card. "You could never harm them. I'll count to 3 after my question. You lie, you die. You don't answer it, you die. You try something, you die. Clear?" She nodded her head. "Why do you have a device that emits chakra?" He eased his grip a little so she could speak. Ada blinked, genuinely confused. "I don't know what you talkin' about," she slurred due to being strangled. "She isn't lying," he tilted his head slightly. Sasuke released her throat and caught her by the collar, slamming her against the SUV's door before she could even catch her breath. His blade was already hovering near her jugular, making her press her body against the door. True. His other hand threw a shuriken, taking down a walker who was trotting closer, then turned to her, noticing how she had already regained her breathing. "You don't know chakra. So here's a quick debrief, Mrs. Spy. It's the corrupted energy leaking from the little trinket you shoved down your throat. The same one that called that ugly bastard to us." Ada felt happy inwardly at picking something worthy from this whole messed up bullshit, chakra. If it is the thing making this man this strong and the reason he was being hunted by them, it all makes sense now. "Don't tell me, honey, you're jealous?" She moved closer, uncaring about the blade that cut her skin. "I can give you similar treatment, one that no man has ever received. It will be my first, but I'm fairly confident in my abilities to learn." She winked despite feeling the tiny cut on her neck. Part of her was wishing to see him withdrawing his blade by the sight of seeing it hurt her, and she curled her fist seeing his blank look as he proceeded to press the blade instead, drawing more blood. "I don't put my dick in crazy." Ada grinned, challenging him. "Shame, that's the only part of you I was hoping wasn't cold. Or maybe you're just not enough to cause any heat. Now, I'm sure you are trained in tanking some kind of tortures and interrogations." Sasuke was done with the cat and mouse game. He moved the blade away and grabbed her cheeks, forcing her face closer, and activated his Sharingan. "But believe me when I say, you don't want to try mine, so last chance, bitch, who made that device for you? Where can I find them? And who the hell are you guys?" She flinched seeing the unnatural change of his eyes, but her anger and pride overshadowed the fear she felt. She grabbed his wrist for the first time, showing resistance. Using the door, she brought a foot back and used it to push forward, her knees striking his ribs. She twisted mid-motion, slipping from his palm and jumped, executing double kicks toward his jaw. Just for her ankle to be caught, and the next second the world spun and her body was slammed into the windshield, sliding still beside the severed limb. Ada winced from the pain in her back, letting out a pained moan. She opened her blurry eyes, hearing footsteps. She looked at the asshole who was standing in front of the car, looking at her with the same blank face. Done? Sasuke brushed his jacket that had imprints of her boots, cleaning it, and asked, seeing her sitting with some difficulty, grabbing at her side. That move and the force behind it were honestly impressive considering the world he is in now. I'm no bitch, don't you dare talk to me like that. Sasuke blinked, figuring out the reason for her reaction. Apologies, he shrugged. I'll add mi to it next time, so, since you are wasting my time, I'll just... You're not going to like the answer. She spoke, not wanting to test this man further. Is that a threat? You think I'm that dumb to threat you? She jumped from the hood, massaging her neck, and cursed seeing the blood. Her body still hurt from the slam. Ada gulped seeing his red eyes gazing at her, and clarified. Maybe you attracted the wrong kind of attention before the outbreak. I was given orders to act once you landed in the airport, but things changed after the dead started walking. The ones who contacted me that time did it again 18 days ago. They wanted data and a sample if possible. The device was part of the payment. I was supposed to get close, activate it, and then report the readings before leaving. Nothing personal. Names. Sasuke breathed, trying to keep his bloodlust in check. Were some random assholes playing the predator with him now? No direct contact. They reached out through brokers. The only lead I had was an encrypted message in the initial outbreak when I abandoned the mission. It was a dead network tied to someone called Hale. The rest of them vanished once I missed my report window. Hale. Sasuke searched his memory and nodded, etching the name to his memory. Ada added, seeing him silent. I know what you're thinking, no point trusting me. But... She inhaled slowly, lowering her voice, and revealed her ace. If you kill me now, you'll never reach them in time. Promise to keep my life and I'll help you. Who? And help me in time for what? To save your friends. His Sharingan brightened even more, Tomo's rotating faster as he closed in on her, and for the first time, Sasuke unleashed his killing intent full force toward a human since he woke up to this world. Ada nearly passed out as she felt her guts twist unnaturally and her lungs felt empty. She gasped, trying to keep her limbs from shaking uncontrollably. Her whole body was drenched in cold sweat by the time Sasuke was in front of her, grabbing her hair and forcing her to look up at him. Did I damage your brain with that little shove earlier? You know that I will skin you alive if you threaten my people, right? So make yourself clear. What friends? I'll apologize for calling you a bitch, so start talking. He was 100% sure she didn't mean the ones in the prison. Haku's and Vurka's and Koyuki's visions confirmed that. And that left only two options, Rick's group or the friends from whatever life he might had in this place before the roof incident. The latter was much more important for him to know. The killing intent dissipated naturally by the time his 152 threads were consumed, giving Ada a much-needed clarity again. She tapped his wrist weakly, still recovering from the shock. I can talk, so stop practicing your sadistic plays with me. Sasuke was confused by that, but he let her go. She dropped her butt on the windshield, leaning to rest her weak knees, cursing the moment she accepted this fucking mission. Hale and others were officially fucked now. She can't deal with this freak, but she surely can deliver paybacks to those assholes. 2 days ago, when I was investigating the surroundings, I picked up a trace. I went to see the ones behind it, and your name came up in one of their talks, a group led by a man in a sheriff's uniform. Maggie, you know her? He nodded, knowing it was the first possibility. Yeah, the delicate flower, so they were close to a shelter named the Terminus. Get to the point. Impatient man, Arin, all tight. She raised her hands, seeing his unamusing glare. They should have reached the terminus by yesterday, and they are most likely soon to be on the cutting board. Would it hurt if you said the shit in one normal sentence? Sasuke rubbed his forehead, feeling drained from dealing with such a woman. This terminus isn't the sanctuary they think it is, the people there feed on other people who come from the outside. Cannibalism? Bingo. Haku, he spoke, making Ada glance around, confused. And seconds later came the soft voice of Haku from their special link. Yes, Sasuke-sama. There was an irregularity in my current standing point, it is already dealt with, but send a clone to retrieve the subject. Understood. Any more directives? Yeah, run a full scan on the corpse, check for trackers, embedded triggers, anything synthetic. Check the surroundings and see its source. Once you're sure it's safe, store it and move it to the secret laboratory in the base. Have Jenner take it apart to study it, I'll be late returning. So tell others, another thing, up the security to level black until I'm back. Copy, will be done in 10. He turned to Ada. You'll guide me to terminus, let's have the rest of the talk on the way. I'll drive, she shrugged and faked a pout seeing him ignoring her. Fine, you drive. They boarded the SUV after Sasuke tossed the severed arm beside the corpse. You will leave it there? Someone will retrieve it. The black SUV drove northward, passing the broken signs on the streets and out of the abandoned town. It started raining not long after. Sasuke stretched a hand to the back seat and tossed her a backpack. Meds are in there, treat yourself. It would feel romantic if it wasn't you who caused them in the first place. Ada snatched it, removed the shirt she was wearing with deliberate slowness, and twisted seductively, revealing a black tactical corset beneath that looked half armor, half lingerie. She moved her fingers across the fabric as if dusting herself off, a taunt in every motion of her. Only this time, it was to annoy him. If the asshole wouldn't take the bait and appreciate what she gave him, then she'd make damn sure he remembered refusing it. Ada spoke, seeing him take a turn, briefly glancing at a burned gas station with scorched skeletons around it. The road splits after Macon. She pointed ahead and smirked inwardly, seeing his eye stop at her cleavage for a brief moment. We follow the rail tracks past Griffin, then west. Terminus isn't marked on any map, but its banners start showing up once you're within 5 miles. She wore her shirt back and turned to him as he spoke. So Mrs. Bate. Can't you pick something more cute? She sighed, seeing him ignoring her. It was just a job to me, I got payment in advance, supplies. Safe houses. They told me to get close to you and activate it. Then my job will be done. A light chuckle escaped his lips, and she frowned, seeing him looking at her a second time as if confirming something. I know that look, I'm not stupid. At least you are good at guessing my thoughts, so you put a random piece in your throat? Ada took a deep exhale from the sheer frustration she was feeling. That tracker, its pieces were sent in parts so I could test it and make sure it wasn't going to fry me. I assembled it myself. I wired it. But I didn't know it would call that thing. Exactly, who are they anyway? The employee? She leaned on the window watching the passing roads and answered him, feeling thirsty. A company. Government agents if I have to guess. I never met the main man. I handled logistics and field assembly. They paid me well back then, because I was the best in the field. That's all. Equals. Sup guys, hope you are doing well. I'm here to clarify some things I know many would find bothering. First, if you are an Ada fan. I'm not hating or targeting her, this is how I built my MC, and I'm following through. If you are a woman, I don't know if there's any female reading this FF, but I think Earl is, anyway. I'm not targeting her because she is a female too, just remember what Sasuke did to the men that crossed him. His merciless reactions were due to obvious factors. I'll clarify here in case someone doesn't understand his excessive actions. First thing, chakra is supposedly a secret to shinobi, him, here, and seeing it in the hand of an outsider flipped his switch. Second, he believed the monster would have caused a wreck in the prison if he came for him while he was there, which Katniss, Siri, Sophia, and others are at, and yeah, he is quite protective of them. Third, well, Ada being Ada, she likes going in circles trying to fish for as much info as she can, especially with her catching on to the chakra thing. And Sasuke isn't the type to play along. MC, as for the real Sasuke? He act both ways sometimes. Well, that's all. Every time a new character is introduced, I give them 2 or 3 chapters of screen time solely for them, to show who they are, their traits and all, so we'll be back to the overall business soon. For those who felt the FF has gone downhill after the addition of RE factors, I can only say that's how it is. There are many pure TWD FFs with no mutation. It's hard for me to give an OPMC and make it interesting at the same time while he is living with a bunch of normal people. Like usual, this note isn't included for word count. The chapter is 2,150 words. Chapter 78, TWD-CH 78, Hell's Kitchen, 1/2. Unknown location, underground, 10:32 a.m. They will kill me if they find out. The man in the suit said, sighing in comfort. They won't, you finish fast anyway. And he winced at that, feeling the invisible arrow piercing his heart, but she was the one kneeling and serving anyway, so he let her off, his current dopamine tanking the damage with a grinning face. The man closed his eyes, nearing his edge as he felt his whole 4 inches wrapped in that slimy and wet tunnel, her tongue teasing his base and balls, sending jolts of pleasure through his spine. His nails scratched the armchair, ready to spurt just for a beep to sound by his side. He tried to ignore it, but the next beep sounded 3 times in succession, then a long tone before stopping, which made him turn hastily to it. The screen beside him lit up, and then red text started typing on it. Subject, Biohazard Entity, Code, Chimera 3, Status, Terminated. Operative Wong, Status, Compromised. Potential termination/defection suspected. Energy reading, Uchiha signature detected, confidence, 99%, purity, exceeds measurable thresholds. The female, who was thinking about the second go where he usually lasts longer, gagged sensing something amiss, which made her already downcast mood even worse. She was frustrated, and he was the only man around here with some authority who she could use to satisfy her needs and wouldn't be punished by. Yet she always has to help him shoot the first one, which takes her around a minute, so he can play with her kitty for 5 or so in his second round. She blinked, feeling the already small thing turn flaccid and then shrink to the size of a peanut. She looked up to him, ready to question, and never in her life here did she expect to see this arrogant son of a bitch who used to order them around looking like that. His eyes were wide, unblinking in what she figured was pure fear. The fat man looked terrified, his hands shook non-stop, and she gasped, feeling the wet, warm thing that started splashing her face. And it wasn't semen. She screamed, catching how it was his piss, and was about to push him back to get out from beneath his desk just for a foul stench to assault her nose, worsening the situation. What the fuck are you doing, Hale, you motherfucking son of a bitch, you shat yourself too? The last thing Rick remembered before losing consciousness was seeing that same kind woman and others from Terminus walking closer and searching their anesthetized bodies. He tried to scream, but sleep was inevitable. After that, Mary, that kind woman, ordered the gates to be closed again, and the welcoming smiles were gone. Rick and others awakened not long after. They sighed in relief at realizing they were at least alive. Just to see that they'd been disarmed, and every useful thing on them other than clothes was taken away, they were bound inside a dark place, wrists tied. Lori. Carl. Lori. Rick's and Shane's shouts sounded at the same time, followed shortly after by Herschel, who started calling for his daughters with Otis. Rick. Dad. Lori, Carl, Maggie, Beth, and Patricia's voices sounded from the next cart. Get us out from here. Rick slammed his shoulder on the side of the cart, trying anything. His blood ran cold as he started piecing things together. First, this is no damn sanctuary. Second, this isn't a fucking sanctuary. There's no way out of this, he turned, hearing an unfamiliar voice. Shane, Mike, Herschel, and T-Dog too squinted their eyes to peer into the dark corner. The man who talked stood and walked out from the darkness. He was a tall, Caucasian man with a beard. Who the fuck are you? Mike sneered, seeing him. Watch your words, big boy, we were tricked just like you. The name is Abraham. We, asked Rick. My friend, there is Eugene. He pointed, and they saw another man with long black hair sitting in the corner who turned to look at them before looking away, his mind still thinking of a logical way to get out of here. Rather than slamming a metal door that no human can possibly even dent by mere muscles. Herschel, who was trying to help Otis unbound, turned to Abraham. Who are those people? Why did they lock us in here? I don't know, we were locked up a day before you. There were 3 men in this cart too, and they were taken away this morning, none returned. So, we are pretty much in an unenviable situation, fucking great, things just keep getting better. T-Dog squatted, leaning against the metal wall, he thought about Gloria, who must be scared in the other track. Maybe they are just being cautious and will let us go? Congratulations, you've just proven, experimentally, that stupidity and hopelessness are positively correlated. Mike turned to the man who was silent till now and frowned at the mockery. He stepped forward just for the huge Caucasian man to block his way. Back off, I won't repeat myself again. Mike looked up at him, bit his inner cheek, and listened to Rick, who told him to step away. We need to think of a way to get us out of. And Rick stopped hearing the scream of his wife, who was shouting something for Carl and others. He trembled and walked to the small gap in the closed door and started shouting. Don't touch her. What are you doing to them? I swear I'll kill all of you if you put hands on them. Their panicked shouts halted as the ceiling to whatever this place was opened, and from above a man pointed his rifle at them. Shut up, or I'll make you, now, step outside, all of you. The door opened, and Rick saw his wife, Maggie, Michonne, Beth, and 2 other unfamiliar women led out too. A man bagged their heads. Hey! Don't, and the butt of the rifle struck Shane's jaw, who was about to rush, dropping him down. I won't give another warning, assholes. You are all going to the same place anyway, so get moving. Chapter 79, TWD ch 79, Hell's Kitchen. Hey! Don't underscore, and the butt of the rifle struck Shane's jaw, who was about to rush, dropping him down. I won't give another warning, assholes. You are all going to the same place anyway, so get moving. They were bagged and led to another place. The next thing they saw when those people took off the bags was the place they were in. It looked like a barn/hangar type of building. There were 5 men in the room, 2 holding guns and 2 holding butcher knives, and the last holding a baseball bat, looking at them with amusement. Rick turned around and froze. Somewhere behind them, there lay a man on a table, naked and dead. Another man was beside him, dismembering his last limb. Rick felt his mind going blank seeing the scene, and a thought came to his mind, one that he wished from the deepest of his heart wouldn't be right. A man came behind Rick and kicked at the back of his knee, dropping him down, making him kneel like others in front of a big basin. Rick growled, the gag making him unable to talk. He looked forward. On the other side of the long basin, his wife was kneeling too, looking back at him with tears flowing down. To her left was an unfamiliar woman with a cap, who looked at Abraham with hopelessness. He turned to his left, seeing T-Dog, Shane, and Mike, all with the same terrified look of realization. Beth whimpered as she leaned on her sister's shoulder, every single step from one of the men behind her making her flinch. Herschel, who was beside Rick, was already feeling on the brink of breaking apart hearing his daughters sobbing. He closed his eyes, praying for anything to save them. He doesn't fear death, but not his daughters, not like this. My mother said that already, but welcome to Terminus, the finish line. The leading man, who introduced himself as Gareth, finally talked, spreading his arms after getting his fair share of satisfaction from watching their terrified faces. Making Rick, whose veins looked like they were about to burst, shout at him, still gagged. With Doinhat. Well, I guess it will be okay to hear your last words. Gareth stepped forward and pulled the gag from Rick's mouth. Why are you doing this? We never harmed you. Look, we can talk things through, please, not this. Rick saw the uninterested expression on Gareth's face, who was about to shut his mouth again and screamed, thinking of anything to stall him. Wait, let me finish my talk. We have a cure, we have a cure. You know that normal death reanimates you as a walker, don't you? We know the cure, we have it. His shouts attracted Eugene's group's attention, who themselves were on the trip to accompany Eugene to DC before getting caught, as Eugene too knew the cure for ending this virus, or so he said. Gareth looked at Rick for a long moment and figured he could make sure of that statement himself, unaware that Rick was working on freeing his wrists with a small sharp piece of metal he was hiding. I got a feeling that you were about to say something interesting, and I was right. You have the cure, huh? Let's test if it's the truth, and we can talk then. Gareth smiled harmlessly before shoving the cloth back into Rick's mouth and stepping away. He turned to his men. This cure aside, if they were lying, you have 2 hours to get them to the dryers, then we go back to our public face. Now is the time to get messy. All in all, we need to be done already by sundown. Whether he is lying or not. Got it. Yes, sir. Yes, boss. They responded. The man with the baseball bat moved behind Mike, who was the first from the left, and Michonne, kneeling on the opposite side of him, was looking down with fury and hopelessness. Mike screamed and thrashed, but like others, he was bound, and the second man kept him in place. The bald man held his baseball bat, practiced a trial swing in the empty air, and then turned to him. He swung it to the back of his head and Mike dropped forward, unconscious. The second man came to him, uncaring about the screams of others, grabbed his hair, pulled his head back, and slit his throat, then let go of his body to bleed in the basin. Michonne, who was drenched by the sprayed blood from Mike's neck, trembled, tears mixed with the blood staining her face. The terrifying screams of the gagged people made the place sound like a pigsty. I guess we shouldn't have them all at once after all. Welp, next time we can do better. Gareth's expression didn't change one bit, but the screams did annoy him, and he kicked Lori as a warning, then smiled at Shane and Rick. He waited there, curious to see whether Mike would reanimate or not. The bald man moved to the next target, T-Dog. And just as he did with Mike, he swung in the air a few times, making the woman looking at him shiver in fear. He then turned to T-Dog, pulled his arms that were holding the baseball bat, and then swung. Only this time, it was his arm that was tossed in the bloodied basin, severed. The baldy blinked, his mind finally registering the scene, and screamed louder than anyone, kneeling on the ground and holding his cut flesh. What the F? The man with the butcher knife who was beside him turned and felt a burning pain in his chest. He blinked, looking at the face in front of him, then down at his chest, seeing the arm that went through it. Sasuke, who did a massacre outside and came in at the right time through Shunshin, pulled his hand that was holding on to the still beating heart of the man, watching him drop dead near his feet, and dropped the heart. The Sharingan behind the shades he was wearing froze the other 4 men from Terminus in their place. Sasuke. Rick and others screamed his name, their hope overshadowing the fact that they just witnessed him piercing through a human body with his bare hands. Well, that's a lot messier than I thought. The sweet voice made them turn, seeing a beautiful Asian lady in red stepping forward, her heels clicking against the bloody ground as she stood beside Sasuke, looking around with hidden disgust. Done? Sasuke asked her. Yeah, there were 3 snipers on the watchpost on the left side. All right, untie them. He tilted his head toward the group who were looking at them in disbelief and relief. He was here, and since Sasuke is here now, no one is going to die. That was the thought they all had running in their minds. Ada hesitated but obeyed, seeing the hostile men still frozen. What to do with others, she asked him as she used a knife to unbind Michonne, who was looking at Sasuke with wide eyes. Abraham's group's reaction wasn't much different. They just saw a damn human doing the impossible. Sasuke didn't answer. He looked at Beth, who was gasping and crying as she looked back at him, Maggie, Otis, Patricia, Rick, and the new faces who recovered from the shock. Sasuke released one of Terminus' men from the hypnosis, who was 3 feet away. The man didn't even hesitate to swing his butcher knife at him and flinched in disbelief, seeing Sasuke grabbing it with his bare hand as if what he just caught was a mere plastic toy. I know this world is accursed, and trash like you would eventually surface, but tell me, asshole, do you know the feeling of being the hopeless prey? Who the fuck? The bulky man threw a punch with his other hand that Sasuke swatted aside and then punched his jaw, knocking down 5 teeth. He pulled the dizzied man closer, grabbed both of his hands, and used his chakra-reinforced feet to push at his chest. A wet squelch sounded, making all of the present people wince from disgust at seeing the limbs being torn from the man's torso, who dropped in front of the terrified Gareth, screaming in agony before passing out, torn flesh and bloodied bones poking out from his shoulders. I was trying to attack this? Ada, who freed Rosita, trembled slightly from the scene. She couldn't believe she had kicked this man just some time ago, thinking she had a chance, and now she realized he had mercy on her. Somehow, seeing him tear a human apart felt much scarier than seeing him kick a big monster away. She watched two other men regaining their mobility. One of them tried to run but Sasuke threw a kunai that pierced his knee, then pulled the steel wire tied to it. The man nearly flew towards Sasuke from the force used in that pull and Sasuke kicked his back midair, his spine snapping with a loud pop, and Ada watched the man fold like a fucking bow as Sasuke literally kicked him into a wall, ending his life. The other one trembled seeing the fate of his friend and tried to take the girlfriend of that demon hostage. He jumped at Ada, who sidestepped the tackle easily and brought her knee up, striking his jaw. Blood splashed from his mouth and she fired her gun, killing him. Mef, Thashku, Rick's muffled scream caught Sasuke's attention, who was walking toward Gareth, and he moved to his side, slashed at the bonds on his wrists and ankles, and freed him. Rick stood hurriedly, took off the gag, and hugged Sasuke. Thank you, I'm sorry, thank you for coming, thank you. Rick didn't even know what to say to him. Because he knew, even if he succeeded in freeing himself, there was still the question of how he was going to take others down and rescue his family from this place. Carl is safe now with Jackie and Gloria, don't worry. Sasuke moved and freed Herschel, who ran for his daughters, then Shane, who still looked disoriented. Stay here, I'll finish with them, so, Rick? He blinked, seeing Rick grabbing the butcher knife from the ground. The look on his face made him seem like a beast unleashed from the depth of hell. Rick breathed heavily, walking toward the frozen Gareth, his eyes seeing red from the fury he was feeling right now. He stepped closer to him, grabbed his neck, and stared at his eyes for a long moment before speaking hoarsely to him. I told you, I'll kill you if you touch my family, and buried the knife in his shoulder. The action automatically overwhelmed the genjutsu, and Gareth screamed from pain, twisting out of Rick's grip and dropping to his knees. Rick pulled the knife and struck again, then again, then again. Uncaring for the blood spraying at his face and clothes. At the same time, Mary, Gareth's mother, rushed in from the separate room just to witness the scene. She screamed and raised her rifle, ready to pull the trigger, but Ada was faster. She took aim and shot at Mary's hands, then the other two people who were rushing in after her, all in 3 seconds. She then turned to Sasuke, who looked back at her, took off his shades after deactivating the Sharingan, and mouthed, "Not bad, Mrs. Bait." Ada resisted the urge to raise her middle finger and frowned even more seeing a woman launching herself at Sasuke, hugging him. It was Maggie who bolted for Sasuke the moment she was sure her dad and sister were fine. She clung to him, calling his name, apologizing, and trembling. Sasuke patted her back and pushed her gently. It's okay, are you hurt? No, we are fine, Sasuke, you came back. We are still in hostile territory, gather around first. T-Dog and others hugged Sasuke and thanked him, grateful for what he did, saving their lives. Abraham too stood and walked to him after checking on Rosita and Eugene, offering him a handshake and thanking him with gratefulness evident on his face. While Ada kicked Mary, who was trying to crawl to her disfigured son, back to the ground. The signs. Mary gasped, holding her hand that was shot. And looked up at Ada, Sasuke, and Michonne, who stood in front of her. They were real. It was a sanctuary. Our intents were pure, it was supposed to stay so, but people came and took this place. And they raped. And they killed. And they laughed. Over weeks, but we got out. And we fought, and we got it back, and we heard the message. You're the butcher, or you're the cattle. Mary grinned at them and stiffened hearing the faint chuckle. She glared at the Asian woman who didn't look amused at all, unlike what her sweet chuckle suggested. And your genius revenge on the world was by making other innocent people go through the same suffering like you did? There's an 80% chance of meeting psychopaths and criminals in this new world, yet you let out your craziness on the remaining 20% that were innocents? You are a new kind of crazy bitch I am meeting. If you feel rage, get it delivered to the assholes who deserve it, there are plenty out there. Ada looked at Sasuke, then pulled the trigger, not wanting to waste more of her energy. She wasn't a good person herself, but she sure as hell wasn't this crazy either. At least she gave her the quickest death here. something no one from her group in this place received. At the same time, Sasuke's CB received a call, Ghost's voice coming through. "We are at the site, sir. Hostages confirmed secure, moving along, drones are locked on 7 breathing targets. Any new directives?" Sasuke was truly impressed that the Dixons caught on to him that fast even though he told them the meeting point while he was on the road to here. He grabbed the CB and answered Ghost. "Just subdue if possible, eliminate if necessary, and I'll interrogate them myself." Copy, moving on. "Who was that?" Rick, who was hugging his wife, asked, not familiar with the voice. "A friend, let's get out of here." Chapter 80, TWD-CH80, Daryl, the sneaky Casanova. "I got your back." "All right," Daryl nodded, took a deep breath, and ran from the carrier they were taking cover behind. 2 men were peeking from the roof of the house opposite, sweating bullets at the sight of their friends' bodies scattered all over on the ground, dead by some fucking black knives. They spotted a man in dark gear sprinting for the building that housed the last 4 of their group and immediately took aim, only for another masked man to emerge from behind the carrier. And that was the last thing they saw before Ghost dropped both of them with 2 clean shots from his Colt M4A1 carbine. "Clear here. I'm flanking the east side, hold position till my mark," Ghost said into his comms, tapping the mic once before moving. He opened the carrier's gate and glanced at William, who was hunched over the Raven drone terminal, watching the live feed and controlling the drone. "Stay inside, I'll go to finish the mission." "Sure," William nodded, and Ghost sealed the carrier then broke into a sprint. His speed had grown, showing clear progress, as it was much different than his old self. The benefits of consuming soldier pills from the shinobi world and repeating the drills all over again multiple times a day. Daryl was already waiting by the time his brother circled to the back door of the building. "In position. We breach in 5. Prioritize your left in case of multiple targets in between us," came Ghost's voice over the comms not long after. "Got it." After the silent count, both kicked in their respective doors, their M4A1s raised. The place looked like a building for storing stocks or something close. Daryl moved forward with steady steps, eyes locked at the only entrance to the next room. He scanned the place, cleared the closet, the corners, and once he was sure no one was hiding, he advanced to the next room, exchanging brief updates with Ghost. "I passed the 100-foot mark, did you?" He tapped, replying to his brother 70. "I'm at the door, ready?" "The next room is the last, they must be there." "I'm in position." 3, 2, 1. Ghost dropped his heat goggles and kicked the next door open, aiming his weapon forward at the same time that Daryl tossed 2 smoke bombs that erupted instantly, blanketing the big room in white fog and startling the 4 people inside who didn't expect that. He moved forward and shot 3 short bursts, hitting their legs, making 2 of them drop. Daryl also moved, shooting 1 man on his shoulder, and leaned back as he caught movement on his left, evading the machete coming for his head. He stabilized his stance fast and kicked the woman hard into a table, then moved, pointing his gun at her head. The smoke began to thin while Ghost bound the 2 injured men. He tapped his CB. "Reporting, site secure. 5 tangos detained, awaiting orders." Sasuke's voice came through the CB not long after. "ZZZ, good job, bring them to the cart beside the one Carl and others were holed up in." "I'm on my way, keep your eyes open, ZZZ." "Sure," Ghost replied before glancing at Daryl, smirking beneath the mask. "Well, that was something, you're coming up good and steady, lil brother." And Daryl grunted, seeing him switch to his jerk part. "Know what? I'm starting to prefer your other persona, it feels much less punchable." Merle laughed and took a good look at the place. Now that the fog had cleared, they both saw how freakish this room was. There were many candles lit all over the place, many names were written in the ground, and he glanced at the walls, where there were 3 lines written in black paint. "Never again, never trust. We first, always. Gotta admit, cool mottos." Ghost shrugged at Daryl and grabbed the rope binding the 2 gagged men, then walked out, dragging them with one hand, his Beretta ready in his other hand for any hidden danger. While Daryl just shook his head, cursing, and pulled the 3rd man along. The bound woman tried to crawl away, but he caught her ankle and followed after Merle, not giving a damn whether her head was dragged across the road. What he saw in this place made him just the more confident in his choice of following Sasuke. This world became too dark too fast the moment the necessity of hiding the true nature of humans was no longer needed. 3 fucking months, and people are already eating the flesh of their kin. From what he and Merle got, according to the blabber of the first man they caught, he knew that those people suffered, but does that really make someone just point his madness at unrelated people who had nothing to do with that suffering? Just the thought of what would have happened to the people they caught if Sasuke didn't know about this made him gnash his teeth in anger. There were innocent women and a kid with them. He wasn't that attached to Rick and others, sure, but he spent the first 2 months surviving with them. That was a long period to consider them acquaintances, even if Merle's intention to stay with them wasn't pure at that time. He shook those thoughts from his head as they took a turn on the corner and then blinked, a disbelief chuckle escaping his lips as he turned to Ghost. Of fucking course, another one? Wasn't she a suspect? I guess he was serious about restoring his clan. He's got a damn lineup already, a fucking blonde, a brunette, a black-haired blue-eyed, and now an Asian pretty face just like him. What next? Redhead? Jealous? Ghost's altered voice reached him, and Daryl looked at him unamused. It's how things are now. There are very few good and strong men left, and as it happened, those few men rescued many women along the way. Kinda natural, huh? I mean, you pretty much got 2 women taking care of ya. 2? The fuck are you on? Daryl didn't even understand what shit Merle smoked before coming here to say that. Ha, sometimes I wonder if staying in the woods for that long had scrambled your brain and made your interest shift to something inhuman. A little advice, Darlene, don't disappoint me. I don't want to kick your smelly ass for making a woman wait for ya to make the move. Their little brotherly talk ended there with Daryl confused. They dumped the prisoners at Sasuke's feet, who was taking his silver baller back from the pouting Ada who seemed to like it. William? I'll go back to escort him and the last man we caught, Ghost stated and turned to leave. All right. Abraham, who was whispering something to Eugene, turned to the 2 men who walked to that devil in glasses. He already saw them dragging bound people behind them, who he realized were the ones who caught them. The masked man turned and left without a word, but the single side glance made him instinctively straighten. Military, special forces, he thought and shook his head as he felt the nudge from Rosita. He then turned to Sasuke. Ahem, may I say something? Can it wait? I got a word with those. Abraham frowned seeing the dismissal, but he closed his mouth seeing Sasuke grabbing the ropes binding the 4 people, and with a casual shove, he hurled them inside the fucking train cart. Those weren't damn rice packs, each of those must weigh at least 50 kilograms, meaning that Kid had just tossed plus 200 kilograms from the ground up inside the train cart casually like they were sacks of grain. No way that's human. Abraham stared dumbstruck. He started fearing what this one is. Sasuke simply entered the cart, and Daryl closed the door behind him, glancing briefly at Abraham before ignoring him, though the woman with the sword piqued his interest. For a moment he thought she was another Umbu, but he dismissed that thought. Haku, that crazy Umbu girl would have likely cleaned this place alone with ease, just like Sasuke. The difference was quite big, so he figured it was someone really playing the samurai this time. 10 minutes later Sasuke walked out wiping his hand. His thoughts wandered to the interrogation. Those people, they really secured the terminus and put up the welcoming signs with pure intent to help, but he wondered, why was there none from the 30-plus people here with logical vision? Showing your location and inviting strange people was all good, but it required muscles to defend your place, not fucking hope. They were truly unfortunate, as some of the newcomers weren't good people. They took over the place and locked all of them in the carts, taking the woman from time to time to rape them and killing every man who might have looked wrong at them. Gareth and others fought and reclaimed their rightful place, and because the food was already consumed by the rapists, they turned to cannibalism. But they kept the leader of the rapists imprisoned, and Sasuke had zero interest in freeing him. Dying with hunger seemed like a good end for him. That all happened 2 weeks ago. Like always, Sasuke thought, if you stare too long at the abyss, it stares back at you. If only they'd chosen differently, he might have helped them. But that chance was long gone. Sasuke wished he knew more about this world, from the show and all, but the addition of the monster had already threw his initial plan out the window. Ultimately, he realized that there was only one thing he could do to be sure he emerges as the winner every time. And it's simple: grow stronger, much stronger than he currently is. It was time to do the right thing now. Sasuke turned to the people gathered. Rick, Lori, Shane, Carl, Herschel, Beth, Maggie, Otis, Patricia, Gloria, T-Dog, Jackie, Michonne, Abraham, Eugene, Rosita, and another woman they didn't know who was rescued alongside them. Ada was leaning on the cart, looking at her manicured nails with interest, her thoughts wandering to what Sasuke might do next. She met him for 2 days, and one thing was clear: he was unpredictable. Sasuke turned to Ghost, who was dragging back another bound man, and William, who was holding a suitcase and walking beside Ghost with some unease because of the bodies on the ground. Sasuke tilted his head just so, and Ghost nodded, aimed the barrel of his silenced gun at the bound man's head, and pulled the trigger. There was no need for him anymore. The action made several people flinch, but they were no longer the same. You won't feel an ounce of pity seeing the man who was about to feed on you and your family killed. Those brain-dead in suits are really messing with the wrong man. Ada seriously started thinking about cutting ties with that organization. It was simple, really. There are two sides now, each knowing little about the other but both vying for eminence. And she decided to side with the apex predator out of the two. On one side there were many humans, possibly an army too, having big and dangerous monsters with them. On the other side, there was a single man with red eyes, who slaughtered the said monster and killed 14 armed persons with a single sweep of his hands the moment they stepped through the front gates. And to this point, she didn't see him even sweating despite all the fights he went through just today, from slaying a monster to fighting her to slaying a bunch of humans. The logical part was siding with numbers and modern guns, especially since she had just suffered a humiliation from Sasuke, but she trusted her guts as she wanted to dig deeper. All those thoughts ran by the time she glanced from her thumb's nail to her pinkies. Sasuke, who saw the man drop dead, turned to Daryl. "The gates are open?" "Yeah, they should be here soon. We drove here by bikes, so I guess the trucks should be close by now." And just on cue, an engine sounded, and they turned toward its source, seeing 2 military trucks closing in on them. Both halted, and from them emerged a group of armed men. Chapter 81, TWD/81, Press X to cure the apocalypse. "The gates are open?" "Yeah, they should be here soon," Daryl replied, scanning the surroundings. "We drove by bikes, so the trucks shouldn't be far." And just on cue, an engine sounded, and they turned toward its source, seeing 2 military trucks closing in on them. Both halted, engines still rumbling, and from them emerged a group of men. Axel, Oscar, Big Tiny, and Guillermo's group. All and every one of them were dropped in gear and armed to the teeth. "Sup, boss?" Axel stretched and smirked, flashing his most charming smile seeing a beauty in a cap standing nearby, just to puke right by her boots as his eyes caught the scene of the carnage around, dead bodies, poking bones, and especially the splattered brain matter nearby. He was used to dealing with rotten corpses, not fresh human bodies that looked like they were killed in the most painful way possible. Rosita Espinosa, the said beauty, rolled her eyes and stepped away, muttering a low curse. "I told you, we shouldn't have brought him here with us." Oscar sighed to Big Tiny and moved toward Sasuke alongside Guillermo, who was looking at the distance where he saw a man pierced through by a damn pole, from ass to throat. "Hope we aren't late, sir." "Nah, thanks for the quick response. Split into 2 groups and follow one of them." He pointed to the Dixons. Then explained their tasks. "There are storage rooms holding equipment and outlets we can take back. They will guide you." They nodded and left to do their job with no more inquiries, boarding their trucks and driving away. That was how they worked in the prison. Follow the person in command, do your job, and do whatever the fuck you want afterward as long as you aren't harming anyone. Sasuke then turned to the group he was ignoring. No one stepped forward, as they know, their past actions made their relationship quite awkward, and especially now after seeing what Sasuke can do. While Michonne, Abraham's group, and the unfamiliar woman stood still, not knowing the guy and not wanting to anger him. "So, what's your plan?" Sasuke asked as he proceeded to switch vision with Vurka, seeing Katniss and others busy and the wall coming to its final shape. Rick rubbed his face, now cleaned from the blood of Gareth, inhaled steadying his thoughts, and stepped forward just to see Herschel doing the same, as the old man was the first to beat him to it. "I apologize," Herschel said, and there wasn't a single trace of deceit or forcefulness in his eyes. He truly meant those words. "I apologize, son. I've wronged you. I hope you find it in yourself to forgive this old man, and even if you don't, I don't mind. What I did was cowardly and unacceptable, but Otis, Patricia, and my daughters weren't part of it. I know it's me outstepping here after you just saved our lives, but please, I beg. I accept your apology, Herschel," Sasuke spoke, giving the man a breath. "And you don't need to ask. I won't let Beth and Maggie wander this world, and since you agreed and know what's the best for you, all good. You can rest assured." Herschel was relieved hearing what Sasuke said, yet truly ashamed. Ashamed that it wasn't until death was staring at his face, about to claim his daughter's lives in the most cruel way, that he realized how wrong and stupid he was. It doesn't matter really if his pride reached the fucking moon or his doubt about whether an inexperienced kid can shoulder the responsibility of leading them, as in the end, he saw what the grown men here did and were about to do to his family and friends, and that made him realize that age doesn't mean shit when it comes to certain things. Morals in the mind do, and Sasuke wasn't corrupted in any. "What about you?" Sasuke then turned to Rick and others. "We'll go." It was Shane who spoke, and Sasuke looked at him for a long moment, making Rick step forward as he realized he'd better lead the talk rather than let Shane mess things up now. "We will make sure to repay what you did for us, Sasuke." That's a long take. "Excuse me?" Shane turned to the women who cut Rick's talk. "I'm not talking to you, Budget Rambo." Ada ignored Shane and turned to Rick. "Repay? Darling here saved your lives, a mere promise is all you got to say?" And she smirked, catching the frown on Maggie's face from the corner of her eye. Sasuke sighed, knowing it was just this spy's mischief to cause him troubles, maybe a payback for what he did to her. "I will spank the shit out of her after this." He turned to Rick, ignoring the wink she tossed his way. "Don't mind her, she is high. Anyway, that can be left to later. First, anyone wanting to join is welcome, as long as you know that there are rules, but those can be discussed at the base. Thus, for now I have something to say, so I will be frank here, Rick, Shane, and Lori." And hearing the mentions made Lori sweat. Why did she always act against Sasuke? Trying to downplay his roles? Because first, she didn't like that her husband was being led by some stranger who was half his age, and that was her being petty. The real reason she became so aggressive was what happened in the CDC. Back then, Sasuke had caught her and Shane in the act. Even if it was Shane who attempted to rape her, Sasuke didn't know that, and she feared him taking revenge on her by telling Rick or telling Katniss and other girls. She always thought that with Rick and Shane around, they could easily find a safe place in this world away from Sasuke and the secret he knew. She never imagined how messed up humans could be when the law held no more value and morals were easier to flip than a page. Lori closed her eyes in shame hearing his following words, but it was still better than dying to monsters. She was tired of hiding things from Rick. "I'm aware of the triangle drama you guys have going on." Sasuke spoke, uncaring if others heard that. He didn't give a shit now when his mind was busy calculating his next big move. Shane frowned, and Rick sighed, wishing Sasuke was more sensible. "It's not my business, nor any of the others here. But know this, if that drama's sparks come in touch with any of my people, you will wish that your life had ended in there." He chin-pointed to the hangar where they were short of being slaughtered. "Is that a threat, Sasuke?" "It is, if you think you can take me down when I'm not looking, stir things when I'm not here, or maybe take hostages like two of you thought before. Better drop it now and leave because..." And the whole gathered people had their eyes widen seeing a hand gripping a kunai suddenly appear behind Shane, followed by a clear body of a masked female. The kunai's edge pressed against Shane's neck drawing a line of blood, showing that whoever this woman is, she wasn't joking. "I'm no longer the only irregularity here who you guys need to deal with." Shane froze, feeling the shallow slash. The hand gripping his wrist behind his back had a familiar strength, the one only Sasuke supposedly has. "Your orders, Sasuke-sama." Haku brought Shane down to his knees easily, surprising Abraham and his people, who started wondering whether they lost it. Or, did they die, and is this some before being flung to the afterlife type of event? Leave him be. Is the perimeter safe? Affirmative. I put the retrieved weapons on the safe point and dealt with the recent reanimates. I closed the secondary exit and activated the traps. Phantoms are aware of it. The unfamiliar woman lingering in the back raised an eyebrow at the Japanese sentence she heard and observed the masked girl more closely. Thanks for the hard work. Now fellas, are we good? If you come to our shelter, you will follow the rules, you will work, and you will keep your drama to yourself. This isn't the farm anymore. Anyone disapproving of this, leave now. They all stood there, silent. Ada and Michonne were eyeing the masked female who stepped to stand behind Sasuke with clear interest and hidden wariness. Abraham was thinking of his choices and whether it was truly worthy to risk it and tell him the plan. Eugene, on the other hand, just stood there, pale. He was sure he was given something wrong. He is a scientist and a fucking avid gamer. But no one told him the shit he saw in games can be real. He just saw a damn assassin class spawning near him, and she styled on the man with the gruffy face like she has her STR stats maxed. William. Yes, sir. William, who was chatting with T-Dog, turned to Sasuke. He stepped forward and caught the set of keys that Sasuke tossed his way. I have things to take care of. Take our people and head back straight to the base. Remember, we are currently in Code Black, so act accordingly. Ghost and Daryl are to take the lead in my absence. Once in the base, have them follow the protocols. They can use Block D. If it's not enough, you deal with the required lodgings. Got it, William nodded. Sasuke then turned to Haku, who was actually a mere clone, as the real Haku was guarding the base from the shadows. Haku, patrol the way leading from here to the base. In case of a marching horde turning its way or any irregularities, deal with it. Rick watched as the girl, who wasn't even as tall as his wife, bowed slightly, stepped back to the shadow, and her presence disappeared altogether. And he wasn't the only one shocked seeing that. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Mr. Abraham, right? I wish we could have this talk in a more relaxed place, but I'm pressed with something at the moment. Would it be okay to keep things short? Abraham, who had already tagged Sasuke as the arrogant asshole, halted, not expecting that way of humbleness. He sure as hell wouldn't talk like that if he were as strong as this freak in glasses. Ahem, well, lad, as was said before, we are heading to Washington, D.C. Eugene said he can help with the cure, there are scientists working there. And with your addition, it will be a really fruitful and easy trip. We can put this world in its rightful state and fix it. What do you say? Sasuke looked at the man with long black hair who was partially hiding behind Abraham and pretending like he wasn't. Is that so, mister? Taking a deep breath, Eugene figured he could deal with a kid just like he did with Abraham. He stepped forward and introduced himself to them. Greetings, I'm Eugene Herman Porter. It's a pleasure to meet someone as special, and I'm grateful for your heroic act of saving us. He secretly thought that with how much he deepened his voice, he would leave the guy impressed, ignoring Rosita's side glance. Likewise, Eugene, you can call me Sasuke. It's good to see a scientist. Of what field, may I ask? I'm a scientist of the Human Genome Project, Eugene answered without hesitation and continued. I have knowledge and belief that I can work with the surviving scientists in Washington, D.C. I can assist in restoring humanity if given the means, and we can stop this thing if you agree to offer your assistance. He even started thinking of the following line to drop. Impressive, Sasuke smiled and clarified, seeing the man smirking. The way you lie without a blink, I mean. Equals. You're one Shunibu author here, just gotta say, Phantoms was Daryl and Ghost's nickname that was used when representing them as individuals. The Brotherhood is the overall name of their group. Like always, it's just me tossing names around. For the buddy who suggested Hunters. I still don't like it, so don't hate me for not picking it up this time too, lol. Second, yeah, the talk took the whole chapter without any actions, it is what it is. Now Sasuke is separating, once again, to go on looting and increasing his EXP points, so we won't see some characters for a while or vice versa. Still didn't write the following chapter. Hope you are doing well and see you next chapter. Chapter 82, TWD 82, Lies, Brains and Redheads. The way you lie without a blink, I mean. Eugene froze mid-step, every eye turning to him. Even Rosita and Abraham stopped what they were doing. What do you mean? What are you talking about? What lie? The two of them turned simultaneously and asked Sasuke, not believing him. Eugene? Lying? Your stylish friend there. It was Ada who spoke, looking at the anxious Eugene and then back at Abraham. He is no scientist. Rosita and Abraham turned to look at him with questioning looks, and Abraham was one breath short from strangling him right there. He held it, waiting to see if that was true and hoping it wasn't. Seeing the situation escalating, Sasuke decided to solve the mess he caused. The guy possibly had no ill intent, but he hated being lied to in the face and treated like an idiot and sure as hell wouldn't let it slide. For you to convince them that you were a scientist, you must have had at least some knowledge and real skills, right? Eugene, who was fumbling, nodded. And Sasuke, who pieced things together, spoke again. Let me guess, your end goal was to reach the capital, thinking there may surely be a strong standing point for survival there, especially for those who were in power, protected by any standing military. Right? Eugene nodded again stiffly, slightly surprised, as that pretty much summarized his whole plan. Why yes, sorry. He turned to his friends and decided to tell the truth. At that time, I was desperate and didn't know what to do by myself. I'm no muscles guy, I can't fight, but I really can help with anything requiring a good brain. I saw you, just as desperate at losing your wife and kid. Abraham squeezed his fist, hearing him as the memories of that night when he met Eugene the first time resurfaced. It was right after losing his family, and right when he had no other motivation to stay alive, he met Eugene, who claimed to be a scientist on a mission to restore humanity, who asked for his help to reach Washington. Abraham had believed it to be his new goal. Escort Eugene and save humanity from this madness, preventing those surviving families from suffering like he did. And now, he was telling him that all of it was a lie? Abraham rushed to Eugene but got stopped by Rosita, who shouted at him to calm down. He pushed her away, glared at Eugene, who kept looking at the ground in guilt, and then punched the metal cart with all his might, making his knuckles bleed. Eugene flinched from the bang sound and clarified to him, I thought that once we are all there, it won't matter, we will be safe, and the scientists there are surely to be working on the cure. I never intended to harm anyone. Some of us sacrificed their lives. Abraham's shout gained Sasuke's attention. They sacrificed their lives thinking they were doing good to humanity by saving yours, the scientist who can end this all. And now you are telling me that they all died for nothing. Ada, who recalled some things hearing that, took a breath, feeling familiar with the situation and emotions. I swear I never pushed anyone to sacrifice. Yes, I was cowardly, yes, I feared death, but never did I say they should do so. I didn't even know they did that because of me. Tears built in Eugene's eyes, making his vision blurry. He was just afraid and didn't think of the consequences back then. Yet you never stopped them from doing so either. I thought you were better than that, even when you did nothing to help and ordered us all around. Rosita kicked a pebble in frustration. No one can understand how it feels to realize the goal you were doing your best to achieve was a mere fantasy without going through what she did. Sasuke glanced at Abraham, who slid down to the ground, and turned to William, who understood and went to retrieve water, passing it to Abraham and others. Sasuke wanted to roll things quickly, but he can't leave this mess unsolvable, especially since he was the one to open this can of worms. Eugene, he called for the depressed guy, who looked back silently, internally wishing that Abraham punched him and not this, just bottling his anger in silence. I got a base, as is known. I got a real scientist beside me, who had already solved one of the feared issues, and I am already making a secure shelter. So I'll say this to you three and the missus in the back. That was real? What did Rick say about having the cure? Eugene widened his eyes. He thought it was just a lie from Rick back then to trick Gareth. It is. The cure made it so that we no longer need to fear natural death. How? It was the woman with red hair who was silent till now, which gained Sasuke's attention as she appeared composed despite what they had just gone through. Mrs. Ah, sorry, I'm Kurisu Maki's. Pleasure to meet you, Sasuke Dano, and I'm really thankful for your grace in saving my life. I'll make sure to pay the debt. By the way, if I may add, I'm a neuroscientist at the Brain Science Institute at Victor Kondria University. The gathered people blinked, hearing the beautiful lady with red hair and blue perk eyes talking in Japanese, and William stole a glance at Sasuke. It wasn't that she couldn't speak English, the situation was just awkward, and she didn't want to add fuel to the fire that was roasting the guy with long hair, and partially because she didn't trust others enough to reveal that. Well, that's a pleasant surprise. Sasuke smiled. A neuroscientist? And she wasn't lying, it felt almost like someone was pulling threads behind the scene, making him meet all those wonderful people. Rick had stayed quiet throughout the whole exchange, holding his sleeping son while his tired wife was still sitting, almost burying her head in her knees at how Rick had been ignoring her. Rick's eyes turned from the Japanese lady and locked on Eugene as he started processing the whole thing he heard. The anger that had been simmering since being made to kneel still hadn't cooled, but now he was more calm. Seeing his son and loved ones safe and no more desperate, his mind started thinking over what to do when they moved to the shelter. They are given a choice, and he didn't want to mess it up, as it's pretty much the only safe choice he has now. Shane wasn't as patient, the way he was still clenching his jaw said enough. A guy like him wouldn't last a day on his own, he muttered gazing at Eugene, who was speaking to the calmed Abraham. His eyes passed the depressed Lori and then turned to Rick. He was about to say something but he swallowed it seeing the look on Rick's face. We good to G? Daryl paused mid-sentence, glanced at the redhead talking with Sasuke, and then turned to Ghost. Fucking redhead, told ya, he is on a different mission. They halted a distance away, waiting for Sasuke to be done with his talk, especially since seeing how serious Sasuke is looking now. Ghost turned to Daryl and smirked behind the mask. It would be awesome if you were that good with reading a woman's intents. Hold up, don't tell me you swing that way. He took a look at Sasuke, then at Daryl. The motherfucker was too damn good at predicting Sasuke's actions. The fuck? Are you mocking me? Because I can swing this pretty good. Daryl's hand landed on the back of Ghost's neck. To outsiders? They looked like two good friends discussing something secretive. Only Merle heard the faint click on Daryl's wrist, his hidden blade ready to be deployed straight through his neck. Good to know you are a straight man, lil brother, while Ghost patted his brother's back and tapped his finger on Daryl's spine, notifying him that his own blade can pierce right through his kidney in that position. Welp, just another day for the Dixon brothers, who turned to Sasuke seeing him nod at them, and seeing the evil smirk made both flinch, especially Daryl who heard Sasuke's whisper once he was close enough. Interested in my love life now, are we, Daily? Can't blame me, Daryl shrugged, his annoying smirk still there as his eyes rolled from Ada to the redhead she was talking to like clock bells. Well, since you got so much energy for gossip, let's double the drills next time. And Daryl groaned at that, he was pretty much going through inhuman routines. Ghost snickered beside him just to remember that phantoms share the same routines. Me and my loud mouth, he sighed and accepted his fate, at least he had become a freaking machine following those drills. He can't believe how weak he was back then compared to now and how much of a freak Sasuke truly is. Every time he thought the gap between them had shrunk, Sasuke would proceed to kick the daylight out of him one-handed. I got a long-term A-rank mission for the two of you. Sasuke moved slightly away from others and spoke to them, seeing the two trucks coming back, loaded, and the group boarding along. That's a first, the objective? Kurisu Maki's, my redhead partner. Sasuke chuckled, watching Daryl, who scratched his neck awkwardly. So he heard that, huh? Protect her, she is a very important addition to our shelter. Make sure her safety is the priority, above all. That important? That important, Sasuke confirmed. She's a neuroscientist. And that made them both straighten, finally understanding the seriousness of the situation. Ghost asked, remembering something, wasn't Jenner asking for some help in that aspect? A scientist with knowledge in that field, Milton was the only one close to that. We even registered Jenner's request as S-rank priority to be searched once we have the squad ready. Sasuke nodded. Jenner's been running out of leads for some time now. His specialty is the pathogen, the virus itself. But what killed wasn't just the infection, it was what it did to the brain. Milton, from what I know, had been covering the biological side, tracking post-mortem reflexes and studying how long memory lingers after death. That's why Kurisu can bridge that gap, the neural link between who we were and what we become after turning. I didn't understand half of what you just said, but yeah, that sounded very important. Daryl shrugged, taking a second look at the redhead. Ghost leaned forward slightly and whispered in his altered deep voice. You think she can reverse it? Not sure, Sasuke said. But if she and Jenner can map the infected brain's signal patterns, and if we get Milton too, he can help stabilize cellular decay, and we'll have something close to a foundation. Maybe not a cure, but I'm happy with anything we can get from this. We kind of stumbled upon a full house here, damn. Exactly, her profession is secret for now, keep it so. I'll inform Katniss and Elena, they will take care of her in there. Remember the record of the monster I sent to you too? That was too big to be just a normal human turned. Ghost nodded, recalling the video recorded from the SUV and the monster Haku brought back, killed by this harmless-looking man in front of them. Yeah, she will be a great help to Jenner in that project too. Oh, I kept your stock of soldier pills in the safe point for rations. Have Billy join you, I'd already discussed this with him, enough dicking his girlfriend for now, and do the screening to pick your members quickly. Also, tell Duan I'm sorry, important things keep showing up, and I still didn't give him the sparring he asked for. Train him while you're at it. Got it, man, go for it, by the time you are back, you will have the squad ready. But won't Katniss and the Harrisons be annoyed? Daryl asked him, remembering Andrea talking about joining the scavenge. Things aren't steady, Sasuke shook his head. I said code black and I meant it. No one is to leave without permission. I'm heading to dangerous zones, I can't drag half-trained ladies with me. Keep yourself and our family safe. They exchanged farewell hugs. Sasuke turned and saw the people ready to leave, few waved for him. Maggie was glaring daggers at the smirking lady in red and he watched as the truck slowly disappeared from his vision. Sasuke turned to Ada. Let's go. He stretched and boarded the new vehicle he unsealed and parked away as a reservation earlier. Ada blinked, following after him. Where to? What do you mean, where? To wherever you exchanged info and every post known to you belonging to those pieces of shit. You didn't think I would let you off after throwing some lip service, did you? Move. You could just say you want to spend more time with me, you know? And she held her hands up, seeing his eyes flaring red for a moment. All right, where do you want to start from? She took the passenger seat and asked him. Fort Benning. Ada turned to him, surprised he had a precise location for one of the secret bases. How did you know? Snaps from the messed memories of the monster, but that was known to him only. If it were 3 Tomo Sharingan, he could even raid all of hers and be done with it. Alas, that was still some way off. He currently has 192 threads, and his next trip is going to at least double that figure. Haku's investigations, Sasuke replied without skipping a beat, he wasn't a Eugene. But go on, what do you know about the places and the business done by the organization in there? Ada cocked her head back, drinking her water, and organized her thoughts before speaking. Fort Benning was one of their cover sites. They used the old training fields as test grounds after the army pulled out, bioweapon development, brain tissue research, and controlled infections. It was kinda a dumping ground for failed experiments. When it went silent, I assumed they purged everything. That's all I know, and nothing came up from there for more than 10 weeks. Sasuke nodded, simulating the scene in his head. Either that or one of the experiments had gone wrong and attacked them from the inside, causing the fall. Maybe, and like I said, the leaders there got some connections with the people who hired me. They most likely know about the reanimation after natural death. They couldn't have fallen because of that like other bases. At least not fully. She then smiled and leaned closely to him, her hand trying to sneakily steal his silver baller. Can I suggest the route? I know you aren't familiar with the place here. And winced at the slap she received to the back of her hand. We'll head southwest, Atlanta, Peachtree, LaGrange, and then Benning. Around 100 miles if the roads aren't blocked. Welp, you are. She shrugged and leaned back to take a nap. 20 minutes later. Ada opened her eyes and turned to him. Can you park by the side? Why? I have to take care of my business. What kind of businesses? Asterisk psi asterisk, pee, I have to pee, and there is no bathroom near here. No wonder you are single. He slowed the car and pulled to the side of the highway. Sure, go, and, Lady Bait. Ada, my name is beautiful, can you start using it? And who knows? I may just give you a nice reward each time. Sure, I'll claim them as spanks. Sasuke waved his palm at her and then spoke his mind. Anyway, Mrs. Spy, if this is your big plan to escape, don't bother, you aren't going anywhere. She chuckled, about to retort, but snapped her fingers catching onto something. Wait, is this some plan of yours to make me say you can come along if you don't trust me so you can finally achieve your goal and watch me do it? Kinky. Keep that imagination, it looks like the only working gear upstairs, fuck off and don't take long, water and things are in the back. Touché, I give you the green light though. Equals. Author here, just gotta say something. I'd never deleted any reviews, whether they were good or bad, thanks to everybody who dropped the good ones, love ya all. But, for a random asshole to just pop and drop this shit? Screenshot. I'm deleting this unreasonable shit. Seriously, I was in a damn good mood all day long, and this one asshole just flipped it. People like this one make me feel like dropping it all and relax. Anyway, those of you who haven't watched Steins Gate and have zero knowledge about Karisu, if you are free, Google her name, Karisu Makis, and see what kind of genius she is. I didn't add her for something like smut or anything. She is the final piece. Chapter 83, TWD 83, His Sanctuary. The group sat on the second truck that had enough space left for them, while Sasuke's clone that was secretly left behind started emptying the heavy equipment in the left side of the terminus. Guillermo was driving with Felipe by his side, while Ghost sat in the back with them to keep an eye on the VIP. T-Dog, who felt that the heavy silence was making things awkward, decided to break the ice. So, who are you? He asked the masked man. Ghost. You use code names, huh? Classic. Why the mask? Otis asked him. To hide my face. The obese man nodded awkwardly at Ghost's reply. Okay. Where did he go? This time it was Maggie who asked him. Him who? Sasuke. Classified. Who is the woman who was with him? Classified. Is there anything that isn't classified? Shane glanced at the guy with the Halloween mask. There is, the state I can leave you at if you keep talking to me in that tone. What did you say? You heard me. Ghost glanced at the guy he hated just as much as the sheriff asshole next seat, hoping from the depth of his soul that he would make a move so that he could proceed to wreck him up. If not for the discipline that Sasuke had drilled into his soul, he would have already twisted that neck of his from how much he was getting on his nerves. Rick talked to Ghost and glared at Shane, already tired from his uncalled-for manners. Don't mind him, we just want to know more about the prison. Now I understand why he chose the other truck. Merle didn't get it when Daryl told him he didn't want to deal with those people again, but now it has become clear how much of a headache they truly are. He felt relieved someone took the troublesome matter of answering their questions, as William, who was leaning back beside Axel, turned and spoke to them. It's a prison, people are safe inside, helping each other to make life easy, and each doing their job. So far, there haven't been any major issue or casualties. Eugene asked him, interested in knowing more. So you guys took over the prison and cleared it? Is it normal? Living there. I mean, it's a prison. And it was Axel who answered this time, internally hoping to redeem the mistake he made before, which might have damaged the image of his friends. Sure it is, we got food, a roof over us, and we are safe. The boss made sure of it. I can bet it's better than any other place in this state. We never suffered a casualty, never lacked food, weapons, and clothes too, and we didn't have any big issue that threatened us. Axel stated. He was still kind of awkward, but he wasn't the type to stay shy all the time. Boss, do you mean Sasuke? Abraham asked him, not much surprised, remembering the freak with glasses attitude earlier. Yeah. All of them? Excuse me? William turned to the woman whose name was forgotten to him. Do all people in the prison follow his lead and agree with it? Gloria rubbed her fingers, tensed as she felt the man with the mask turn to look at her, for a long moment making her shift slightly in her place. William, who recalled her name, spoke with a shrug. Naturally, no one has any objection when it comes to that. He saved everyone, and did most of the work alone. When he wasn't alone, he was helped by few men and women that were trained personally by him, brought food and ammunition, organized the group's structure and workflow, trained all of us to handle guns and helped us become more fit physically, discussed his plans every time with us and worked harder than anybody. And even when he got so many people wanting to help and take care of him so that he can relax, he didn't. Sasuke isn't in the base most of the time because he started going on missions all along the moment he saw the shelter was secured enough. Just like now, he was away for some time and came home just one day before coming to save you, and he had already left for another place to deal with another thing as you saw. I don't know about others, but I'm sure as hell ain't calling someone else a boss. No one deserves it. Herschel looked at the ground, a sad smile marked his face. He couldn't believe a youngling had much better vision than he did. If only he wasn't that blind to the simple truth back then, none of his daughters would have experienced that nightmare. Beth, his daughter hasn't talked since then. You respect him that much, huh? Otis spoke, holding his wife's hand. And Axel shrugged, munching a cookie. Never gave us a reason to not, and have all the right things for me to do so. I'm a simple guy, I want to live an easy life if possible, and he gave me that. I can work without thinking of hunger or death as long as I'm following the protocols. Can't ask for more. I heard you bring up the protocols thing pretty much. What are they? Some rules we follow to keep things steady. He answered Rosita, feeling his face blushing, recalling the embarrassing thing he did. That Uchiha was serious when he said he got a base, even putting rules and all. And that voice made the whole place silent, as everyone from Sasuke's group turned simultaneously looking at Shane. Ghost spoke to him, leaning forward from his seating position. You got a problem with that? I'm starting to have one with you. You don't believe that mask you are wearing is deceiving me, do you? Ghost tilted his head just slightly, partially thinking that Shane may have already figured out his real identity. That mask isn't intimidating anyone, other than the kids around. But he suppressed a chuckle hearing the taunt and knowing he was just overestimating this cop's insights. Believe me, it's the thing keeping you alive right now. One more word, I dare you. Say one more word and I'll blast your head right here. He took his Beretta from his holster, switched the safety off, and held it lazily between his knees, pointing it down. His eyes locked on the tensed Shane, who was glared at by Rick and others. They couldn't believe this man was creating problems with the people who are helping them now. Shane looked the other way and then closed his eyes, leaning back. Knowing any more, and things will spiral out of control, he didn't want his actions to compromise Lori's safety. Bro, take my word, you won't like to be on his other side. Axel whispered to T-Dog. Only a few know how ruthless this guy in the mask is when serious. William went on, ignoring the rising tension, and answered Abraham's question. We follow simple protocols. Nothing strange, really. After getting checked, rested, and familiar with the place, everyone will start doing their parts on duties. You do your share, you get your rights of food, water, a bed, and protection. Anyone who breaks a rule faces the consequences, either from phantoms or department leaders. Sasuke made sure everything worked fair and square. So you don't have to worry about anyone abusing another, we just do our job and live our days. He shrugged, not getting why all the tension was about mere protocols. Phantoms? Karisu asked, curious about that part. And William tilted his head toward Ghost, who was debriefing Daryl on the situation on his comms and whether things are clear up ahead. You guys got a knack for naming. They keep things separated and have their weights. Oscar, who was silent till now, spoke. He himself was ready to join their squad and didn't mind what name he will be called. Then William answered Rosita, who asked about the department heads thing. Yeah. Each section has a leader figure for food, defense, medical, maintenance, and logistics. They meet every few days to report. Sasuke doesn't control every breath you take, but... William chuckled. Let's just say no one wants to disappoint him either. Guillermo honked twice as they drove off the cracked asphalt, the faded prison grounds, restricted area sign coming into view. The trucks took turns and slowed down before coming to a halt. Ghost stood and signaled for everyone to follow and get off the truck, followed by William, Rick, and others. When they turned, the scene of the prison welcomed their sight. There was a tall wall in some distance, with watchtowers visible on the corners. The land between the wall and where they stood was uneven with many spikes around, save for the road designated for the vehicles to march. We'll go by foot from here. Can't we ride with the trucks? Ghost didn't answer Eugene. They walked, following the trail of the truck. Rick looked around, noticing some things. First, the area close to 500 feet, 150 m, around the wall was all cleared from any trees and the like, giving a clear vision, and the ground was so uneven that it made it difficult, impossible even, for most vehicles to drive through. There were many holes, spikes, and wires, some even having bodies of walkers entangled on them already, dead. He looked under his feet, the only passage that wasn't uneven, it was crafted from wood, sturdy wood. And wasn't a part of the ground. It's retractable, controlled by the base, and the ground under it is the same as around. Daryl spoke from his side, clarifying the doubts he knew he was having. This whole trail will be retracted and deployed when the vehicles of the base are either leaving or coming back, otherwise, it's all the same, uneven ground that isn't suitable for cars to drive through. That's smart. They walked, the double steel gate now looking much clearer, and their eyes turned to the watchtowers reinforced with solid plating and covered by steel mesh. Solar panels lined the roof, gleaming faintly under the darkening gray sky and the bulb's light, with a few watchguards looking at them from atop the wall and guard posts. Daryl tapped his comms, and 2 sentries leaned over the tower railing. One of them blinked red flashlights in specific sequence. Daryl made 2-hand seal, and it flashed blue. There was a rumble coming from the huge gate up front, and seconds later the small side door on its side unlocked. Ghost pushed it open and told others to follow. The view changed entirely, from the ruined and desolate outer side of messed ground, spikes, and traces of blood to liveness. The space behind the great walls was layered with 3 fences separating the area. Well, I'll be damned, T-Dog murmured, his eyes wandering all over the place, taking in the scene. Crops grew in repurposed containers, pipes ran along the wall carrying filtered water, and rows of stacked crates marked with faded numbers stood by a loading dock. People moved about their workstations, some sorting ammunition, others welding a section of fencing on the east area. A small group trained in formation with wooden spears. They were mostly under 20, a mix of boys and girls from the recent addition from Woodbury. And then there were the mischievous. 2 of them, Sophia and Siri, who were wearing thick warm jackets. They were drawing chalk lines on the concrete near a stack of sandbags. Their laughter echoed in the place in contrast to the monotony of boots and shouts of workers around. Carl, who has been silent, glanced at them with longing while he stood by his mother's side. Well damn, that's much better than I thought. Rosita whistled, the atmosphere here felt nice. You people turned a prison into a goddamn fortress. Cool, isn't it? Axel grinned as if he was the one who created all of this. 3 men in gear moved toward them. One of them stepped forward and glanced at all of them before speaking to Daryl. Welcome back, sir. We already got instructions. Anything I can do? Rami, good to see you. Not at the moment, we'll deal with them. Did anything happen in our absence? The usual, small horde walked by at night. Butcher and Morgan led a group and dealt with them, and Lady Katniss took the reins after that. I'll go back to my post since you've got things handled, Rami answered and went back to his post with others. Let's go. Eugene was already absorbed walking beside Abraham in the middle, his eyes darting between the solar array, the generator stack, and the hydro filters. Who's your engineer? Combination of a few, William told him, not getting to details. They passed through the second fence, glancing at the cattle. Few men were taking care of them. Then they advanced until they reached the inner wall. The guard opened the gate for them, and the smell of cooked food welcomed them. Daryl and Ghost led them toward another section. And the group halted in front of the secondary yard. It was cleaner and much quieter. Flanked by two gates marked by E-block written in black paint. Fresh scaffolding ran up the side of the building, with floodlights angled toward the towers. The place smelled of fresh metal and oil, marking it as a recent work. William motioned toward the double doors. "This'll be your section, Block E. Still smells of paint, so don't complain." No one had any issue, and as they moved through, they caught sight of few people working. Carol passed by carrying folded sheets with another woman, her slightly grown hair tied back and face flushed from work. She turned and was surprised to see the group. "You are here," Carol smiled, put her basket aside, and walked to them, hugging Jackie, Lori, and other women while Mia stood some distance away watching. "Good to see you safe," Carol said quietly. She nodded at Mia, telling her she'll follow soon, and turned to them. "I believe you'll find things better here. You are safe now." Someone shouted her name near the kitchen area, and she turned to them. "I still get things to do. I'll go tell others. Dinner will be ready soon. Let's meet there." She waved goodbye, took her basket, and left. "She looks different." That was the thought of all women who knew Carol. The woman no longer seemed timid and weak. Now, even when she was taking care of chores, the gear and long blade strapped to her hip belt gave her a different feeling altogether, especially when she looked them straight in their eyes with clear confidence. They followed the path deeper, the sound of metal striking metal growing louder and attracting their attention. In one corner at some distance away, Jim was kneeling beside an open generator, his hands black with grease. He didn't notice them due to how much he was focused on working on it. Glenn walked out from the building on the other side holding a set of keys. He greeted them, ignoring Shane like he didn't exist. He heard a briefing about what happened and thus he didn't find it in him to gloat about their misfortune or something, but he still didn't forgive them for what they did. Still, he did his job. Glenn just walked and unlocked Block E. The chart on the wall beside the building made few heads focus on it, as it was listing assigned duties: maintenance, agriculture, defense, medical, education. Inside, they found something they hadn't seen in a while: beds aligned in straight rows, shelves made from welded rebar, and curtains dividing sections for privacy. Each room was marked by stenciled numbers. "Everything's labeled," Glenn muttered, looking at them. Taking care of this part was his new duty after all. Even the broom closet. "If you need something else, reach for me." Abraham stepped forward, testing one of the doors. Solid weld. Whoever did this knew what they were doing. Cole's voice called from the outside as he was passing through, "You're welcome," inciting some chuckles from Daryl and William. Herschel processed all he saw inside, every small doubt lingering in his heart dissipated. "You've built something beautiful." William nodded. "Only those who came here with Sasuke the first time know how much this place has changed and the effort it had taken." Even Shane admitted that it was decent, better than any place they had after the CDC. Not long after, Carol returned with Mia and Tara, holding trails of steaming mugs. "Soup," she said simply, and they distributed them. "Eat something before you unpack. You'll need your strength." The two girls left shortly while Carol walked to Daryl. Rick took one, looking around at the others: the lights, the people, the faint hum of working machines and the voices of people, the peace. Everything he dreamt of achieving was done here, work done thanks to the effort of people led by a young man. He smiled faintly in relief seeing his son devouring his share, and he tasted his. The warmness and taste felt heavenly. He hadn't eaten a warm meal in a week. Rick truly wished from the depth of his heart that this will be the real home he was looking for. That he won't have to face another disappointment, from himself and others. Rick looked toward the far end of the corridor, where Ghost stood watching them. The masked man just leaned on the wall, glancing between Daryl, who was chatting with Carol, and then at the group who were eating. What a man. In the end, Sasuke did all of this just as he said he'll do one time. With or without them, he will make it work. And he did. Rick truly regretted not being here from the start, part of him envied Morgan and others. They were building something real while he was out there chasing after an illusion and putting his own son at risk. He shook the thoughts and emptied the plate, putting it aside. Rick turned to Ghost, about to ask something when the sound of boots echoed closer. They turned and saw Katniss entering the building, a bough slung over her shoulder. The beautiful lady just looked at them one by one and waited, seeing few still eating, as unlike Carol, she didn't care about those people, those same people who let kids leave the farm without any guilt, not even sharing something at that time. Ghost straightened from his leaning position and walked to her. Lady Katniss, his altered voice still making Gloria flinch instinctively. Ghost, Daryl, guys, she greeted them and turned to the group, seeing them all finished with the simple warm soup. You can leave your things here. Your bed placements can be discussed between you later, and we'll distribute new clean clothes for you. You can also bath. But first I would like you to separate according to your gender for physical screening. It's mandatory, nothing dangerous. We will check if any is ill or something. We have doctors, so if any of you isn't feeling well or suffering something, tell them and they will see to it. Those who don't have the cure will be injected with it. I believe William explained what cure I'm talking about. I did. William nodded his head. Good, so, if anyone still refuse, they will be escorted outside the shelter. She took a breath and glanced at the redhead who was observing her. Katniss smiled and walked forward to shake her hand. Hello, my name is Katniss, nice to meet you, Karisu. Sasuke has asked me to be your guide. She then turned to the women who stood at one side after brief hesitation and gestured for them to follow her. Daryl and Glenn doing the same to the men and Carl, while Ghost and William left to their quarters happy to have their rest and bath. It was a long day filled with blood and gore. Thus, it was finally time to relax and enjoy. Chapter 84, TWD 84, The Key, and the Long Tongue's Assault. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan, closed his eyes, and leaned back against the wall, his mind going through what he saw in efficiency rarely needed for his mind. Her figure, the outlines, the way her chest fell and rose each time she breathed, her thigh, the faint partings of her lips, and the way her fingers twitched and moved replayed in exact details. Ada soon returned, her hair still wet and her smell fresh. Her dirty clothes were bundled in one hand. She walked to his side, put them aside and took a seat beside him. She smiled and turned to him, seeing his eyes closed, and nudged him a little, passing him a bowl filled with chicken stew and rice. I usually cook only for myself, but I'm pretty confident it tastes good. Try it. Sasuke nodded and started eating in silence. After a few spoons, he put down the bowl and turned to her. The first 3 words were easy to guess, but the last one though. I'm still not sure, so Lady Bait, which one? Was it red or death? Ada froze mid-movement, her thigh involuntarily twitched a little, causing her some pain. She couldn't believe what she heard, but she didn't show any expression on her face as she turned to him, appearing confused. Excuse me? You know what I'm talking about, so last chance, which one? You are misunderstanding it, Sasuke. I really didn't, ah. She flinched with a sharp intake as Sasuke's palm squeezed a spot on her thigh. He pressed further and removed his hand, seeing the faint smear of blood through her pants. Death, it wasn't a threat, it read backward. Ada swatted his hand away and chuckled from the sheer hopelessness she felt. She was sure there were no cameras there and that she was the first to use that room, so how did he know? Sasuke nodded, finally getting the full piece. So, a message, to whom? Someone. Ada just took her bowl and continued eating her meal, not believing this man's actions. You keep doing things that aren't welcome, and you expect a different result? Sasuke turned to his bowl and asked, ignoring her angry face. Why did you go so far as to injure your thigh with your own nails just to draw blood and use it to write that coded message? I don't care if it's some threat. Again, that message was meant for whom? I'm asking you kindly. He munched and turned her way as he saw her putting her bowl down with force as she turned to look back at him. You are really a jerk sometimes, you know that? Not a new diagnosis, stop playing the victim and speak. It was a warning message. I was being on your side, injuring my skin so that an asshole like you wouldn't find more troubles. Ada stood and walked to stand in front of him. What? Are you going to kill me for talking back to you? Go on, hotshot, do it, and she spread her hands daring him. She was done with this shit. Sasuke chuckled hearing that as he looked up at her eyes. Spy stuff aside, you would have made a good actress, you know that? But yet again, I can see when someone does that. Name Ada. Stop trying to rile me up so that we can change the subject to me beating you for real. Ada deflated, leaning forward and muttered, seeing the harmless smile on his face. I hate you. Mutual feelings. He tilted his head sideway and she took her seat, still sulking. TCH, it's for someone I know, a woman who is stubborn and a bigger pain than me. I know how she thinks, and that was a warning for her not to try anything against your base and people. A thank you would be appreciated. She snorted, faking a pitiful pout. Damn, lady, you are really perfecting your victim role. Sasuke turned to her. Abby D smirked, seeing the frown on her face. Ada swore in a low voice, hearing as the man practically had her intentions bared naked. So, all of that was you telling her she will die if she tries something against the base. Haku is there, and you know that. In the end, you don't want her dead, gotta say, you are really a sneaky one. He patted her head as if a teacher approving of his student's craftiness and retracted his hand before she could swat it. You know, for someone pretending he didn't care about me, you seem to know me too well, unlike what your words say. Come to think, this is our first night together. Excited? She stretched her hands up, smirking as she knew he was a boobies man. Happy to see your amazing imagination still working same as before. Why do you need her alive, though? I'm curious, who is this woman? And Ada breathed in frustration, recalling the figure of the woman he asked about. She told him with a little shrug. A woman I once trusted, she said, tapping the spoon absent-mindedly. She's been trying to contact me for months, stubborn as hell. If she ever tried to find me, that message was meant for her. I left some others scattered around Atlanta before meeting you. Why risk exposure for a message no one may ever read? He asked curiously. This house isn't a place anyone sane would stumble across, it was a damn cottage amidst the forest. Thus, leaving such an important message in a random house seemed inefficient to him. Ada looked at Sasuke as if telling him how offended she felt by that question. First, Mr. No Jokes, this is the only place you let me go without surveillance. Of course I'll use my only chance. Not the first, he pointed out. I peed behind the car because there were many walkers in the woods who didn't let me take a damn squat. That doesn't count. She shoots him a blank look, recalling that unpleasant experience. Not my problem, so? Ada sighed and briefed him in. She's not anyone, and she's not sane, Ada said dryly. She's stubborn enough to chase demons through hell if she thinks they owe her something. Sasuke tilted his head. And you owe her? Ada's lips twitched. The question alone made her irritated. She owes me. Her eyes followed the stick he threw to the flames and clarified to him. We traded once. Data for samples. She got what she wanted, proof of the organization's bioweapons that were mutating beyond control. I was supposed to get the other half of the exchange, information on their new test subjects in the East. But she vanished before we could finish the deal. That was 2 weeks after the breakout. So you left her a message, Sasuke summarized, in blood, on your abandoned shirt's inner seams that you left in that room, telling her not to come here. Ada nodded once. Because if she did, she'd die. That masked girl will kill her if she tries her madness, am I wrong? Sasuke nodded, hearing that. Not if she falls into my hands first. You wouldn't kill her, Ada explained, seeing his questioning look, because she'd interest you. Just like I do. There was no flirtation in her tone now, that was simply her honest thought. Sasuke seemed to be a crazy woman magnet, the big chance is she would catch his interest. Though even coming from her, she didn't like how that sounded. Ada rolled her eyes just as that thought surfaced. No way I'm feeling challenged for this idiot's attention, she will probably have it worse than me. But anyway, I don't know where she is anymore, and if she thinks I'm still that company's asset, she'll come hunting me. I'd rather she didn't, I don't want to deal with her bullshit. You still haven't told me what you need from her. Sasuke leaned back, not really interested now. One crazy woman is enough for his mental health. What's worth risking exposure? Ada hesitated, but she decided to answer him. There was no need for lying to this man anyway. A key. Sasuke frowned, turning to her. What key? Not literal, Ada clarified. A genetic key, a sequence coded into certain vials. Without it, the data I have is useless. She's the only one who had the access to finish it before they wiped her team. She snapped her fingers as she thought of something. It was the job they hired me for before you came into the picture, but now that I think about it, what if that key is the thing they hired me to retrieve so that they can control the mutated walkers? I'm aware they probably gave the mission to another agent when I was assigned to trace you. Is that why she never contacted me? Sasuke raised an eyebrow at that. So, without that key, no one can control the mutations? And your friend is the good one who is keeping it safe from the bad guys' reach? She chuckled hearing that, Alice. Good one? Please. So her name is Alice. Doesn't matter, want to cuddle? I'm a bit too cold for your taste, remember? Sasuke stood about to do his scouting and halted. Ada's flirtatious words didn't register as his eyes blazed red, the world around slowed, and he caught the move from the corner of his eyes. Visible 30 meters from the window behind Ada, something moved. It wasn't human, it wasn't a walker, and it wasn't that fucking giant monster either. This thing moved too fast to be any of that, in strange matter resembling an agile spider. Its crawling shortened the distance to the window by the time Sasuke finished circulating his chakra and applying a body flicker to appear behind Ada. Who blinked as she grabbed her gun and turned just in time to see Sasuke standing in front of her, his hand closing around a tongue? A long tongue that squirmed, but it was the hissing and rumbling screech that made her aware of the quadrupedal abomination below that had its long exposed tongue caught. It looked like a mix of broken human with muscles and exposed tendons crawling on its weird bent forelimbs ending with hooked claws, its skin pale showing more tendons. Sasuke pulled his arm back and ripped the tongue off, kicking it away. Down, Ada followed his order instinctively, and she watched as he rotated and parried the claw from a second creature resembling the first one using a kunai. She shot her gun and blinked, seeing the thing dodging the bullet point blank with an agile move from its limbs. The two crawling creatures started circling them with their focus pointed solely toward Sasuke. Ada was about to stand when she felt Sasuke's palm on the top of her head as he pushed her down gently. Stay down, and he jumped the same time the two crawlers lunged for his head. Sasuke spun midair, delivering double kicks to both his sides, hitting them with such force that sent them flying through the wall and outside the house they were using. Ada spoke hastily as she stood. She didn't want this sadistic bastard to beat her this late at night. It wasn't me, I have no tracker this time. Not with his hands, at least. I know. What was that anyway? Another bug sent to hunt me by your good old friends, Sasuke answered dryly and unsheathed his sword. He spun, throwing two kunai and gripping the steel wire tied to their ends, then pulled. The first monster with a ripped tongue screeched as the kunais got buried to its shoulders and the tied wire around its head tightened before being pulled back into the house. Sasuke sidestepped the flying-bound monster, evading its claw sweep and beheaded it using his kusanagi in one motion. Ada was about to retort the friend's part when she found that he was nowhere to be seen. Sasuke? She whispered, her eyes looking around the darkness for him. She turned to the other monster and blinked, caught off guard seeing its state. It was frozen. Not literally, but that monster with the long tongue wasn't moving, it just stayed there, its eyes closing slowly. What's wrong with it? Like I thought, they are triggered by my presence. The voice reached her ears, and she flinched, her fingers went to her ear and she found a piece there. When did he? She couldn't believe he planted an earpiece amidst all that chaos without her noticing. What do you mean? Where are you, Sasuke? Ada spoke, still having her gun aimed at the stationed monster. Sasuke, who confirmed that the monster showed active actions every time he neared 50 meters from him with his chakra unsuppressed, nodded his head. He then spoke to his calms. Hey, Ada. Although she felt surprised he used her real name, the situation didn't let her talk about that. The beheaded monster near her feet, and the other station some distance away only made things more unbearable for her. For the first time in a long time, Ada hated being alone. What? She whispered back while her eyes were still locked on the frozen monster, part of her telling her to just gun it down. Can I ask a favor? She tilted her head, not expecting that. In exchange, you can go your way after this. Ada breathed, weighing her options and goals. I want to hear it first. Walk toward it, and she suppressed a curse hearing that. Are you insane? Look, if you want me dead, at least do it yourself. If your heart has softened to the point you can't do that, then. Sasuke cut her blabber. I'll keep you safe, that's a promise, alright? Nothing will happen to you, I swear, just walk closer. She froze. Ada had never put her trust in another person or luck, much less a stupid promise. Give me a smoke bomb. To your left, catch it. She turned, expecting him, but only saw two small balls thrown her way. She caught them by reflex and steadied her breath. You want to study its proximity of reaction and compare it with yours, don't you? I can do that, but I don't want to leave. Instead, let me join your travels, and I'll make sure you will be satisfied with the info I can get for you. In exchange, help me with something. Deal. Chapter 85, TWD 85, The Sleeper. 6 meters. 5 meters. 4 meters. At this point Ada felt her heartbeat pounding like crazy. This was the first time she was that close to a mutated walker, a breathing one. I got you, keep going. Silence, please, you are only making this harder for me. She took a deep breath, looking down at the disgusting creature that was still unmoving. It just lay there, looking as if it were merely sleeping. Beads of sweat rolled down Ada's forehead. She steadied herself, gun still pointed at the partially exposed brain of the creature while her other hand held the smoke bomb in her sweaty palm. Ada walked 2 steps and halted, hearing Sasuke commanding her to stop. 1 more step and it will attack. Good job, walk backwards slowly, Ada. What the fuck are you doing? This still doesn't confirm the exact proximity, just be fast if this thing proves to be more agile than me. She took a deep breath and took another step. At this point, the slumbering monster sniffed, and its tendons immediately convulsed. Sasuke, who was 20 meters away suppressing his chakra, chuckled in disbelief seeing her reckless actions and Shunshined in front of her, consuming 180 threads from his overall 218 chakra threads. His blade flashed, cutting the long tongue that was about to pierce through her heart. His other foot went up, and he dropped an axe heel down on the monster's head faster than it could follow. Ada grimaced at the mushed brain pieces and blood that were sent flying. Few asterisk, that was nerve-wracking. She breathed out and turned to Sasuke, who crouched beside the monster, his new X-ray vision scanning the monster's corpse. The same corrupted chakra, where had I seen this before? He closed his eyes, going through his memories, inadvertently triggering the ones he didn't want to recall. Sasuke took a breath and tried to focus on what he was looking for. It didn't take long before he felt the familiarity. Sage Kabuto. That filthy chakra that radiated off him when they met was similar. Only this one felt pitifully weak and much worse, as if someone just ignored the whole process and devoured. Wait, that's it. What if Elena already had proof that I existed here, and Ada was sent after me? She wasn't told my identity, sure, so they were after Shinobi? There are others here? And they are both the key and the target for those mutations? That or I'm missing something, damn it. Guess I'll need to keep the next abnormal one alive. His thoughts were interrupted by the Asian beauty, who finally processed what she had witnessed. I know you were amazingly strong and fast, but you can teleport now? Sasuke ignored that and asked a question instead. Tell me, Ada, was there anything spoken about Shinobi in any of the reports you came across? Shinobi? You mean ninja? Yeah. She nodded and smirked, trying to fish for information. I knew you were a ninja, but the ones I saw reports of were all human, normal. I mean, why are you different? Names? And Ada sighed, knowing she won't get anything. Rachel, she is skilled but nothing like you and Haku, why are you asking? Sasuke shook his head, there was no such name belonging to anyone important he knew of. What was said in the report? Ada rolled her eyes. Do female ninjas interest you? And she shrugged seeing his unamused look. Alright, she killed a mercenary squad? I didn't care much about it, she got captured anyway. And labeled as fake. Wait, is this what you mean? So, because she wasn't as powerful as you. They deemed her a failure? Guess we'll know in the future. Come here. Ada tilted her head and walked to his side. She raised an eyebrow seeing him placing a palm on the spot where she injured her thigh. That's a weird way to molest me. She paused, feeling comfort. The slight ache she had been ignoring was no more. Only a psycho will feel horny in this smelly shithole. Pack your things, we are leaving. Sasuke stood looking at the lady who started poking her thigh with a surprised expression. And do it fast, 30 walkers are coming this way. Thanks, Sasuke. You're welcome. The next morning, Sasuke looked at the lady who swung her blade expertly a few times. Her stance wasn't the best but was way more balanced than his two phantoms. You trained in sword arts? It wasn't my focus point, but I know how to handle them. Thanks for the sword, she smiled, sheathing the blade. Wasting bullets on walkers was impractical, thus, she requested to have one when Sasuke said he had some secondary blades tucked at safe points. Ada tried hard not to gaze at the sweaty figure of the man who turned his head and went back to focus on his handstand push-ups. Ada could do the same if she tried, but not with the thing he was balancing atop his feet soles while he kept doing push-ups using his fingertips. She couldn't understand how he was lifting a damn Toyota Camry in that position and keeping it steady as he went on with his push-ups. The car alone must weigh at least 3,000 pounds, plus 360 kg. She gulped, noticing his pants, and turned to quench her thirst. Won't this tire you later on when you need to fight? Sasuke looked at the woman who squatted in front of his face, her finger tapping his chin teasingly. You know I can drop it atop your head, right? Boring. Can you tell me how you became this strong? Did you use some kind of serum? You want to know? I do. She nodded with suggestive smile. You want to become like this too? Absolutely. It won't be easy, it's a long and tedious journey. Try me. All right, listen carefully. Sasuke stabilized his stance, his eyes looking at the ground as he spoke in a very serious tone that made Ada's spine tingle in anticipation. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 kilometers run. He looked up, meeting her baffled face. Every single day. Ada wished she can punch his damnable face. Just say you don't want to share. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Human beings are strong because we have the ability to change ourselves. His source? How to bullshit your way through hardness. TSK, you are no fun, I don't care. You will eat after this? I can cook something quick. Nah, I'm done, be ready to leave in 15. He bent his legs, lowering the car, placed his palms on the ground, and then with a strong push, he tossed the plus-than-ton car in the air, then pushed himself to his feet again, and caught it again, his chakra working on steadying the car and strengthening his grip over it as he proceeded to lower it to the ground. Ada watched this for the second time in amazement. I can't understand how you are still single even with all those muscles and all. Sasuke sipped his water and turned to her. Who said I am single? You aren't? Haku? Why do you even want to know? Because I'm curious, who is this lady that let you leave with another woman? One you could never be. She knew the bigger picture and what it meant to be in a relationship with me from the start. Sasuke put the bottle back in the backpack and stretched. He really missed Katniss, but with how things kept appearing and the chaos happening all around, the only option to make sure his people aren't harmed is to keep pushing forward. He made it clear from the start that if Katniss wanted someone that could be around all the time, he wouldn't be that. The world is too big for him to stay holed up, and Ciri can't be left alone, thus, until he figures things out, that will be the way. He went on to take a quick bath, leaving Ada contemplating who she might be. Ada shrugged, soon losing interest. She hadn't met the ones from the prison, and Sasuke didn't seem to be talking about Maggie. 10 minutes later Sasuke appeared once more, freshened and full due to the soldier pills he consumed. They soon boarded their vehicles and left, keeping to their route toward Fort Benning. What is this? Katniss asked as she entered the lab, her face scrunching in disgust at seeing the dissected creatures. Haku turned to answer her, glancing toward the two bright minds working nearby. She pointed at the quadrupedal creatures on the table. Another abnormality that was found by Sasuke-sama. Haku, too, wanted to help, but her expertise lay in herbs and pharmaceutics. Katniss nodded, took something, and left soon after. She hoped Sasuke was safe out there. Those abnormal monsters became a new worry for them now. The fluorescence shone above the two dissected corpses laid on stainless steel tables near to where the two doctors were standing. The smell of disinfectant and decay filled the laboratory. Kurisu studied the corpse briefly before turning to Dr. Jenner, who still couldn't believe what he saw those couple of days. He adjusted his glasses as he focused on studying the creature's muscular torsos before explaining to her. As unbelievable as that sounds, they're built for rapid movement, and not the shambling kind. Every fiber here is more powerful than any walker I'd dissected, even humans, bar the last giant abomination, of course. Kurisu nodded absently, tracing a gloved finger near one of the exposed cranial plates. The cortical tissue is malformed, yet active. It's as if the mutation forced the brain to grow outward instead of inward. Almost like a brain turned inside out. That would explain the heightened sensory response. Sasuke said they reacted even to bullets, actually dodged them. That's worrisome. Haku spoke, seeing the look on Jenner's face. You don't have to worry, I and Sasuke-sama can deal with those and keep you all safe. I'm not that worried about my safety, I'm worried about other survivors out there. But at least from what he told us, they didn't react to the woman he was with. That's something. Jenner smiled stiffly and turned to check the deep fissures across the creature's tongues. The musculature here is absurd. His tongue could pierce a human body if the leverage is right. Kurisu's brow furrowed. Part of her wondered why these monsters reacted only to her new boss. Another part wondered who was behind this game. She pulled data, passing it to Jenner. Notice the density of the limb tendons, same reinforced collagen layering as the giant abomination, but the structure is lighter. No exoskeletal support, just dense, flexible tissue. I think someone refined the mutation process. You think this is humans' work? Aren't there similar chances of it being a natural mutation? I believe it would be worse for all of us if that was a natural mutation. I'm 90% sure at least a human mind has a hand in all of this. You might be right. Jenner nodded. From what I can tell, they simplified the process here. That giant strain was designed for durability. These things are bred for speed. They traded armor for agility. Exactly, Kurisu replied, pulling up holographic overlays from her scanner. See this pattern in the spinal protrusions? It's like the mutation sought balance between human and feral locomotion. Quadrupedal stance, but partial bipedal potential, so that it can climb or leap when necessary. Jenner stepped closer, studying it. This is too much to be coincidence. Could these be branches, evolutionary types? One designated for physical strength and durability, the other for speed and maneuverability. He closed his eyes. This shit was turning disturbing by the moment. Maybe. That's just our speculation for now. We need more studies and samples, but it's either that or the virus itself is learning. That's still a possibility. Yes, Jenner nodded, pulling an example from his computer. Some viruses can adapt to available genetic material and mold themselves into something efficient. Look. They stood there watching over the corpses and data when Jenner thought of something. He turned to the redhead he came to see as the brightest mind. She was simply a genius. He couldn't believe she was still in her 20s and yet had that exceptional knowledge and experience. He asked Kurisu, not sure himself, what do we call them? They can't go in the log as mutated walker specimen type B. That's not very inspiring. Kurisu looked at the massive, twitching tongue on the tray beside her and stated simply. Lickers. Their primary weapon is that tongue, and... She gestured at the exposed brains. Their hunger seems to override everything else. Like rabid dogs. She shrugged, seeing Jenner chuckling. Lickers it is, then. It strangely fits them. Chapter 86, TWD ch 86, Uchiha style. The jeep drove through the broken asphalt, passing through the abandoned street and flipped cars. Ada sat beside Sasuke, watching him from the corner of her eye as he drove one-handed, the other resting on the gear stick. The wind carried the faint scent of ash due to the recently burned building a distance away. She spoke, feeling bored. Can I ask you something? If you think I would answer it. Why all the effort, she clarified, seeing his side glance. I mean, building the shelter and rescuing strangers, people who may betray you the next day. I'm curious, why all the troubles even though you're impossibly strong and can be well off alone? Sasuke looked at her and shrugged. Because I can. Just that? Just that, he nodded. I know the feeling of hopelessness, and I was saved myself. Here, I got people I care about, and since I can keep all of them safe, I'll do it the best I can, wouldn't you? I have none. Ada leaned on the window watching the passing scenery before turning to him, trying to keep her smirk. Interested in being the first? Nah, thanks, all that headache without you even caring, imagining what it would be like if you did isn't all that tempting. Your loss, it can be very rewarding. She chuckled and hesitated a moment before she spoke again. Say Sasuke. Amachim? If you weren't in a relationship, would you have treated me differently? Ada didn't even know why the heck she was feeling anxious about his answer. Ifs aren't good for your mental health. And sighed hearing that. TCH, we're just chatting, you can share your honest thoughts. I did. These are useless contemplations, we can always try to influence what's coming ahead, but not our past actions. She nodded and smiled at him. Is that you telling me you can forgive my past actions and encouraging me to do my best and win over your affection? Sasuke turned to look at her with a weirded expression. You are really something. What's next? Me being your actually long-forgotten fiancé who is suffering from memory loss? Who knows? Ada shrugged playfully. And froze the next second looking at the black wave that became visible the next turn they took. She leaned forward, her hand instinctively going for her holster, safety turned off. That's a horde. Sasuke nodded. She hurriedly spoke, seeing the look on his face. Don't tell me you're thinking of doing what I know you will. Sasuke didn't answer, of course he was. He could see more than 70 threads marching his way, no way in hell he was going to miss this wrapped gift. We can take the detour, Sasuke. That's, like, 500 of them. 800, roughly. What? That's even worse. Stay in th. Ada didn't even let him finish his sentence. I want to fight too. And while he appreciated that bravery, Sasuke didn't really want to share his EXP points with someone else. He turned to her and used his ultimate, the head pat. Leave it to me, all right? I'll take care of this. I need to test something. He pointed to a building. Go to that building, it's safe. I'll meet you in 20 minutes, max. Ada looked at his face for a long moment before sighing, all right. He nodded in satisfaction seeing her follow his words obediently, leaving after a brief hesitation and entering the building he pointed at. Sasuke then grabbed his sword and got down from the car, walking ahead. The place around was like any other those days, desolate, dusty, destroyed buildings by the sides of the road, and abandoned. Sasuke stepped out to the middle of the road and watched the horde moving in the same slow, terrible rhythm. This was the largest horde he had come across so far. They looked like packed ants marching in a straight line. His Sharingan flared. And his smile turned to an evilish smirk, almost twisted. Thanks for the meal. And Sasuke vanished from his standing point. He reappeared 25 meters down the road, already sprinting at full speed with his hands behind his back. His tomos spun in his irises around his pupils, heightening his perception. Positions, gaps, angles, weak points, everything became crystal clear to him, and he chose his method to deal with the horde. At 30 meters out, Sasuke pushed chakra into his soles and leapt, appearing up in the air with a single, powerful burst that pushed him high above the walkers. From that height he counted every walker down the road, 843, and smirked. Rotating, he threw 2 kunais, embedding them into opposite buildings, one to each side, anchoring thin steel wires to them. The sound of the steel wires resonated as they extended, like a fishing line pulling taut. Mid-air, Sasuke flipped and tied each wire to his ankles efficiently, then let gravity pull him downward. He formed 2 hand seals while falling, spread his arms, and a second later a puff of smoke burst around him. The massive demon wind shuriken materialized in each hand. The steel wires tightened to full length and swung him like a pendulum toward the horde. He began to spin, arms out, the two giant shuriken cutting arcs through the air. The first row exploded into gore, the shuriken's sharp edge met skulls and brains with a sick, wet sound, blood and tissue sprayed as the blades cut through the walkers' heads. Sasuke kept his rhythm steady, his calculations on the wire's length and speed were meant so that the shuriken were the only thing within reach for the walkers. They could swipe at him but not touch him. By the time the first 24 fell, the wires snapped taut behind him and yanked him upward again, lifting him over the walkers' heads. Now in the middle of the horde at 70 meters altitude, Sasuke froze his rotation, and with the shuriken still charged with chakra, he sliced the steel wires attached to his ankles and let himself drop. At 15 meters above the ground, he used his body control to whip himself into another fast spin and hurled the two chakra-charged shuriken out to both sides of the road. They sounded like rotating helicopter blades and slashed through everything in their paths. Sasuke slammed down onto a walker's skull, his chakra-reinforced feet crushed its bones and made a crater in the ground beneath his feet. The smell of rot and decay assaulted his sense of smell, but he didn't even flinch. He saw how the thrown demon wind shuriken lost its momentum after more than 50 meters but had already gutted over 100 walkers. Sasuke still crouched, his arms spread, the sunlight flashing off the thin wires tied to his fingers. Electric arcs ran along those wires all the way to the spinning shuriken. Walkers shuffled toward the space where Sasuke was now, a gap in the surrounding gore. Yet even though he was surrounded from all directions, he didn't blink as he swept his arms in, pulling both wires at once with all his strength. The blades screamed as the shuriken reversed, ripping back through the gaps that started to fill with new walkers and shredding the first walker that reached out to grab him. Sasuke released the wires at the last heartbeat and made a light horizontal leap, leaning his body sideways to slip through the narrow gap between the two intersecting shurikens. They cut clean through the nearest walkers and then slowed, losing the momentum, dropping to the ground with loud clank. Sasuke landed on his feet again, hearing the thuds of the dismembered bodies around. "Let's dance," and smirked, unsheathing his kusanagi. He spun, the kusanagi beheading 5 walkers in a single motion. Sasuke then planted his reinforced foot on another walker's skull and used it to spring into the air, landing in the middle of another cluster, slashing skulls with his sword. His feet moved in brutal taijutsu rhythm, while his left hand kept firing his silver baller. Each bullet finished a head when his kusanagi couldn't reach. He tossed the spent mag in the air, flipped to avoid a grab, reloaded instantly, and snatched up a clutch of spare shuriken mid-twirl, hurling them at his left. His right hand went through 3 sets of one-handed seals. And the thrown shuriken multiplied, 3 for 1, clearing that flank of walkers. He turned to another direction and sprinted. Every step Sasuke took dropped at least 1 walker. The ground filled rapidly with corpses, and the stench of rot became even worse. Yet even so, his red eyes appeared the same calm as always, calculating every step and move ahead. All the while, Ada watched everything through binoculars from a window, barely able to follow his rapid movements. And one thought kept running through her mind. "Screw your little girlfriend. I'll have you all to myself." Her eyes looked like a deep pool swirling as if trying to pull the black-haired ninja in and drown him. She licked her lips unconsciously. Ada always gets what she wants.